Preface and Introduction to the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The American Book of the Dog. The origin, development, special characteristics, utility, breeding, training, points of judging, diseases, and kennel management of all breeds of dogs. By various authors, edited by G. O. Shields. Published in 1891. Chapter 1, Preface by the Editor, and Introduction by the Honorable John S. Wise. Preface. To the ladies and gentlemen who have responded so generously to my requests for contributions to this book, I am profoundly grateful. To their efforts alone is due the production of this, the grandest work on the dog ever published in this or any other country. Without the cooperation of such able and enthusiastic dog fanciers, such a book would have been impossible. I am also indebted to these and to other kind friends for the use of drawings and photographs, many of which were made especially for this purpose, and from which many of the illustrations have been produced. I am grateful to Dr. N. Rowe, editor of the American Field, for the use of several electrotypes, and to many others who have contributed to the success of the work in various ways. The Editor. Introduction. It gives me great pleasure, at the request of the editor, to write an introduction to the American Book of the Dog. Mr. Shields asked me some months ago to write an article on the pointer for this work, and I deeply regretted that I was too much engaged at the time to comply with his request, for I felt then, as I do now, a deep interest in the success of his enterprise. However, my inability to join his staff did not prevent him from having that noble breed ably treated, for the gentleman whom he secured to write of it has prepared a most able, exhaustive, and instructive paper, as have nearly all the other contributors on the various breeds of dogs. Mr. Shields is too well known to the readers of sportsman's literature to require any introduction, and in selecting contributors to this work he has displayed rare good judgment. His list of writers embraces the names of a great many gentlemen who are recognized as leading authorities on the subjects of which they write. While these articles may in some cases be more or less tinged by the peculiar views of the authors, the book, thus drawn from many different minds, is not only very eclectic in character, but in my judgment much more correct and valuable as a whole than it could be were it the production of an individual. I have been particularly glad to notice that many of the writers have framed their articles on these lines and have quoted largely from the writings of others, not contenting themselves with merely expressing their individual views. The book is exceedingly interesting. It is free, too, from the sameness of expression and treatment so often found in books of this character, written by one man. It is, moreover, a very instructive book, and of practical value in many features to the owners and breeders of dogs. This is an American book, describing the American standard of dogs, the appearance of American dogs, and the American diseases of dogs, as well as the American remedies which will cure those diseases. By this I do not mean to belittle foreign animals or foreign literature on these subjects. On the contrary, the foreign literature, up to the present time, is far superior to ours, and all our dogs are descended from foreign importations. The idea I intend to convey by the above remark is that certain conditions and peculiarities of our climate vary not only the appearance of our dogs and the standards applicable to them from the appearance and standards of other countries, but the diseases to which they are subject and the treatment which should be applied to them. All these things are considered and dealt with in Mr. Shields' book in a way not in the nature of the case to be found in foreign authorities, however excellent, and that is why I commend this as an American work. Another valuable feature of this book is the illustrations. Many of these are artistic and beautiful in a high degree. The portraits of several dogs of worldwide reputation are shown, and those of many other typical specimens, less widely known, add to the interest and attractiveness of the work. Nearly every breed is illustrated, and of some breeds several good specimens are pictured. A statement of the value of American dogs would startle a stranger to the subject. It is no exaggeration to say that the aggregate saleable value of sporting and pet dogs in this country amounts to several $1,000,000. Our bench shows and field trials are in every way equal, if not superior, to those of Europe. Canine interests in this country have for years past engaged the careful attention of many of the most successful businessmen in this country. Excellent talent is employed in the larger American cities for the exclusive purpose of writing upon canine subjects, and their journals are extensively and profitably circulated. Knowing all this, I am sure that a great demand will be found for so excellent and comprehensive a book as this. The topics treated in the work, to wit, the origin of breeds, their early history, development up to the present standard, special characteristics, utility, excellences and deficiencies, directions for training, for breeding, and for kennel management, notes on diseases, with directions and prescriptions for the treatment of same, preparation for bench show or field trial, the future of the breeds. All these are well selected and well treated. The special article on diseases and their treatment by one of the most eminent living authorities is of itself a valuable addition to the library of the sportsman. I sincerely hope the book will meet with the cordial reception it deserves. New York, June 26, 1890. End of Chapter 1. Preface and Introduction. Section 2 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The American Book of the Dog by G.O. Shields, editor. Section 2. The English Setter. This article by Bernard Waters, kennel editor of the American Field and author of Modern Training, Handling, and Kennel Management. Regarding the origin of the English Setter, nothing is known to a certainty, but in this particular the absence of knowledge does not differ from that concerning all other old breeds of dogs. That the English Setter is a very old breed is beyond question, as will be shown more fully hereinafter by reference to some ancient literature on the subject. But that the ipse dixit of one or two ancient writers should be given so much credence is unaccountable. However, the obscurity which envelops the past quite as effectually prevents disproving any errors in the statements of the old writers as it does the proving of their statements to be correct. This is more particularly noticeable as in the present day captious critics are ever ready to differ from those who are more or less recognized as authorities, while accepting without question the sayings of writers of 200 or 300 years ago. According to the popular belief, one which is supported by nearly every author of modern sporting literature, the English Setter is supposed to have originated in the Spaniel ancestry. To show on what this belief is founded, a few excerpts from recognized authorities will be presented. Stonehenge, in his work, The Dogs of the British Islands, edition of 1867, treats of the setter as follows, quote, "As some difference of opinion appears to exist with regard to setters, we have determined thoroughly to satisfy ourselves as to their origin and best form, and we have called all the best authorities to our assistance. We propose to place the result of our labors before the public and to add our own conclusions. There is no doubt that the sport of hawking was known and practiced by the ancient Britons, and that the Roman was totally ignorant of that science. But the invader at once came to the conclusion that the system might be improved, and introduced the land spaniel, if not the water dog also, into this country. These dogs roused the game, and this was all that the hawker required of them in those early days. But in after years, as we shall see, dogs were required to point, or, in the language of the quaint old writer, so daintily stop and fall down upon their bellies, and having done so, when within 2 or 3 yards, then shall your setter stick, and by no persuasion go further till yourself come in and use your pleasure. At first, then, without doubt, the spaniel was merely used as a springer for the hawk, which was subsequently neglected for the net, and the propensity of the dog to pause before making his dash at game was cultivated and cherished by breeding and selection, until at last, gratified by observing the action of the net, he yielded his natural impulse of springing at all, and set or lay down to permit the net to be drawn over him. After this, the hawker trained his spaniel to set. Then he cast off his hawks, which ascended in circles, and waited on until his master roused the quarry from its concealment, when she pounced upon it like a pistol shot. When used either with hawks or for the net, especially in the latter case, a far heavier dog answered the purpose than what we call the high-ranging setter. The net enveloped a whole covey in its meshes, and a few manners would allow of many coveys being taken in a day, whilst the disentangling the birds and securing them allowed time for the heavy dog to rest and regain his wind. Richard Surflet, who wrote in 1600, gives us the following information, writing of the field or land spaniels, quote, of which Sith, before no author hath fully entreated, he describes him as gentle, loving, and courteous to man, more than any other sort of dog whatsoever, and as loving to hunt the wing of any bird, especially partridge, pheasant, quails, rails, poots, and such like. He tells us we are to choose him by his shape, beauty, mettle, and cunning hunting, his shape being discerned in the good composition of his body, as when he hath a round, thick head, a short nose, a long, well-compassed and hairy ear, broad and side lips, a clear red eye, a thick neck, broad breast, short and well-knit joints, round feet, strong claws, highly dew-clawed, good round ribs, a gaunt belly, a short broad back, a thick, bushy, and long-haired tail, and all his body gently long and well-haired. His beauty is discerned in his color, of which the motleys or pied are the best, whether they be black and white, red and white, or liver-hued and white, for to be all of one color, as all white, or all black, or all red, or all liver-hued, without any other spot, is not so comely in the field, although the dogs, notwithstanding, may be of excellent cunning. His mettle is discerned in his free and untiring laborsome ranging, beating a field over and over, and not leaving a furrow untrodden, or one unsearched where any haunt is likely to be hidden, and when he doth it, most courageously and swiftly, with a wanton playing tail and a busy laboring nose, neither desisting nor showing less delight in his labor at night than he did in the morning. And his cunning hunting is discerned by his casting about heedfully, and running into the wind of the prey he seeketh, by his stillness and quietness in hunting, without babbling or barking, but when he is upon an assured and certain haunt, by the manner of his ranging, and when he compasseth a whole field about at the first, and after lesseneth and lesseneth the circumference, till he have trod every part, and brought the whole circuit to one point, and by his more temperate and leisurely hunting, when he comes to the first scent of the game, sticking upon it and pricking it out by degrees, not opening or questing by any means, but whimpering and whining to give his master a warning of what he scenteth, and to prepare himself and his hawks for the pleasure he seeketh, and when he is assured of his game, then to quest out loudly and freely. After describing spaniels which delight in plains or the open fields, and others more adapted for cover, he goes on to say, there is another sort of land spaniels which are called setters, and they differ nothing from the former, but in instruction and obedience, for these must neither hunt, range, nor retain, more or less than as the master appointeth, taking the whole limit of whatsoever they do from the eye or hand of their instructor. They must never quest at any time, what occasion soever may happen, but as being dogs without voices, so they must hunt close and mute, And when they come upon the haunt of that they hunt, they shall so daintily stop and fall down upon their bellies, and so leisurely creep by degrees to the game, till they come within 2 or 3 yards thereof, or so near that they cannot press nearer without danger of retrieving. Then shall your setter stick, and by no persuasion go further till you yourself come in and use your pleasure. Now the dogs which are to be made for this pleasure should be the most principal, best, and lustiest spaniel you can get, both of good scent and good courage, yet young, and as little as may be made acquainted with such hunting. There is no doubt that the setter is a spaniel, brought by a variety of crosses, or rather let us say of careful selections, to the size and form in which we now find him. He is the most national of all our shooting dogs, and certainly has existed for 4 centuries. His form probably has improved. The net used in different countries required the same character of dog. He might be slow, heavy, or slack, and soon fatigued, but he would answer the purpose. But when shooting flying superseded the use of the net, the moors, the grampians, the Norfolk turnips before they were sown in drills, the Irish potato fields, the low Scottish wolds, or the fens of Lincoln, all required dogs of different types, accommodated to their several hunting grounds." End quote. The description of the setter's manner of hunting is both quaint and spirited, yet there is nothing whatever in the writings quoted which implies that the setter had a spaniel origin. Palpably, the setter was then an established breed, as shown by the assertion that there is another sort of land spaniels, which are called setters. That setters and spaniels should be classed as being of the same family several centuries ago is not remarkable, nor is it remarkable that a sporting writer's dicta at that time should be unquestioned, since there were but few of them, and people at large were uneducated in such matters. With all the advantages of a sporting press, a multitude of writers, an extensive sporting literature, and numerous annual bench shows and field trials as educational institutions, there have grown up a wonderful diversity of opinion and misinformation in respect to the different breeds at the present day. It is not strange, therefore, that in the year 1600 Richard Surflet classed the setter as a spaniel, although, as mentioned herein before, he refers to this breed as another sort of land spaniel. In the chapter on the Sussex Spaniel in the same work, Stonehenge says, quote, "About the year 1555, a Duke of Northumberland trained one to set birds for the net, and soon afterward the setter was produced, either by selection or by crossing the Talbot hound and spaniel." End quote. The utter absurdity and thoughtlessness of such an illogical statement is self-evident to anyone. A duke trained a Sussex spaniel to point, and soon afterward the breed of setters was produced. Why could not all breeds be thus taught to point? This is rendered still more absurd by the fact, well known to all students of natural history, that an educational act is not transmitted to the progeny. That Stonehenge was not quite positive in his inferences is shown by his remarks in the revised edition of the same work, published in 1878, wherein he treats the subject as follows. Quote, "The setter is without doubt either descended from the spaniel, or both are offshoots of the same parent stock originally, that is, before the improvements in the gun introduced the practice of shooting flying. It is believed that he was merely a spaniel taught to stop, or set, as soon as he came upon the scent of the partridge, when a net was drawn over the covey by 2 men. Hence he was made to drop close to the ground, an attitude which is now unnecessary." End quote. There is thus an absence of positiveness in his later opinions on the subject. In fact, there is no proof adduced whatever to support the speculation. Gordon Stables briefly disposes of the subject in The Practical Kennel Guide as follows. Quote, "The setter used to be called a setting spaniel, and was known in England long before the pointer, and was probably first introduced by the Romans." End quote. Laverack, in his work The Setter, says, quote, I am of the opinion that all setters have more or less originally sprung from our various strains of spaniels, and I believe most breeders of any note agree that the setter is nothing more than a setting spaniel. How the setter attained his sufficiency of point is difficult to account for, and I leave that question to wiser heads than mine to determine. The setter is said and acknowledged by authorities of long standing to be of greater antiquity than the pointer. If this be true, and I believe it is, the setter cannot at first have been crossed with the pointer to render him what he is." End quote. A more modern writer, one who is generally very sound and always instructive, Mr. Hugh Dalziel, treats the subject at some length. The following quotations give the main points of his position. Difficult as it admittedly is to trace the history of any of our modern breeds of dogs, although in so many instances their manufacture, if I may use the term, into their present form is of comparatively recent date, there is, in respect to the setter, a general agreement among writers and breeders that our present dog is largely derived from the spaniel. Indeed, the proofs of this are conclusive. The family likeness is in many respects yet strongly preserved, and in some kennels, where they have kept pretty much to their own blood, following different lines from our show and field trial breeders, this is markedly so. The writer on setters in the Sportsman's Cabinet, 1802, tells us that in his day, in the northern counties, the pointer was called the smooth spaniel, the setter the rough spaniel, and although he speaks of this localism with surprise, as a misnomer, it was really the preservation of an old distinction, the setters or setting spaniels being so named to divide them from their congeners used for different work and named cockers and springers. End quote. Somewhat inconsistently with the conclusion that the proofs are conclusive, Mr. Dalziel continues, "Whether the modern setter has been produced from the spaniel by careful selection or by a cross with the pointer or some other breed, it is difficult to decide." End quote. In The American Kennel and Sporting Field, the late Arnold Burgess voiced the common belief in the following. Quote, "The best of modern writers, among whom I may mention Stonehenge, Laverick, Idstone, all say that the setter is a direct descendant of the land spaniel, and speak of a setting spaniel as the first setter. There is no doubt that this is the correct theory, and that our setter is a pure, unadulterated, but improved spaniel." End quote. Briefly, nearly all modern writers, owners, and breeders hold these opinions in the main, there being some variation here and there, but however much these beliefs may vary one from another, they all have their inspiration in the facts that the setter was in ancient times called a setting spaniel, and that he has some analogies in common with the spaniel. A few of the objections against the theory that the aboriginal ancestry of the setter was in the spaniel may be mentioned. First, the arguments and proofs adduced are founded on such imperfect data, with no contemporaneous support, that they could be applied with equal force in proving that the spaniel is a variation of the setter. Setting spaniel might be a localism, as was calling the pointer a smooth spaniel. Second, those who assert that the setter is an improved spaniel are not positive or consistent in the assertion, and depend more upon the numerous repetitions of matters of hearsay, all of which center more to the inclusive facts that some centuries ago the setter was called a setting spaniel, than upon any absolute knowledge. Third, if the land spaniel had such an inherent tendency to variation, it would undoubtedly have multiplied the variations, thus forming numerous subvarieties or distinct breeds. It is well known, however, that the setter breeds true to race forms, as also does the spaniel. Fourth, if the spaniel did throw off a variety, for without some variation there could not have been any change of form, it would probably have lost by intercrossing with the parent type, by the natural tendency of animal organizations to revert to parental forms, or by the destruction of the variation as being mongrel. This conjecture is not improbable, since no breeder at the present day would consider his stock pure if the progeny were not true to type, nor would he allow such progeny to exist. Therefore, there is no probability that such variation would be cultivated and preserved, even if it existed. Fifth, there would in all probability be in existence numerous intermediate gradations of forms from the setter to the springer, showing more or less perfectly the different stages of transition, for it is hardly tenable to suppose their total destruction, leaving the two breeds distinctly established, without any connecting link between them. Sixth, there is an absurdity in the statement that a spaniel was taught to point, and that soon thereafter the instinct became general. For if one educational matter became hereditary, why did not all others become hereditary at the same time and in the same manner? Seventh, the pointing instinct, as exhibited by the pointer and setter, is applied for their own profit in hunting, and has no reference whatever to the purposes of the gun. In advancing on their prey, of which game birds are but a part, setters, and for that matter pointers also, must approach cautiously on the birds which are lying close and concealed from view. The dog must rely solely on his powers of scent in his approach to the place of concealment, and must locate the birds with precision to make a success of his effort. As he approaches the birds, his muscles become tense, preparatory to the spring to kill, and he stops for a few moments to gauge the distance and location of the birds, then springs with astonishing quickness and precision, and not infrequently effects a capture. If he has the birds accurately located as he draws to them, the preparatory pause, technically called the point, will be very short, or perhaps there will be none. This phenomenon is such as is exhibited by dogs in training, and not such as is exhibited by broken dogs. It requires a long course of training to bring the dog to steadiness on his points, to subserve the purposes of the sportsman. But this only shows that by training the sportsman has diverted to his own use a quality which is an aid to the dog in gaining a food supply in a state of nature, the dog being a carnivorous animal. That the act of pointing, so far as its practical application is concerned, is but partially instinctive, is demonstrated by the various methods which the setter has in pursuing his prey. For instance, when drawing on the trail of birds, he is mute, and shows the greatest caution in avoiding making any noise, knowing that noise would alarm the prey and destroy all chances, as a chase after birds would be hopeless. In chasing rabbits, which are a part of his prey, and which he hunts with greater zest than birds, he gives tongue merrily and makes no attempt at caution. That this trait of pointing may also be acquired is a well-attested fact. The writer had a bull-terrier which was an excellent squirrel dog. From seeing an occasional ruffled grouse shot, he learned that they were objects of pursuit. When he struck the trail, he would rode cautiously and silently, making a point at the proper place with excellent judgment, and in this manner, by his intelligence, giving many good shots. On squirrels he was noisy and rapid in his work. There are a number of such instances mentioned by authors. Yet the popular belief in respect to the purposes of the pointing instinct is opposed to these views. The following from British Dogs contains the gist of the popular teachings and belief on the subject. Quote, I look upon the form exhibited by pointers and some setters when standing to game as an inherited habit, the result of education. The stop or point voluntarily made by our dogs now is the inherited result of training the breed, generation after generation, to forego the spring onto the game natural to a carnivorous animal in order to serve the gun. End quote. This is quoted as being an accurate expression of how the pointing instinct was developed. Therefore, it will serve as an expression of the general belief and not as that of a single individual. It does not explain in the least how the instinct originated, for at the beginning it could not be an inherited habit, the result of education. It is still more inexplicable when we remember that so few individuals were taught to point. Moreover, educational properties are not transmitted. If so, the constant training which dogs have received in domestic life for innumerable generations would be inherited. That they are not can readily be seen when comparing the behavior of a dog which has been reared in and about the house from puppyhood with that of one which has been reared exclusively in a kennel. Other educational acts which are constantly taught to all dogs are not inherited. Therefore, why should an act taught to a few dogs become instinctive in a breed of dogs? It is against all experience that an educational act taught to one generation should be transmitted to succeeding generations. The horse, through many centuries, has been given a thorough education, one which included a much larger percentage of the breed than does the education of setters, yet the colts of today have to be educated precisely in the same manner as their parents were. Thus, if one educational quality became instinctive by education, why did not all other educational qualities, which were equally or more uniformly taught, also become instinctive? This merely shows an inconsistency in the position. But even without this, it is untenable, otherwise the teachings of naturalists must give way to the speculations of those who have given the matter superficial consideration. Darwin, in The Origin of Species, when speaking of instinct, says, quote, "Domestic instincts are sometimes spoken of as actions which have become inherited solely from long-continued and compulsory habit, but this is not true. Again, as in the case of corporeal structure, and conformably to my theory, the instinct of each species is good for itself, but has never, as far as we can judge, been produced for the exclusive good of others." In other words, an animal never has an instinct for the benefit of some other animal, instincts being directly to the benefit of the individual having them, or the preservation of the species. This subject admits of much greater scope in treating it, but sufficient has been advanced already to give the reader a fair general knowledge of all that is known on the origin of the setter. He may have had a spaniel ancestry, but whatever his origin, it is now in the realms of speculation. At best, there is no relation whatever between such a trifling cause and such a great and unrelated effect. However, the main proofs to sustain the belief that the setter had a spaniel ancestry are fully set forth, so that the reader can form his own conclusions. When carefully analyzed, there is but one conclusion, i.e., that the origin of the setter is not known. The development of the English setter and his rise to his present high place in the appreciation of sportsmen are matters of a comparatively recent period. Numerous strains existed in England, each of which had its admirers and supporters, and for each special claims of excellence were made. In this country, the stages of transition in the development of the English setter have been somewhat irregular in respect to progress, but at the present time it is generally conceded that the high-class English setter, as he exists in this country, has no superiors. The first impetus given to the general improvement of the English setter in America was due to the importation of some of the best blood from England and the coincident growth of field trials. The Laveracks, a strain so called from having been bred and preserved by the late Mr. Laverack through his lifetime, had a great deal of prominence in the sporting world, although the purity of his breeding and consequently the pedigrees which he presented to the public were questioned as to their correctness by prominent breeders, and it would seem with a great deal of justness, for there are many matters incidental to them which it is difficult to explain consistently with Mr. Laverack's pretensions. The first field trials, the inception of general progress in field sports in America, were run near Memphis, Tennessee, in 1874, under the auspices of the Tennessee Sportsmen's Association. For 4 or 5 years thereafter, general progress was slow, breeders having so many conflicting interests and theories in regard to breeding, as to which were the best strains, that it required a certain length of time to determine which were the best dogs and which the best methods of training, thus approximating to at least a general agreement on sporting matters. Although there are still many which are unsettled because of the whims, preferences, prejudices, beliefs, different needs and training of sportsmen, it is a matter for congratulation that they are educated to a point where differences of opinion are now confined to large classes of sportsmen, one class against the other, where a few years ago it was each individual's opinion arrayed against those of all others. The field trials furnished an available public test to determine the claims of the different breeds and strains to superiority. The importation of the blue bloods, so-called, led to the keenest of competitions in the field trials with the native stock, the result demonstrating the superiority of the imported stock to the native. The win of a dog at a field trial added largely to his monetary value, as well as to the satisfaction of his owner in having the best, or one of the best dogs, thus establishing a standard for others to strive for. In this manner, the spirit of rivalry or emulation which the competition engendered created a widespread and active demand for better dogs as to field work and purer blood as to breeding. This, in turn, resulted in engaging breeders in efforts to supply the demand, and as the blue bloods added to their victories over the native setter, the latter dropped more and more out of the competition, until at the present day they are seldom represented in the field trials, and but little in the pedigrees of all the favorite lines of breeding. In most instances, not at all. En passant, it may be said that the native setter had many admirable qualities, but was chiefly deficient in the speed and dash of the imported stock. The Llewellyn setter, a cross of the Duke Rob blood on the Laverick, a strain of English setters bred by Mr. Llewellyn, England, found greater favor with sportsmen in this country than any other strain, and the fine-bred English setter in this country at the present time has more of this blood than any other, although it has largely lost its claim to the name of Llewellyn, that is, a cross of the Duke Rob blood on the Laverack. With field trials, there came a demand for a higher grade of skillful training, and as the occupation became fairly remunerative, as well as congenial to men who were passionately fond of shooting, it rapidly was monopolized by them, and soon reduced to a fine art, at least in so far as the complex composition of a dog's nature would permit. The special characteristics of the English setter are his beauty of form, his rich, silky, glossy coat, his intelligence, his merry, dashing manner of hunting in the field, his keen scent, and his remarkable judgment in the application of his efforts, the adaptability to the character of the grounds and the habits of the game birds which he is hunting. Combined with these are great powers of physical endurance, which he usually retains until the encroachments of age impair them. In motion and on point, the English setter is the embodiment of beauty, spirit, and grace. The high-class English setter finds and locates his birds with great rapidity when he once catches the scent of them. In fact, any habitual hesitancy or pottering are elements of certain defeat in a competition. As shown by the records of public competitors, the character and extent of ownership, and the preference and opinions of the most expert sportsmen, the English setter is superior of all the other breeds for work on game birds. In breeding setters, if superior field performances are the qualities to be attained, the rules for guidance are simple. Breed only to dogs of the highest individual merit. Breeding to a poor dog simply because his brother or other blood relation is a known good performer is the most fallacious theory in breeding. The poor dog is much more predisposed to transmit the poor qualities which he has than the good qualities of his related blood which he has not. By such course, the best strain can be, in time, rendered utterly worthless. Without this care in selection, or material of the proper quality to select from, but little progress, if any, can be made in improving the stock. The setter, being a working dog, should be bred on as near a working type as possible, a type which admits of a combination of speed, strength, and endurance. The elegant racing lines of the Greyhound admit of the exercise of great speed, but it cannot be sustained for any comparatively great length of time. The setter requires a symmetrical but stronger construction, and demands of his work requiring that he should be able to work all day or several days in succession at a reasonably fast pace. Gradually, however, the breed of English setters has been diverging into two types, one encouraged by bench shows, the other by the demands of practical field sportsmen. The former is of the cobbier type, with a preference for a needless profusion of feather, fashion having, in a measure, taken the setter from his domain as a working dog and transferred him to domestic life as a pet and companion, a position to which his docility, intelligence, Symmetry of form, beautiful coat, and affectionate disposition eminently qualify him. Bench shows and field trials have become established institutions and gain a stronger and wider support year by year. The preparation of a dog for either entails a great deal of skillful labor and diligent attention. For a bench show, a dog must be in the highest physical condition, therefore in the highest state of health. These can only be accomplished by regular feeding, exercise, grooming, and cleanliness in his yard and sleeping quarters, particulars which, by the way, should be observed at all times, whether preparing for a competition or not. A setter, when mature, should be fed but once a day. This is sufficient either at work or rest, but it should be good, wholesome food, and all that the dog will consume. A liberal portion of meat may be used. In fact, when at work, the dog may with advantage be fed on a meat diet exclusively. During the closed session, the dog, if confined, should have as large a yard as possible for the purpose of exercising, and thereto the owner should give him a run night and morning. The dog is a nervous, restless animal, generally of unlimited energy and spirits, and plenty of exercise is an absolute requirement to keep him in good health. In connection with feeding a dog, it may be mentioned that it is a mistake to give a dog a large, hard bone. The dog will gnaw it by the hour, but he gets no nourishment and wears out his teeth. Young dogs may be frequently seen with their front teeth worn to the gums from the effect of this kind of misdirected kindness. Soft bones, which the dog can crush easily, such as the ribs of sheep, etc., keep the teeth white and clean and gratify the dog's craving for bones. Good, clean straw makes an excellent bedding. It should be changed as often as it gets broken or soiled. About twice a week will usually be often enough, unless the weather should be very rainy and the ground muddy, when it should be changed oftener. Where but 1 or 2 dogs are kept, any dry, clean outbuilding will do for a kennel, or a small kennel can be made at little expense. The field training of a dog is an art on which there is a voluminous literature. The modern trainer has improved greatly on the methods of his predecessors, and the American trainer of the present has no peer in his special calling. A calling which has its hardships, however, for it is shorn of all artificial advantages which are incidental to training on a preserve in England. The trainer, when the training season begins, locates in some favorable section of the South, where he has an abundance of old fields, open and cover, and where birds are known to be plentiful, thus training his dogs in actual hunting. In this manner they get their education in practical work. The trainer has to reconcile himself frequently to the discomforts of poor lodgings, worse fare, and isolation from congenial civilization. But fondness for the dog and gun overcomes all the hardships of the profession, and the trainer often cannot be induced to engage in more remunerative and settled occupation. The prices for training a dog vary from $100 to $150, according to the perfection in training which the owner desires, or the reputation of the trainer, winning at field trials, adding to a trainer's reputation and to the demand for his services. An English setter of good breeding, showing superior merit and winning in competition, is worth from $500 to $2,000, taking the sales of the past few years as a standard by which to judge. The training of a dog requires from 5 to 6 months to complete under the tuition of a skillful trainer. When the dog is 10 months or a year old, he is at the best age for training, having then sufficient physical development to endure the work and mental capacity to understand it. The methods of training in vogue at the present time differ radically from those of a few years ago. Then it was assumed that a dog should be trained in every detail, even in the manner in which he should perform his work. Now the dog is taught to direct his efforts in the interest of the gun, but the manner, being natural to him, is developed to its greatest capacity simply by giving the dog ample experience to exercise it, for without ample experience to learn methods of hunting after his own manner, he cannot make progress in skillful hunting. The most essential qualities in hunting are pointing and ranging. To become a skillful performer and proficient in the first quality, the dog must have delicate scenting powers and great judgment in using them. To be a good ranger, he must have good speed, which is well and uniformly maintained, and great stamina to sustain long-continued periods of work. To these he must add great intelligence, to the end that his efforts are directed with judgment, the intelligence displayed in his methods of being commonly called bird sense. A dog possessing the latter quality will be incomparably superior to one without it, even if the latter is equal or superior in other qualities. A dog having bird sense hunts out his ground in the most thorough yet intelligent manner. He takes his course from one likely place to another, makes a circuit about likely fields to strike the trail of anything which may be feeding, avoids bare, unpromising ground in his casts, and always takes advantage of the wind in beating about in thicket or open. The dog which beats about without any plan in his work, hunting promising and unpromising ground alike, never becomes a skillful finder. The dog having bird sense always has a good memory, and if hunted on any grounds once or twice, will remember the location of every bevy found and hunt them out afterward with remarkable quickness. Therein lies the great superiority in this country of intelligent ranging over the artificial method of beating out the ground, called quartering, in which the dog is required to beat out the ground at right angles to the course of his handler, thus going constantly in parallel lines, except when turning at the ends, the distance between the parallel lines being theoretically the range of the dog's nose. Thus a dog with keen, sensitive functions of smell could take wider parallels than one whose nose was dull or poor. In this country, no attention is paid to the teaching of quartering by the excellent handler, and indeed it is not required. If a dog in hunting out large tracts of country cannot do so intelligently, he is imperfect as a hunter, and no artificial methods of ranging can supply the natural deficiency. In England, quartering is useful for the reason that the grounds and manner of cultivation favor it, but what in this respect is advantageous there is not so here. The education of a dog should begin when about 10 months or a year old. It should not be inferred that nothing whatever should be done before such age. On the contrary, a great deal is taught, but it is done by taking the puppy out for exercise runs and by associating him with his master, thus enabling him to learn a great deal from his own observational powers. Hence, a puppy should never be kept chained in a kennel if it is possible to avoid it. At 10 months or a year old, the puppy has outgrown many of the frivolous habits of puppyhood, besides having more physical and mental capabilities. The trainer first gives the pupil a thorough course of yard training, teaching him to drop, which means to lie down to order and signal, to hold up, meaning to rise to order and signal, to go on or high on, to walk at heel, to come in, and to retrieve, although the latter accomplishment is better left out till his second hunting season. To teach the dog to drop, tie a cord about 3 or 4 feet long to his collar, hold the cord in the left hand and whip in the right. Give the order, drop, and a moderate cut of the whip on the shoulder at the same instant. Repeat this till the dog lies down, being particularly careful to avoid hurry and to use the ordinary tone of voice. After a few moments, speak to him kindly and give the order, hold up. Be careful to guard against such noise or violence as will frighten the dog. When done properly, no fears are excited. Let the lesson last about 15 or 20 minutes, then pet the dog a few times before giving him his liberty, so that his fears, if he have any, will be dissipated. Give 2 lessons each day regularly, and regular progress will soon be apparent. High on or go on is easily taught when exercising the dog, the order which frees him from restraint being consonant with his inclinations always, is soon learned. More time should be taken to teach obedience to the order heel during the yard breaking, as if taught thoroughly, the dog may become habituated to walking behind his master, and may come in from hunting whenever uncomfortably fatigued or warm, and thus acquire a very annoying trait which will be difficult to cure, or may possibly be incurable. When actual field work begins, it is the better way to let the dog have his own way for several days, and if he be timid or indifferent, several weeks, if necessary, to develop his courage or interest. Coincidentally, he is learning methods of pursuit and a general knowledge of details pertaining to hunting. The dog is gradually brought into subjection by regular hunting and skillful use of the check cord and whip, always avoiding such punishment as will destroy the dog's ardor or excite violent fear of his master. As to the manner of roading and pointing, it should be left entirely to the dog, the effort of the trainer being directed towards establishing steadiness on the point and ranging to the gun. If the trainer be constantly endeavoring to establish some ideal manner of working, he will find himself engaged in the most profitless, wearisome, and endless task. For instance, if the dog roads his birds naturally, it is a loss of time to endeavor to make him proficient in hunting for the body scent with a high nose. The aim should be to develop the capabilities which the dog has, rather than the capabilities which some other dog has and which he has not. Retrieving is taught either by what is called the natural method or by force. In the former, advantage is taken of the dog's fondness for play during puppyhood. An object, commonly a ball or a glove, is thrown out, and the puppy runs after it, takes it in his mouth, and is ready for a frolic. By degrees he is brought to fetch it to command. With age, the playfulness disappears, and with regular lessons, the obedience from regular discipline becomes habitual. The majority of trainers and handlers order their dogs too much. The fewer orders that can be given, the better, and the most artistically trained dog is the one which will work steadily to the gun without orders. The following standards and points of judging for the English setter are taken from Stonehenge. Skull, value 10. Nose, 10. Ears, lips, and eyes, 4. Neck, 6. Shoulder and chest, 15. Back, quarters, and stifles, 15. Legs, elbows, and hocks, 12. Feet, 8. Flag, 5. Symmetry and quality, 5. Texture of coat and feather, 5. Color, 5. Total value, 100. The points of the English setter may be described as follows. The skull, value 10, has a character peculiar to itself, somewhat between that of a pointer and cocker spaniel, not so heavy as the former's and larger than the latter's. It is without the prominence of the occipital bone, so remarkable in the pointer, is also narrower between the ears, and there is a decided brow over the eyes. The nose, value 5, should be long and wide, without any fullness under the eyes. There should be in the average dog setter at least 4 inches from the inner corner of the eye to the end of the nose. Between the point and the root of the nose there should be a slight depression. At all events, there should be no fullness, and the eyebrows should rise sharply from it. The nostrils must be wide apart and large in the openings, and the ends should be moist and cool, though many a dog with exceptionally good scenting powers has had a remarkably dry nose, amounting in some cases to roughness, like that of shagreen. In all setters, the end of the nose should be black or dark liver-colored, but in the very best-bred whites or lemon whites, pink is often met with, and may in them be pardoned. The jaws should be exactly equal in length, a snip nose or pig jaw, as the receding lower one is called, being greatly against its possessor. Ears, lips, and eyes, value 4. With regard to ears, they should be shorter than the pointer's and rounded, but not so much as those of the spaniel. The leather should be thin and soft, carried closely to the cheeks, so as not to show the inside, without the slightest tendency to prick the ear, which should be clothed with silky hair little more than 2 inches in length. The lips also are not so full and pendulous as those of the pointer, but at their angles there should be a slight fullness, not reaching quite to the extent of hanging. The eyes must be full of animation and of medium size, the best color being a rich brown, and they should be set with their angles straight across. The neck, value 6, has not the full, rounded muscularity of the pointer, being considerably thinner, but still slightly arched and set in the head without the prominence of the occipital bone, which is so remarkable in that dog. It must not be throaty, though the skin is loose. The shoulders and chest, value 15, should display great liberty in all directions, with sloping, deep shoulder blades and elbows well let down. The chest should be deep rather than wide, though Mr. Laverick insists on the contrary formation, italicizing the word wide in his remarks on page 22 of his book. Possibly it may be owing to this formation that his dogs have not succeeded at any field trial, as above remarked, for the bitches of his breed, notably Countess and Daisy, which I have seen, were as narrow as any setter breeder could desire. I am quite satisfied that on this point Mr. Laverick is altogether wrong. I fully agree with him, however, that the ribs should be well sprung behind the shoulder, and great depth of the back ribs should be especially demanded. Back, quarters, and stifles, value 15. An arched loin is desirable, but not to the extent of being roached or wheel-backed, a defect which generally tends to a slow up-and-down gallop. Stifles well bent and set wide apart to allow the hind legs to be brought forward with liberty in the gallop. Legs, elbows, and hocks, value 12. The elbows and toes, which generally go together, should be straight, and if not, the pigeon toe or inturned leg is less objectionable than the outturn, in which the elbow is confined by its close attachment to the ribs. The arm should be muscular and the bone fully developed, with strong and broad knees, short pasterns, of which the size and point of bone should be as great as possible, a very important point, and their slope not exceeding a very slight deviation from the straight line. Many good judges insist upon a perfectly upright pastern, like that of the Foxhound, but it must not be forgotten that the setter has to stop himself suddenly when at full stretch he catches scent, and to do this with an upright and rigid pastern causes a considerable strain on the ligaments, soon ending in the knuckling over. Hence a very slight bend is to be preferred. The hind legs should be muscular, with plenty of bone, clean, strong hocks, and hairy feet. The feet, value 8, should be carefully examined, as upon their capability of standing wear and tear depends the utility of the dog. A great difference of opinion exists as to the comparative merits of the cat and hare foot for standing work. Foxhound masters invariably select that of the cat, and as they have better opportunities than any other class of instituting the necessary comparison, their selection may be accepted as final. But as setters are especially required to stand wet and heather, it is imperatively necessary that there should be a good growth of hair between the toes, and on this account a hare foot well clothed with hair, as it generally is, must be preferred to a cat foot naked, as is often the case, except on the upper surface. The flag, value 5, is in appearance very characteristic of the breed, although it sometimes happens that one or two puppies in a well-bred litter exhibit a curl or other malformation, usually considered to be indicative of a stain. It is often compared to a scimitar, but it resembles it only in respect of its narrowness, the amount of curl in the blade of this Turkish weapon being far too great to make it the model of the setter's flag. Again, it has been compared to a comb, but as combs are usually straight, here again the simile fails, as the setter's flag should have a gentle sweep, and the nearest resemblance to any familiar form is to the scythe, with its curve reversed. The feather must be composed of straight, silky hairs, and beyond the root, the less short hair on a flag the better, especially toward the point, of which the bone should be fine, and the feather tapering with it. Symmetry and quality, value 5. In character, the setter should display a great amount of quality, a term which is difficult of explanation, though fully appreciated by all experienced sportsmen. It means a combination of symmetry, as understood by the artist, with the peculiar attributes of the breed under examination, as interpreted by the sportsman. Thus, a setter possessed of such a frame and outline as to charm an artist would be considered by the sportsman defective in quality if he possessed a curly or harsh coat, or if he had a heavy head with pendant bloodhound-like jowl and throaty neck. The general outline is very elegant, the more taking to the eye of the artist than that of the pointer. The texture and feather of coat, value 5, are much regarded among the setter breeds, a soft, silky hair without curl being considered a sine qua non. The feather should be considerable and should fringe the hind as well as the forelegs. The color of coat, value 5, is not much insisted on among English setters, a great variety being admitted. These are now generally classed as follows in the order given. 1. Black and white, ticked with large splashes, and more or less marked with black, known as blue Belton. 2. Orange and white freckled, known as orange Belton. 3. Plain orange or lemon and white. 4. Liver and white. 5. Black and white with slight tan markings. 6. Black and white. 7. Liver and white. 8. Pure white. 9. Black. 10. Liver. 11. Red or yellow. To show the present high type of the modern English setter, several portraits of well-known prize winners are presented in this chapter, including Daisy Foreman, famous as a bench show winner, whelped June 14, 1885. Cincinnatus and Toledo Blade, both owned by Mr. J. E. Dagger, Toledo, Ohio, renowned as combining both bench and field trial qualities. Roderigo, owned by the Memphis and Advent Kennels. Plantagenet, by Dashing Monarch out of Petrel. Rowdy Rod, owned by Mr. George W. Ewing, Fort Wayne, Indiana, and Gloucester, owned by Mr. James L. Breeze, Tuxedo, New York. By means of these portraits, and incidentally the cover for this audiobook, the exquisite symmetry combined with strength in the English setter are thus made apparent to the eye. End of Section 2, The English Setter.
Section 3 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engle. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, editor. Section 3. The Irish Setter by Max Wenzel, Secretary, the Irish Setter Club of America, and B. F. Seitner, Vice President, the Pointer Club of America. Old writers have advanced the theory that our setter, as a species, is the product of the mating of a spaniel with the hound, and this seems to be as plausible as any other that has been offered. The bird-chasing instinct of the spaniel, mixed in the offspring with the love for fur which is inherent in the hound, may have had the effect, at the earliest age, of an undecidedness in the presence of game. Being at first unable to decide whether, according to spaniel instinct, to bark and jump the game, or whether to be ruled by his hound ancestor and follow the foot scent, he may have stopped suddenly, thus establishing the first point on game. A genius of a sportsman, seeing the usefulness of such a quality, probably encouraged and perfected it by further training, giving us the long and the short-haired pointing bird dog. This theory may appear to some readers as lacking in the matter of authenticity, and yet to me it appears reasonable. All breeds of hounds and spaniels have no doubt been used in these numerous crosses, accounting for the great variety of our pointing dogs. But as regards the Irish setter, I am inclined to believe that the red spaniel, crossed on the Old English bloodhound, has formed the parental stock. I have seen many red spaniels, have examined them closely as to color and coat. I have compared the characteristics of the bloodhound with the Irish setter, also in many individuals, and have plainly met the points of either one or the other in nearly every specimen so examined. Not to appearance alone need we confine ourselves in this investigation, for the bloodhound type is displayed not only in the over-prominent occiput, the pendulous ears, the deep flews, but also in the voice and the carriage of the tail, and above all in the abominable style of so many Irish reds in the field, who follow scent with nose close to the ground, carrying their tails curved over their backs without any action at all. Many sportsmen of modern ideas condemn the red setter on account of these defects found in individuals, and there is a widespread prejudice that he is very headstrong, requiring breaking every season, and is unreliable on game. Yet few that have owned really good ones are willing to concede all this. Such assertions have their origin, not in practical trial of good specimens of the breed, but largely in the rehearsal of super-attenuated writings. If you will compare the oldest works on the dog with our modern writings, especially of English origin, you will find the same old story copied by one from another, credit seldom being given, and the whole breed suffers today from the criticisms, probably well-deserved, of some rank specimen that may have lived before the flood. This is not an uncommon occurrence in books on various subjects, more especially those treating of natural history, and we may often excuse the author, for he errs through ignorance. No breeder of any of our best strains of Irish setters will acknowledge that they are less tractable or more forgetful than other sporting dogs. Indeed, I know many that are perfect in disposition at home or afield, and while they are full of fire and are high-strung as a rule, if given the proper training, they will prove all right, and even more enduring than most other breeds of pointers or setters. The fact that many professional hunters use and prefer the red setter speaks volumes in favor of his high qualities and endurance. For the hardest kind of everyday work, during the whole season, we see many market shooters use the red dog, as the most reliable to work on partridge and woodcock, in cold or hot weather alike. Are not these men competent to select the dog that suits their purpose best? They certainly are, and many of them select the red Irish setter, for the reason that it takes the very best dog extant to bag the grouse and the woodcock in such numbers as to earn living wages for his master. For the English snipe, the red setter, as a rule, proves the toughest, fastest, and keenest-nosed setter, and he is reliable, in all weather and under all conditions, on this as on other game. Can any modern pointer or silken velvet English setter do this work as well as the Irish red? Let them try the snipe on a raw, windy March day. Up to their hocks in slush and icy water. Will they, especially the pointer, not rather go around the ditches than through them? Have you ever seen the English setter or pointer shiver from head to foot while at such work? These breeds are good in their places, but the red Irish is good under all conditions. In connection with the claims made here for this breed, I regret to say that working a red Irish on game and keeping the same dog for bench show purposes is generally out of the question, as work in the field unfits this breed almost absolutely to compete with those specimens that are kept and pampered for the bench alone, where a rich, dark, glossy coat seems to be valued above any and every other quality. So we must either keep one kind or the other, the dude or the workman. Having exhibited Irish setters every year since 1876 at most of our shows, and having been fairly successful as a breeder, I should be content with my lot. Yet the more I see, the more convinced am I that the improvements we look for in our favorite breed will not be realized through bench shows, because the average fancier will be guided by the awards of the bench show judge, and that which should be his object, namely the raising of good field dogs, will be lost sight of, unless he can prove by indisputable evidence that the prized dog is also backed by a field record for speed, style, and above all, nose. Through the bench shows, it has also become fashionable to suppress the white in this breed, and nowadays many sportsmen know little or nothing of this noble breed other than the fact that there must be no white on him. And it has gone so far that a dog, be he ever so good, that has a white spot would neither be saleable nor would he be ever noticed at a show. You may rest assured that those who judge a red setter in that manner have not gone any further than the ABC of the matter. I refer all such to the English stud book, wherein it is shown that the white is perfectly legitimate, and that it may be found in every good strain for many generations. It is so, has been so always, and will be so forever. Indeed, it is, in my judgment, a proof of purity of blood rather than anything else, for less white is found in strains known to have the Gordon blood than in the absolutely pure. Besides, the English and our American standards admit the presence of white on chest or toes, and a blaze or strip in forehead. The fashion, however, overrules in this, as in many other things, good common sense, and I see that some of our enterprising breeders are regulating their prices on this basis. Are we progressing? Not unless we make it our first aim, in breeding, to reach that degree of perfection which we find in the modern English setter and the high-class pointer of today in their field work. In order to attain these ends, I see no better way than the rule followed by old-time sportsmen, to always select the best working specimens, those possessed of high speed, grand style, and perfect nose, and mate them with others as good, or if possible, still better. Pay less attention to breeding on paper and to the pedigree theory. Never mind the show condition and the dark color, unless we find these all in the one specimen. But remember what has been said before on this subject. That one mating of two good specimens will do all you desire cannot be expected. I have frequently noticed that the sire will transmit his good qualities to the bitch puppies, and they again will reproduce them in their male offspring, oftener than directly to their own sons. Whatever quality is bred for must be constantly looked to for several generations. This is the only sure way to get uniform results. Inbreeding, to some extent, is not harmful. Indeed, it is the only reliable course, if practiced within proper limits, with well-selected individuals, as the breeding of all domestic animals has abundantly proven. It will take but a few years of such breeding to produce puppies that will go afield at almost any age and instinctively hunt and chase birds. They will be full of point and style, and will require less than half the breaking our dogs now require. I have always made my youngsters mind me, and am assisted by the example of the older dogs. I have them come to me when called, teach them to charge anywhere, and soon have them under full control. All this can be done by kindness, and while some professional handlers use and advocate force, I believe the less of it that is used, the better the dog will be. An expert handler once told me that the first thing he does with an Irish setter puppy, when he takes it in hand, is to give it a sound thrashing. It is needless to say that he will never be entrusted with a puppy of mine. Most Irish Reds are of a kind, affectionate disposition and are easily trained. Despite their reputation, I have found this so, year in and year out in my own kennel, and I have had many that have taken to game as naturally as to walking. A long time ago I owned a fine young bitch and wanted her trained. She was sent to a market hunter in Sullivan County, New York. 3 months later, I went there to see my dog on game. She was taken out, reluctantly, by the trainer, who must have been the more surprised of the two of us, for she pointed both partridges and quails in good style, and without command, made use of the retrieving she'd been taught by me, in spite of, as I subsequently learned, the fact that she had never been off her chain since I sent her to him. I was satisfied, of course, and to this day I have not had a better-nosed nor a stauncher dog. I have hunted her for years, to my entire satisfaction. She is living now, and is nearly 14 years old. Another illustration is my old champion Chief. He has always been the same steady, reliable, everyday dog. First or last in the season, he would point his birds staunchly, and needed no repeated breakings. The first one has lasted him so far very well, and while old in years, he still looks fine, and is in perfect health, confirming my experience that setters of this breed, while maturing later, outlast most of the dogs of other breeds. A letter received recently from South Carolina confirms this still further, as Dr. Jarvis writes me that his champion Elko, Jr., though 9 years old, hunts day in and day out, and does most excellent work for him. My experience with this breed dates back nearly 20 years, and I feel able to guarantee this disposition of our strain of dogs, and to state that in all this time I have never owned a vicious one. I have seldom seen one that would not make an excellent playmate for a child, yet I have had many that were most perfect watchdogs, and that showed more than human intelligence in discriminating between proper and improper sounds and doings at night, without special training to it. The management of my kennel is the most simple. I have no kennel buildings except a rough board box for each dog, with a wire runner in summer, and stall and barn for winter, where I place these kennels. If one becomes infested with vermin, it is burned. The dogs are exercised twice a day for half an hour, where they have access to the spring brooks, are fed once a day in summer and twice in winter. We boil beef and bones, and soak half a loaf of toasted stale bread for each dog. varying this now and then with corn and oatmeal mush cooked in beef broth, and they relish it all. When I have a sick dog, I try to find out what his trouble is and then treat him accordingly, and am very particular with young dogs showing symptoms of distemper, which must be most carefully diagnosed. There is no such thing as a distemper cure that will fit all cases. Each case requires special treatment, and hundreds of young dogs, I am sure, are killed by distemper cures alone, as well as by the man who never lost a dog with distemper. The man who prescribes a lump of sulfur to be put into the patient's drinking water is as innocent as his remedy. The man who physics your dog when he has the typhoid form of the complaint, as well as he who insists on putting a seton through your puppy's neck after he is already too weak to stand on his legs, should never be employed in any case. These heroic remedies are freely recommended by many members of the fraternity of vets, especially of the old school. To use the proper medicines in the very beginning is the most important, no doubt, and when I notice a puppy's stools come of a gray clay color, calomel in 5 to 6 grain doses has always the desired effect of regulating the bowels. The patient should have special care. Warm quarters, should be kept quiet, should be fed better than usual, but a less quantity. And in case of failing appetite, you should use first some quinine, especially if the patient be feverish, and sometimes, in very high fever, tincture of aconite, in 1 or 2 drop doses, as well as 5 to 10 drops of Fowler's solution of arsenic for a short time, as an alternative. Yet, with all due care and attempts at halfway scientific treatment, I must admit that there is a good deal of Dutch luck in pulling a puppy through a bad case of distemper and having him prove sound afterward. In cases where the puppy is not permanently cured, he would be better dead than to suffer for years, or for life, with chorea. It is an act of mercy to chloroform him. I am not so sanguine in regard to curing distemper as I was 10 years ago. For breaking young dogs for the field, I usually engage the services of a specialist in that line. My youngsters are rarely handled before they are a year old and over distemper, when they are sent south with a professional trainer. Below, the standard of the Irish Setter Club of America is given. It does not suit us all, but when it was adopted, all questions were fully discussed, and the points varying from the English standard are those in which our American dogs required improvement. Standard and points of judging the Red Irish Setter. Adopted by the Irish Setter Club of the United States, July 1886. Head, 10. Eyes, 5. Ears, 5. Neck, 5. Body, 15. Shoulders, forelegs, and feet, 12. Hind legs, 10. Tail, 8. Coat and feather, 8. Color, 8. Size, style, and general appearance, 14. Total, 100. Head should be long and lean, the skull oval from ear to ear, having plenty of brain room, and with well-defined occipital protuberance. Brows raised, showing stop. The muzzle moderately deep and fairly square at end. From the stop to the point of the nose should be long, the nostrils wide, and the jaws of nearly equal length. Flews not to be pendulous. The color of the nose, dark mahogany or dark chocolate, and that of the eyes, which ought not to be too large, rich hazel or brown. The ears to be of moderate size, fine in texture, set on low, well back, and hanging in a neat fold close to the head. Neck should be moderately long, very muscular, but not too thick, slightly arched, free from all tendency to throatiness. Body should be proportionately long, shoulders fine at the points, deep, and sloping well back. The chest deep, rather narrow in front. The ribs well sprung, leaving plenty of lung room. The loins muscular and slightly arched. The hind quarters wide and powerful. Legs and feet. The hind legs from hip to hock should be long and muscular, from hock to heel short and strong. The stifle and hock joints well bent, and not inclined either in or out. The forelegs should be strong and sinewy, having plenty of bone, with elbows free, well let down, and like the hock, not inclined either out or in. The feet rather small, very firm, toes strong, close together and arched. Tail should be of moderate length, set on rather low, strong at root, and tapering to a fine point, to be carried in a slight scimitar-like curve or straight, nearly level with the back. Coat. On the head, front of legs, and tips of ears should be short and fine, but on all other parts of the body it should be of moderate length, flat, and as free as possible from curl or wave. Feathering. The feather on the upper portion of the ears should be long and silky. On the back of fore and hind legs, long and fine. A fair amount of hair on the belly, forming a nice fringe, which may extend on chest and throat. Feet to be well feathered between the toes. Tail to have a nice fringe of moderately long hair, decreasing in length as it approaches the point. All feathering to be as straight and as flat as possible. Color and markings. The color should be rich, golden chestnut or mahogany red, with no trace whatever of black. White on chest, throat, or toes, or a small star on the forehead, or a narrow streak or blaze on the nose or face, not to disqualify. Notes on our dogs. In head we have not enough uniformity, some dogs showing the long narrow head, without the proper stop at the eyebrow, giving the face an indescribably brainless expression, while others have the wide and round skull, entirely at variance with the standard. The color of eye seems to be a matter of strain, some specimens having the beautiful dark brown eye, while others are of a hazel or even a dark oak shade. These are minor points, and I consider none but the gooseberry eye seriously objectionable. The ears are often badly set, folding back and outward, and in this case generally too short. Again, many are hound-like, thick, and too long, relative of the bloodhound. Rarely do we find a perfect neck in our present red setter, and in most specimens it is too short and thick, the head resting almost on the shoulder blades. We must improve in this point. In body, legs, and feet, our setters are, as a class, I believe, more perfect than most other breeds of dogs, having a deep chest, strong loin, more arched than the English setter, and a good development of muscle in the limbs. Demerits in these parts we must carefully weed out in breeding, and we have a long way yet to go to reach perfection. The red setter is supposed to be higher on the leg than either the English or black and tan, and I think it rather an advantage to leave him so, for the best development of speed. Yet I am not favoring a big dog, for we want no lumber, but a good upstanding setter, with perfect slope of shoulder, well-bent stifle, and the longer the bone between stifle and hock, the better for speed. In raising the scale of points for a good tail, we seem to have laid the stumbling block of our present standard, for it does not suit the bad ones. This change has been made deliberately, and the committee in charge is willing to stand or fall thereby. We point to some of our best specimens of the breed to illustrate the necessity of it. At most of our bench shows we find specimens with tails carried either hound-like over the back, or worse still, hanging Newfoundland fashion, with a great big hook carried between the legs. Is not the stern of any bird dog the very soul of his style? And it is this very style we need so much more of in our red dogs. Is it possible to call the carriage of a calf a point? I have seen Irish setters that none but their owner could tell when they were pointing. We must make sweeping reforms in this respect through careful breeding, for it is this very lack of style that condemns the red dog at our field trials, and with perfect justice. A lack of style may do for the pot hunter and novice, but to the true sportsman and breeder it is an abomination. We can only improve by knowing where to do it, and by acknowledging our defects. In color, we are ahead of any breed of dog on this globe, for the rich, dark mahogany and golden chestnut coat of our favorites is beauty itself, and it shows the superiority and purity of breeding over that of any other sporting dog known, because the Irish red is red, plenty of it in every time, no matter how you breed them. You may get some very green ones, but they will look red nevertheless. I have had no little fun with a friend, a lover of the English setter, who's a great admirer of the blue-ticked color, and the owner of as grand a field dog as ever lived of this color. He wishes to raise some blue-ticked stock, and to do so has bred his bitch to about all the celebrities of the breed, Yet his ardent hopes are not yet gratified, and his bitch throws any color of pups, from green-white, all black, lemon and white, orange, red and white, and what he calls blue, but not the blue he's after. I advised him to try the red cross, but he is down on any other color than the one he can't get. I am digressing from the subject, yet this incident serves to show the difference in the reliability of the two breeds, to the advantage of the Irishman. We find two shades of red in this breed, the darker and the light, the modern fashion favoring the former. The presence of white has already been spoken of. It is no fault or blemish. In coat texture, we also find variety, both, no doubt, being all right, and a peculiarity of the strain. The one, short on body, rather harsh, is frequently the darker, while the light shade is longer, spaniel-like, having a sort of undercoat. And this seems to me the more useful one for the purpose, giving the better protection from wet and cold. It is this kind that is so apt to become wavy when exposed to the hardships of the field, the very thing that handicaps them at the shows, which, in this breed, more than in any other of the sporting breeds, have actually been detrimental to the breed, in placing before any other quality that beauty of color and gloss of coat of the mahogany red. In speaking in this manner of bench shows, I do not mean to condemn these institutions, for they are useful, and to the owners and trainers very entertaining, if to the dogs a torture. They are a sort of necessary evil. No event of the year equals in interest one of our larger shows, where all the men interested in dogs seem to gather for a sort of love-fest. An extreme good fellowship usually prevails, especially among those who are favored by the blue, while the disappointed ones each find some grand, good quality in his dog somewhere, which the judge had overlooked, but which they are bound all shall recognize with them. Animosity is wiped out, and new friendships are sealed, around the corner, if it takes all day and a few hours of the next day. East and west, north and south, all are happy alike. The St. Bernard man was never known to leave his row, while the Bulldog man looks with utter contempt at any breed that can't fight. The Pointer man blows a bit more than the rest, and the English Setter man feels above them all. The Irish lad is found at the front sometimes, and tries to hold his own, while the rest all talk together at once. For my part, I would not miss the New York show if I had to walk 100 miles to see it, but am as much of a mystery to myself when it is over as if I had never seen it, for I, too, never see anything there but the red setter, and the boys, old and young, and find myself more fascinated there than when I took my first premium at the Philadelphia Centennial Show with an Irish red. What changes in the Irish setter and their owners since then! I really think I am the oldest exhibitioner of these dogs, and almost the only one still interested in the breed of all those who used to show them at that time. I've seen all the celebrities of the bench, Rufus, Elko, Rory O'More, Rose, Flora, Noreen, Plunkett, Berkeley, Glencoe, Lady Clare, Trix, Hazel, etc., besides all the many fine ones that never got there, up to the present day. Speaking of the champions then and now, I fail to see a very great improvement in the dogs. In the bitches we are going backward, while in our present open show classes the average is very much improved over those of 10 years ago, with prospects for improvement still further. A few years ago, the Irish Setter Club was formed, a good start made for a field trial at Salisbury, North Carolina, with 22 entries. It snowed on the night before the start. It proved a hard blow to the Irish setter, for nearly all of us got discouraged. At the last New York, 1890, show, some of the old hands rallied, young blood was stirred in, and we now hope for a brighter future, and ask all lovers of the breed to join that club, whose aim will be to make as good a field dog of the Irish Red as he is handsome. And now that you have finished reading this, you may as well send your application for membership to the secretary of the Irish Setter Club. Max Wenzel, Hoboken, New Jersey. The origin of the Irish setter, like that of his cousins, the English and the Gordon setter, is buried in obscurity, and no additional light is likely to illuminate the past for the inquiring mind. Careful research and extensive inquiry among the breeders and fanciers of the Irish setter in England and Ireland have failed to elicit any new facts concerning the origins and development of this breed. It has been suggested that he is a descendant of the liver-colored setting dog. As a matter of fact, says Vero Shaw, the earliest mention that we have been able to discover of any setter peculiar to Ireland is in the Sportsman's Cabinet, where, in the chapter on English setters, direct allusion is made to this breed of dogs in the following words: "The sporting gentlemen of Ireland are more partial to setters than to pointers, and they are probably better adapted to that country." This seems to indicate that setters of some kind were used on the Emerald Isle at the beginning of this century. It must always be a matter of regret that nothing was said by the writer in question, or by other chroniclers of his time, of the appearance of these dogs. However, coming down to the time when the red dog first began to attract attention in England, his admirers were divided on the color line, some breeders claiming that red without any admixture of white was the proper color, while others, with equal fervor, insisted that the red dog with white points was just as proper and pure an Irish setter as the all-red dog. There could be no doubt that both are descended from the same parent stock, and have in later years been interbred, so that it is no uncommon occurrence to see, in a litter of Irish setter puppies, several with white markings on face, breast, and feet. In the subjoined letter, just received from Reverend Robert O'Callaghan, the most successful breeder of Irish setters in England, and probably the best living authority on this breed in the world, conclusions similar to my own are accurately and fully set forth as to the origin of the breed and the development of the color. Quote, Bostel House, Rochester, England. To B. F. Seitner, Dayton, Ohio, USA. Dear Sir, in reply to your request for some notes as to the origin and development of the Irish setter, I do not find anything like reliable information on this subject earlier than the present century. I have no hesitation in stating my belief that the Irish setter is the oldest breed we possess, as well as the purest. But if, as is generally allowed, the history of all setters be obscure and difficult to trace, how much more so the history of the Irish? The reasons are obvious, but I will not enter into this question, and will only say that after careful and diligent study of the subject, I feel compelled to give my adhesion to the now generally received opinion that all setters are descended from the spaniel. We have it recorded in the Sportsman's Repository, 1820, that setters in Ireland used to be called setting spaniels. Now it is difficult to explain how our modern setters were produced. I believe, with Darwin, in nature giving us successive variations, and man adding up these variations in a certain direction useful to himself, and thus making for himself useful breeds. If, then, we want a special quality in any animal, we have only to watch carefully and breed sufficiently, and the required variety is sure to be produced and can be increased to any extent. Wallace says, instinct, speed, form, and color have always varied so as to produce the very races which the world or fancies of men led them to desire. In a word, he looks upon natural or artificial selection as the simple basis for indefinite modification of the forms of life. With the opinion of two such authorities before us, as well as our own experience of what can and what has been done in the way of breeding, I do not think there need be much doubt as to the origin of the setter. The Irish have always been a sporting race, and no doubt they paid great attention to their setting spaniels. Being required for hard work, they would select the animal best suited for that purpose, and the breeding of successive generations of animals capable of hunting the wet bogs and mountains of Ireland has resulted in building up a race which may be equaled, but certainly cannot be excelled by any sporting dog in the world, and so carefully and jealously were they preserved, and so highly were they prized, that we were told by a writer, I. Scott, in the Sportsman's Cabinet of 1823, of the renewal of a lease given for a dog and bitch, which lease, if allowed to expire, would have cleared for the landlord £250 per annum. As to their color, the same writer tells us that it was all red, or deep chestnut and white. No doubt this all red was obtained by careful selection, with an evident purpose to subserve a useful end, by Irish sportsmen, and that long before the days of firearms this exquisitely deep chestnut, so characteristic of the breed, may have been, and no doubt was, suggested to our rude forefathers by the color of the red deer of their native hills and forests, a color which harmonized so well with the hues of the decaying bracken and the purple heather as to aid in concealing him from his enemies. However this may be, the very dark red of the Irish setter would have the advantage of enabling him to approach closer to his game, in fact, would make him almost invisible, and so all the more capable of serving his master's ends. And if this be an advantage in the present day, as it undoubtedly is, how much greater must have been the advantage in the days of our sturdy sires, whose rude weapons necessitated a closer approach to their game. A well-known writer of our day recognizes the advantage of protective colors in the sportsman's dress, and advises him, when he expects the birds to be wild, to adopt garments of a somber hue, avoiding conspicuous colors. Stonehenge says, because of the wariness of the grouse, the color of the clothes should be attended to. He recommends the heather pattern, from its resemblance to the general covert of the birds. Under all these circumstances, I think we can have no difficulty in tracing the origin and distinctive color of the Irish red setter. Many Irish families were celebrated for rare strains of the breed, among them the O'Connor or Latouche, the Dufresne or French Park, the Lord Dillons, Waterford, and Lismore, the latter the head of the O'Callaghan family. But where are all these kennels now? Echo answers, where? Owing to the ruinous prodigality and thriftless extravagance of the Irish squires of the past century, as well as the successive convulsions which have rent unhappy Ireland, its noble race of setters has been scattered to the winds, neglected and uncared for, and at this moment I know of no kennel of the pure race in the country. Shows have done little, if anything, to improve the breed. The quantity has increased, but not the quality. The true type is lost sight of, because the breed is not kept up by the practical sportsmen, or even by men who can lay the slightest claim to a correct knowledge of the breed, but by those whose only aim is to make money. The consequence of this is that our shows are full of snippy, weedy mongrels, which, save in color, and that only sometimes, are as unlike the wiry, racy, blood-bred Irishmen as they well can be. It is to this fact, too, that we must attribute the bad name given to Irish setters as being headstrong and difficult to train. How can it be otherwise? Show animals, bred anyhow and from untrained parents, are foisted on the public. If the setting instinct be undeveloped from generation to generation, reversion to type will be the consequence, and in each successive generation it will become beautifully less. I notice in America the same state of things goes on. While large sums of money are expended in purchasing the best types of English setters from the best breeders, Irish setters, so called, are purchased haphazard from what I call mushroom breeders because they are cheap, and thus a race of setters is perpetuated which are a libel on the breed, and so widely different from the true type as the North is from the South. What else can one expect from promiscuous and injudicious crossing? How is this state of things to be remedied? Only by careful and scientific breeding. Any remnants of old families, carefully and judiciously bred to, would, beyond a doubt, bring back the family type and characteristics. I claim to speak with authority on this subject, as I have bred, broken, and shot over them for a space of 40 years. In fact, I was born and brought up with them. They have been the playmates and companions of my children, and are part and parcel of my family. The first of my dogs was exhibited in 1868, when Grouse, brother to Plunkett, was successful on the bench. Plunkett's success as a field trial winner is well known. His brother Rover was chosen by Stonehenge to represent the true type of an Irish setter, and my Grouse, too, winner of the 15-guinea Challenge Cup, Dublin, 1879, was chosen to represent the breed in the Book of the Dog by Vero Shaw. Absence from England in the service of my country prevented me from doing more than carefully preserving my stock, but since my return home my success on the show bench has been unbroken. As to success in the field, I am to a large extent handicapped, as I have no trainer of my own, and have to depend entirely upon trainers who either have their own interests to serve, to which mine are secondary, or else they are quite incompetent. Even under circumstances such as these, however, I undoubtedly put the best setter, I may say indeed the best as well as the handsomest sporting dog, in the field in 1885, Aveline, and I say it advisedly, she was not allowed to win first in that contest. Aveline met and defeated 3 of the Llewellyn setters, and her final heat was decided in 3.5 minutes. Aveline, now a champion, is a daughter of Frisco and Grouse too. And as you have asked me as to the most successful crosses, I have no hesitation in saying that I have found the Elko blood, crossed on the Palmerston, to be the most successful, both in field and on bench. I say pure Palmerston, because it has come to my knowledge that Palmerston is credited with having served more bitches than he ever did, or in fact could have, served. This is why Frisco, grandson to Elko, has not been successful as a sire with mongrel bitches, while matched with a pure Palmerston. The produce is all that can be desired. I possess at this moment 2 sons of Frisco and Grouse II, Shandon II, and Fingal II, and the daughter Aveline. All are bench winners at the largest shows, as well as grand in the field, and one has but to see them to feel at once that he looks on thoroughbreds of their species. Desmond II, belonging to Mr. C.T. Thompson of Philadelphia, bred by me, and winner of field trials at Philadelphia, is of precisely the same blood. This same cross it is that has produced so many bench and field trial winners for Claremont, Dr. Jarvis of New Hampshire. I have still living, and quite good for stud purposes, my champion Ganymede. He is the sire of champion Tyrone, Kildare, and Geraldine, besides many others, and the best type of Irish setter now living, to my mind. Geraldine, too, is granddaughter to Ganymede and Frisco. I fear I have already written too much anent my favorites, but I'm sure under the circumstances you will excuse me. Robert O'Callaghan. End quote. Both Stonehenge and Vero Shaw record the following as the most noteworthy of the old strains, from which the present race of Irish setters is descended. Among valuable strains of the Irish setter are the O'Connor, better known as Latouche, made famous through champion Palmerston, Lord Dillon's, Lord Lafrene's, also called the French Park breed, Lord Lismore's, Lord Clancarty's, the Mount Hedges, Lord Rossmore's, and the Marquis of Waterford's. In modern days, Dr. Stone, Major Hutchinson, Captain Cooper, Captain French, H.B. Knox, the Honorable D. Plunkett, Captain Alloway, Mr. Hilliard, Mr. Lipscomb, Mr. O'Brien, and Miss Warburton, and I must include last, although by no means least, Reverend Robert O'Callaghan. All have won bench show honors with their dogs, but only Mr. Plunkett and later Reverend O'Callaghan have won field trial honors with their strains. Mr. Plunkett, by the way, won with a dog, Plunkett, bred by the Reverend O'Callaghan. The high quality of the latter gentleman's dogs was recognized in the most emphatic manner by the highest authorities in the canine world. Stonehenge chose as a subject for illustrating his article on the Irish setter, in his book Dogs of the British Isles, 4th edition, Rover, a prize winner and brother to the well-known field trial winner Plunkett, and Vero Shaw chose from the same kennel as an illustration for his Book of the Dog, Grouse II, these being the most typical specimens of the breed in their day. When the Irish setter first became popular in England and America, rapid progress was made in the improvement of the breed, and such grand dogs as Reverend O'Callaghan's Grouse, his great brother, the field champion winner Plunkett, champion Palmerston, Rufus, the celebrated Elko, and Thornstein, delighted the public and became pillars of the stud book. In the history of the introduction and development of the Irish setter in America, an interesting study is presented to the breeder and sportsman, and to such gentlemen as the late Arnold Burgess, Mr. E. F. Stoddard of Dayton, Ohio, Dr. William Jarvis of Claremont, New Hampshire, Charles Turner of St. Louis, and others whose liberality and wisdom placed the best Irish setter blood in the world within their reach. The American sportsmen are under lasting obligations. The place of honor as the foremost American breeder of this grand strain of dog justly belongs to Dr. Jarvis. He it was who, by breeding Rose to Elko, discovered the wonderful affinity of the Elko for the Palmerston blood. His career, however, as a breeder began before Elko had been heard of, for in 1873 he brought out a dog popularly known as Jarvis's Dick, whose portrait was published in the Old American Sportsman and Forest and Stream. He was of unknown parentage. His sire and dam, it is said, were imported, but beyond that nothing was known of them. He won the Silver Cup for Best Irish Setter at the Rod and Gun Club show at Springfield, Massachusetts. Dr. Jarvis then imported from the kennels of Mr. Llewellyn a bitch called Kitty, a daughter of the famous field trial winner Plunkett. In the fall of 1875, he imported from Ireland the bitch Kathleen, a granddaughter of Hutchinson's well-known Bob. About this time, also, Dr. M. Goldsmith of Rutland, Vermont, imported the famous dog Champion Plunkett, Arnold Burgess his Rufus, and Mr. E. F. Stoddard, Friend. In August of this year, Friend whelped a litter to Rufus, several of which the following year made their mark at the Centennial Show. They were Rufus II and Firefly. The St. Louis Kennel Club, or Mr. Charles Turner of that organization, imported and brought out Champion Lou II, Aaron, Elko, Berkeley, and others. Mr. Stoddard in 1876 imported Champion Duck and Bob. In the spring of 1877, Dr. Jarvis purchased from Mr. Turner of the St. Louis Kennel Club, Elko, and thereby secured for his kennel the best Irish setter dog in the country. In the fall of the same year, he imported from the kennels of Mr. Cecil Moore the now famous bitch Rose, the beautiful daughter of the great Palmerston out of Flora. Rose was the first of the Palmerston blood brought to America, and her record stands today unrivaled by that of any other setter bitch. Rose, bred to Elko, produced in her first litter the well-known Lady Clare, the field trial and show winners Raleigh and Laura. Lee Doan, Little Nell, Eube, Champion Norwood, and Elko III are also among the descendants of this famous pair. Dr. Jarvis next imported, from the kennels of Mr. J. J. Giltrap, Noreen, a daughter of Gary Owen, a noted prize winner. She too was bred to Elko. Great as had been the doctor's success with Rose and her progeny, he not only equaled, but fairly eclipsed it with Noreen, for she produced 4 champions in one litter, one of the 4, Bruce, a field trial winner, Glencoe, Noreen II, and Elko Jr. Here are 4 dogs that have individually and collectively won more prizes and have produced and got a larger number of winners than any other equal number of setters in America. Elko Jr. is unquestionably the best representative of his race ever seen in this country. Next to these justly ranks Stoddard's Friend. Mr. Stoddard's memory will always be cherished by the lovers of the Irish setter for his intelligent and successful efforts in developing the breed, and compelling public admiration and recognition of his merits. Friend herself was a grand bitch in the field. While not as fast as some others I have seen, she yet proved good enough to win first prize at the Minnesota Field Trials of 1878 in a field of 13 starters. The Chicago Field's report of that event states that Friend ran out her score without making a single error. Bred to Rufus, she produced the Centennial winner Rufus II, Firefly, Champion Rory O'More, and others. Mr. Stoddard also bred some good ones from Champion Duck by his Bob. He was also the breeder of that grand young and now well-known dog, Mac N., owned by Mr. W. N. Coons of Dayton, Ohio. There are other breeders that deserve mention. Foremost among these are Mr. Max Wenzel of Hoboken, New Jersey, owner of the noted field trial and bench show winner Champion Chief by Berkeley out of Duck, and Tim, also a prize winner, by the field trial winner Biz out of Hazel, a daughter of Elko out of Rose. Mr. W. N. Callender of Albany, New York, who exhibited Rory O'More at the New York Show, 1877, has bred a number of good ones, and Mr. Charles T. Thompson of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the present owner of Desmond II, blood brother to Reverend O'Callahan's Shandon II and Fingal II, and the field trial winner, Aveline, by Frisco, out of Grouse II, has kept well to the front with his dogs. Elko Jr. is one of the most noted dogs of his race. In him, almost the extreme limit of refinement has been reached, and breeders can scarcely hope to excel him in finish. His almost perfect harmony of proportions may hardly be surpassed. His service should be sought by those having Irish setter bitches of the large, heavy-boned, or short cobby sort. His winnings are as follows. First Puppy Class, Boston, 1882. First Open Class, Ottawa, 1883. First Open Class, New Haven, 1885. First Champion Class, New York, 1884. First Champion Class, Montreal, 1884. First Champion Class, New York, 1885. First Champion Class, Cincinnati, 1885. First Champion Class, Spring, Philadelphia, 1885. First Champion Class, South Attleboro, 1885. First Champion Class, Boston, 1886. First Champion Class, Hartford, 1886. First Champion Class, Cleveland, 1886. First Champion Class, New York, 1886. First Champion Class, St. Louis, 1886. First Champion Class, Boston, 1887. First Champion Class, Pittsburgh, 1887. First Champion Class, New York, 1887. First Champion Class, Detroit, 1887. First Champion Class, Syracuse, 1888. First Challenge Class, New York, 1889. First Challenge Class, Troy, 1889. Champion Irish Setter, Sweepstakes of America and Cup, and Special for Best Irish Setter, New York, 1884. Special for Best Setter Dog, any breed, Montreal, 1884. Special for Best Irish Setter, New York, 1885. Special for Best Irish Setter, Spring, Philadelphia, 1885. Special for Best Setter Dog, any breed, South Attleboro, 1885. Special for Best Irish Setter Dog, Boston, 1886. Special for Best Irish Setter Dog and Special for Best Irish Setter Dog or Bitch, Hartford, 1886. Special for Best Irish Setter, Cleveland, 1886. Special for Best Irish Setter, Special for Best Irish Setter Dog, and Special for Best Setter Dog or Bitch, any breed, New York, 1886. Special for Best Irish Setter Dog and Special for Best Irish Setter Dog or Bitch, St. Louis, 1886. Special for Best Irish Setter and Special for Best Irish Setter Dog or Bitch, Boston, 1887. Special for Best Irish Setter and Special for Best Irish Setter Dog, Pittsburgh, 1887. Special for Best Champion Irish Setter Dog, Special for Best Irish Setter Dog and Special for Best Irish Setter Dog or Bitch, Detroit, 1887. Special for Best Irish Setter Dog, Syracuse, 1888. Special for Best Irish Setter Dog, Troy, 1889. Special with Lorna for Best Pair of Irish Setters, New Haven, 1885. Special with Lorna for Best Pair of Irish Setters, Cleveland, 1886. Special with Lorna for Best Brace of Irish Setters, St. Louis, 1886. Special for one of Best Kennel, Boston, 1886. Special for one of Best Kennel, Hartford, 1886. The most successful sires of the past and present are, about in the order named, Champion Elko, Plunkett, Rufus, the Great Glencoe, Berkeley, Aaron, Elko, Junior, Biz, Champion Norwood, Max Wenzel's Chief, Rory O'More, and Stoddard's Bob. The list of winnings these dogs and their descendants have to their credit would fill a book. It might be profitable to some of the breeders and would-be breeders of the present day to carefully study and consider the breeding of some of these dogs, for in this breed, as in all others, there is wisdom in choosing from good families, and in the light of the past it should not be difficult to pick out the successful dogs. We come now to consider the Irish Setter as a field dog. The cardinal points on which depend the value of every pointing dog are the same in all breeds, and I cannot do better than to quote from one of England's highest authorities, Idstone, who speaks of the Irish Setter as follows. Quote, "They have been jealously protected from mongrel outcrosses for many years by their native breeders, and they owe their popularity, in Ireland and elsewhere, to their quality quite as much as their color. They are exceedingly fast and very resolute, hardy, and thoroughly bloodlike, genuine setters. A finer, more open-hearted, frank, good-tempered race no man could find. The thorough Irish dog is a very fast and persevering worker and a rapid galloper, an admirable water dog, and invaluable in fens and swamps for snipe. In heather, his power and muscle enable him to do a long day's work without fatigue, and he has a comparatively noiseless and stealthy gallop. He is inclined to be headstrong and is accused of being hard to break. He demands patience, severity, and judgment. When, however, he settles down to his work and discovers the tactics of his owner, he is exceedingly valuable and is regarded with envy by all who witness his mathematical precision, his firm style, his staunchness and patience, coupled with his docility, which is not excelled by any pointer or setter of any breed." End quote. My own experience and observation justifies me in asserting that, in natural adaptability, speed, range, endurance, pointing instinct, and bird sense, the red dog is not excelled by any race of setters in the world. Those I have seen were not more erratic, headstrong, or difficult to control than other dogs of high courage, and when properly trained and handled, they are as staunch and true on point and back as any pointer. Stoddard's friend was equally good on quail and snipe, and was fond of hunting prairie chickens. And when retrieving one of those big birds, she was as proud of the capture as is the novice when he brings down his first bird. The assertion that the Irish setter is harder to break or train and keep in field form than other breeds of setters is not true of the Irish setter of today. I know from personal experience that a well-bred dog of this breed, properly brought up and trained, is the peer of any setter in the world. As companions, they are affectionate, gentle, and safe with children. I never saw a sour or ill-tempered dog of this breed in my life, and true to their masters. In the field they are enthusiastic, fast, and tireless workers. One of the best setters of any breed I ever saw in the field is Mac N. This dog is as level-headed as any pointer, a keen hunter, a fast and wide ranger, quick and positive when among birds, hunting with great judgment and discrimination, and heeding the slightest whistle or command. I have not seen Elko Jr. in the field, but am told by those who have that he is an out-and-out good one. Indeed, Dr. Jarvis has for years done his shooting over this dog, and to judge from his work at the Eastern Field Trials, where he ran in 1885, although not placed, he is able to hold his own with honor in any company. I know that no better snipe dog than Stoddard's Bob ever lived. That the red dog is lacking in no characteristic or faculty that is necessary in the makeup of the perfect field dog, the public trials have abundantly demonstrated. As before stated, Friend won first in 1878, defeating, among others, the well-known field trial winner, Sanborn's Nellie. Joe Jr., a half-blooded son of Champion Elko, defeated the great and almost invincible English setter, Champion Gladstone, every time they met, both in public trials and in a 2 days private match. Then Champion Biz defeated Count Noble. In 1879, Raleigh won second in the Eastern Field Trials Club all-aged stake. An Irish setter won the Members' Cup of the Eastern Field Trials in 1881 and 1884. That more Irish setters are not run in the field trials is not because of any inherent fault in the breed, nor has the breed deteriorated, as the field trials have demonstrated, for wherever an Irish setter competed in a public trial, he made it exceedingly interesting for all competitors. Reverend O'Callaghan's Aveline is a good illustration of the capabilities of the red dog of today, as is also Drogheda, winner of second in the national trials at Shrewsbury. B.F. Seitner, Dayton, Ohio. End of Section 3. Recording by Jill Engle. Section 4 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engle. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, Editor. Section 4. The American Gordon Setter by Harry Malcolm, President, the American Gordon Setter Club. The origin of this famous breed of setters dates back 89 years ago or more to the Duke of Gordon's castle, whence its great fame as a field dog has spread far and wide. It was from the Duke of Gordon that our favorite derived his name, and but for this nobleman we should never have known or been able to perpetuate this ne plus ultra of handsome setter dogs. About the year 1859 the first specimens of this breed were introduced in England, and were there called the Black and Tan, or Gordon Setter. They were bred and shown in England of immense size, and were entirely too heavy in make to please the majority of English sportsmen, and but for the old stock in Scotland, which were merry little workers, and but for the careful breeding of some English and American lovers of field sports, which resulted in getting him back to his proper size for practical field form, we should not today have the handsomest and grandest field dog it has ever been the writer's good fortune to follow afield, day in and day out. Writing of the show bench in England, Stonehenge says, referring to Kent, his grand head and rich colour drew general attention to him, taking prize after prize at Cremorne, Birmingham 4 times, Islington twice, Worcester, and Paris. His extraordinary career naturally caused a great amount of jealousy, and he was called, by the opposition party, a cur, a mongrel, a half-bloodhound, and a dozen other hard names. So convinced, however, was Mr. Pierce of his purity of breeding, that he determined to put the matter to the test of experiment, and offered to trust one of his stock, out of Regent, to the care of the writer of this article, to be brought up where he could not possibly see game, and at the proper age, namely 9 or 10 months, to be first introduced to it. The result was in accordance with Mr. Pierce's prophecy, for the puppy not only beat his ground in fine style, but at the end of a few hours' work began to stand his birds as only a well-bred pointer or setter will do, without any artificial education of any kind. Of course, the report of this trial added greatly to Kent's reputation, and being followed by the successes of Rex, the above puppy, at Stafford and Shrewsbury, where he won 3 cups, beating in the final trial Mr. Field's Duke, an English setter, who had gained a high reputation in previous years. Kent had so strong a run at the stud for several years that it would be difficult at the present day to find a black and tan setter without a strain of his blood. Mr. Pierce's Regent had several large litters by him, including Rex, young Kent, Ewan, Lorraine, Dane, Deal, and Silk, all winners at shows or field trials. I quote the above for the reason that no purebred Gordon's pedigree today can be found that does not trace to Kent and the above-named dogs, and end with such well-known Gordon setters as Lord Bolingbroke's Argyle and Ruby the First, or Coward's Sam, Joplin's Nell, or Friday and Fan, Duke of Gordon's Grouse, Duke of Gordon's Nell, or to Zango, Zara, Major, Nep, Drill, or Mopsa. Coming down to the present day, we find that the Gordon setter in America is called, by the opposition, all the hard names they can think of, because some men, who breed dogs simply for show, breed them to a size that utterly unfits them for field work. In fact, many of these so-called Gordons were not Gordons, but a cross-bred dog. Their being black and tan in color was sufficient to mislead the amateur and the unsophisticated judge. Their owners called them Gordons, exhibited and sold them as such, and as a field dog they were a failure. The purebred Gordon had to suffer the odium cast upon him by these impostors, whereas if the amateur had purchased of breeders who could trace pedigrees to the above-named dogs, he would have been a happier and wiser man. A dog who is simply a prize winner, no matter if he is not purebred, or is even gun-shy, or has never seen game, is more valuable by the average mug hunter than the finest field dog in the country. The bench shows were to blame, in a measure at least, for this state of affairs, in having only one class in which this breed could enter, and that for black and tan setters, when, in fact, they should have had a class for Gordon setters, and the black and tan should have been in the cross-bred or English class. To remedy this evil and save the Gordon setter from the odium that was being cast upon him by having to be entered in the same class with the black and tan, causing the best specimens of the Gordon setter to be kept at home for many years, the field sportsmen and lovers of the purebred Gordon setter met and formed a club known as the American Gordon Setter Club. We went before the American Kennel Club, requesting them to give us a class in the stud book for our purebred dogs, and to call this strain the American Gordon Setter. Our request was granted, And in the future, none but a dog with a pure Gordon Setter pedigree can be registered as an American Gordon Setter. The crossbred dog, who depended upon his black and tan color to deceive the public, has now to be registered in the crossbred class. The success of the American Gordon Setter Club in this matter has saved one of the best strains of field dogs from utter ruin. So the strain of dogs that was known at the Duke of Gordon's castle as the Gordon Setter, and in England as the Black and Tan Setter, are now known in America as the American Gordon Setter. The Gordon Setter, as seen at Gordon Castle, was undoubtedly black and tan, and black, white, and tan. Many of the best bred Gordon dogs throw, in their litters, pups with a toe or two marked with white, or with a white frill on same. A litter a few years back without some white was rare, but by careful breeding, and by breeding only from those with the least possible white, in time we shall see Gordons without a white hair on them. I never cast aside a puppy that is nicely made, even now, if he has white on chest, although I prefer them without it, and hope soon to have litters with no other markings than black and tan. Following is the standard adopted by the American Gordon Setter Club, and all who wish to advance the increasing popularity of the Gordon are breeding up to it. Value of points. Head, including muzzle and nose, 15. Eyes, ears, and lips, 5. Neck, 5. Shoulders and chest, 15. Back, loins, thighs, and stifles, 15. Legs, feet, elbows, and hocks, 15. Stern and flag, 8. Color and markings, 8. Texture of coat and feather, 6. Symmetry and quality, 8. Total, 100. Skull. The skull should be lighter than the old type of Gordon Setters, as was usually seen at bench shows. Must be clean cut, with occiput well defined, and a decided stop below the eyes, and from eye to occiput should be from 5 to 5.5 inches in length. Muzzle. The muzzle must be straight from eyes to end of nose, without any inclination to what is termed Roman nose, and without coarseness. It should be from corner of eye to end of nose 4 inches in length. Nostrils must be full and wide, and nose black in color. Jaws should be exactly even in length. A snipe nose or pig jaw is a decided blemish. Eyes, ears, and lips. Eyes must be of medium size and a deep brown in color, mild and intellectual in expression. Ears should be set low on head and lie flat to the cheeks, without any tendency to prick. Should be longer than in other breeds of setters. They must be thin in leather, and must be well coated with fine silky hair, with as little wave as possible. The hair should extend an inch or two below the leather. The lips should be slightly pendulous, a trifle more so than in other breeds of setters. Neck. The neck should be of good length, clean and racy, with gradual rise from shoulders to head, and slightly inclined to arch. Should be almost free of leather, but is not expected to be as clean on underside as a pointer's. Shoulders and chest. The shoulders should be deep, with moderately sloping blades, should be strong and positively free of lumber, and showing great liberty. The chest must be flat between the forelegs, moderately deep and narrow, giving the animal a racy appearance in front. The ribs must be well sprung behind the shoulders, but not sufficient to give the animal the appearance of being too round in barrel, and should extend well back toward the hips. Back, loins, thighs, and stifles. The back should be short and straight, with loins strong and slightly arched, any tendency to sway back being decidedly objectionable. Thighs must be strong, with the muscle extending well down toward the hocks. The stifles should be moderately well bent, and set somewhat wide apart. They should be long from point of hip to hock joints. Legs, feet, elbows, and hocks. The forelegs must be straight and sufficiently strong in bone, with elbows standing close to the chest, but not under it. Hind legs to conform in bone with the forelegs. They should be moderately bent. Hocks must be straight. The feet must be round, hard, arched, and well padded, with hair between the toes. The cat foot should have the preference. Stern and flag. The stern should be set on slightly below the line of back and carried in a very nearly straight line from the body. The straighter the better. A teapot tail is a decided blemish. When carried down with the hand, it should not reach below the hock joint. Should taper gradually from the body to a sting-like end. The flag must be fine and straight, any inclination to curl or ropiness being objectionable. It should taper to nothing at the end. Color and markings. The color should be a rich, glossy plum black, with deep sienna or dark mahogany, tan markings, clearly defined, and without admixture of black, though a little penciling of black on the toes is admissible. The tan should show on lips, cheeks, throat, spot over eyes, underside of each ear, on front of chest, on feet and legs, also at vent, but must not extend into flag more than 3 inches. The tan should show nearly to elbows on inside of forelegs, and to the hocks or above them on the inside of hind legs. An American Gordon setter with a white frill must not be cast aside, but aim to breed them with as little white as possible. A good dog must not be disqualified for having white as above described. Any white on feet or tail is a blemish. Texture of coat and feather. The coat should be fine and flat, any inclination to curl being objectionable, though a slight wave is admissible. The feather should be about the same in quality as in the English setter, running down to feet on forelocks and to hocks on hind legs, but only slightly feathered below the hocks. Symmetry and quality. The American Gordon setter should display much character. The general outline must look the thorough workman all over, and must absolutely be without lumber. He should be very blood-like in appearance, combining great quality with symmetry. The weight of my dogs is from 45 to 50 pounds. Height at shoulder 20 to 24½ inches. My bitches are less in height and less in weight. If you increase the above height or weight, you will have a dog that is a labor to himself, and forever in your way. The weight given above makes a good-sized dog, and you can take 2 of them with you in your light top buggy for a hunt or a run. My advice to all is not to breed them larger than the size above described. You will find them just what you desire in looks. The following pedigree is of the writer's American Gordon setter, Whip, whose service has been largely sought after. He has been bred to many of our best American Gordon setter bitches, as well as to imported bitches. This pedigree will be found a valuable guide in selecting pure blood. It traces to the best bred and best known field setters that ever lived, in Scotland, England, and America. And the blood of the dogs mentioned in it is distributed from Maine to California. Whip's descendants are owned by gentlemen who keep them to shoot over, and some who have cared to exhibit them at bench shows have won with them. Some in the pedigree have been winners at field trials abroad. The Gordon setter Gordon won second at a field trial in America, and was justly entitled to first. Ere long, when their owners make up their minds to run them in public field trials, you will see them go to the front with ease. I never have shown or run one at a public trial, but have hunted them in private, in the best of company, with setters of other strains, and have never seen them beaten. Nor do I believe the setter or pointer lives that can work with them, in all kinds of cover, and over all kinds of ground, and defeat them in a long hunt. I keep my dogs for my own shooting, for pleasure, and to enjoy with them, alone or with my personal friends, the pleasures of the field in the brilliant autumn time, the most brilliant time of all, when the gorgeous woods are gleaming ere the leaves begin to fall, when the maple boughs are crimson, and the hickory shines like gold, when the noons are sultry hot, and the nights are frosty cold, when the country has no green, but the sword grass by the rill, and the willows in the valley, and the pipe upon the hill. When the pippin leaves the bough, and the sumac fruit is red, and the quail is piping loud from the buckwheat where he's fed. Pardon my digression, my friends, but the mention of autumn stirs the fire that is within me, and ever turns my thoughts afield. And to the above beautiful lines, from the pen of that gifted sportsman, Frank Forrester. I live from year to year to enjoy the pleasures that I find afield. In the early years of my life I hunted over the old native English setters and pointers, but I believe that, in view of the scarcity of game today, that the hard work the dogs of this age have to do to find 6 or 8 coveys of quail in a day, the old-time setter would not be of much service to us now. The birds are smarter and harder to find. They scatter, when flushed, into the thick cover. The old-time setter had no such work to do as our dogs of this age. So I do not hesitate to say that the old-time setter is a dog of the past, and alongside our keen-nosed, nimble-footed Gordon would cut a sorry figure. I never have gone afield with a dog that has given me so much genuine satisfaction in every way as do my Gordons. I have hunted them in the best of company for days, but have never yet seen any of them stand up to their work for so long a time, day in and day out, as the Gordon setter. Neither have I ever seen his equal in nose, obedience, staunchness, and speed. When the nature of the ground will permit it, he is one of the fleetest dogs of the setter breed. At his work he is naturally a high-headed dog, always seeking for the body scent of his game. When the weather is such as to require it, he is quick to take the foot scent as well. His natural instinct is developed in a marked degree, and it leads him to know where to look for his game, without the racing over ground that is characteristic of setters of other strains. I have ever found them easily broken, and they never forget, when once taught, what is required of them. You can shoot over them the first of the season with as much pleasure as at the end. The American Gordon setter has never taken part in public trials, except on 1 or 2 occasions in America. The reason is that they have never been owned by those who cared for yearly field trials, or for a test of so short a duration. Most of those who run dogs at yearly trials own either Llewellyn setters or pointers, and select judges from those who own the same breeds. And Gordon setter owners have been well aware that in running their dogs under them, they would have a poor show. The field trial advocates are preparing to organize yearly trials, in which each brace of dog are to be run 8 hours. They should have for these trials judges from all the setter strains and pointer men also. This would, I think, with their 8-hour heats, bring out more dogs than ever have been seen at any of the 35-minute heat trials in the past. Keep your dogs well exercised, for no dog, unless he is, will keep in health. A dog that is properly exercised will not, after your first day's hunt, be running to heel, but on the contrary, will do all the work you may require of him, no matter whether for a week or a month. My way is to have my dogs follow me in my drives for miles. I give them but gentle exercise in the summer, not over 6 miles in the round trip, and over a route where they can find plenty of water from the streams. After October 1st, I run them from 14 to 20 miles every other day. This puts them in fine condition to shoot over. Never have them too fat, nor so thin that you can see through them, but in that happy medium state, so that they look and feel like they could go for months, and with a will and vim of their own. I will now take you back to their puppyhood, and give you some advice, which, if you will follow, and provided you have the kind of dogs that I have described, you will have a dog as handsome as a picture to look upon, a devoted companion, a dog that can do your work afield, as long as you care to hunt him, or that will follow your wagon, in giving him exercise as long as you care to drive. Always make it a rule, in breeding a bitch, to have her in whelp when some of our game birds are in season, so that you could shoot over her and let her enjoy the pleasure of finding game. Never breed a bitch, no matter how handsome she may be, unless she is broken, and has shown all the requirements of a first-class field dog. The same rule applies to a bitch must apply to the dog. Never, under any circumstances, breed to a dog or bitch simply because they have won several prizes at bench shows. I have known some of the bench show champions to be the vilest duffers afield, and some so gun-shy that the sight of a gun would make them run for miles to get to a place of hiding. This I know to be a fact, and it is true of some of the winning Gordon, English, and Irish setters as well as of pointers, so be careful in your selection of sire and dam. When your bitch is in whelp, give her gentle exercise each day, up to the day she is due to whelp. Feed her on soft food, a little raw beef liver each day, up to the time she whelps. After whelping, give her boiled rump beef, soup, vegetables, and table scraps. Feed her well. When the puppies are about 9 or 11 days old, their eyes will open. When they are 4 weeks old, begin to feed them, as it helps to take the strain off the mother and helps them to gain strength. You will almost see them grow. At this age, if there are symptoms of worms, as there are likely to be, give each puppy half a teaspoonful, once a day for 3 days, of Fry's vermifuge. After giving it for 3 days, try them, about 2 weeks later, to see if the worms are cleaned out of them. And you will be surprised to see healthy-looking puppies that you thought had none pass worms in great knots. These worms cause the death of over 3/4 of all puppies that die. I have never lost a young puppy in my life, all owing to care and looking well after this worm pest. Next, look well to lice and fleas. I use thymocresol, called also cold water dip. It is a great disinfectant and is not poisonous. It cures all skin diseases, and I use it in mange with universal success. You can get it of your druggist. Use it in the following manner. When practical, use soft, rain, pond, or river, water. Dilute to the required strength. Always pour the water quickly upon the thymocresol, and not the thymocresol upon the water. In winter, protect it from frost, and before using, shake the can. If it does not mix well with cold water, mix it with warm water first, and then add cold to the required proportion. The proportions in which the thymocresol should be diluted with water for various purposes are indicated. A large teaspoonful of thymocresol to a pint of water, or a pint of the thymocresol to 12 gallons of water, makes a strength of about 1 to 100. This quantity will do to wash 6 or 8 puppies. Then mix a new lot for any more puppies you may wish to wash. When you have dipped them in and rubbed it well, take them out and dry them. After 2 applications, you will find all the lice and fleas have been destroyed. When they are 8 weeks old, wean them, take the bitch to new quarters, and use the following mixture, rubbing it well into her breast. Iodide of potassium, 2 drachms. Soap, liniment, and oil of camphor, each 2 ounces. Examine the bitch's breast each day, and draw off all milk with the fingers that you can. In a few days, she will be in proper shape to work, and will be dried up nicely. When you have for several weeks fed your puppies on boiled grits or boiled oatmeal and a little cooked meat twice a week, and they have learned to eat well and take care of themselves, send the brace or braces you may wish to keep to someone you know in the country to raise for you. It may cost you a few dollars each month, but you will be well repaid in the hardy growth of your puppies. Wherever you send them, have it distinctly understood that you wish them to run loose, as your desire is to develop every bone and muscle in them. When they are about 10 months old, bring them home, and after the youngsters have learned to know you, and show by their actions they have accustomed themselves to the change and to the whistle, teach them to drop and follow well to heel, which you will find a great comfort to you when you walk them. Then take them in your buggy when you drive, that they may get accustomed to the motion of the wagon. Never feed old or young dogs just before you go out to exercise. When over their first seasickness, as it were, make them drop the moment you put them in the buggy, and keep them down until you are ready to let them out for a run. Nothing is more annoying to me when I bundle into a wagon on a shooting trip with a friend than to have him say his dog is never ridden, and in a few moments to have him vomit all over the floor. Or if he has not ridden before and is not broken to drop in the wagon, but to be all over it, head on the reins and in your lap. I prefer to get out and walk. Hence this advice as to training dogs to ride. As soon as your puppies have been well broken to ride and drop in the wagon, take one of your old standbys out with you and your brace of puppies. Let them out on the road for a run of a mile on the first trip, being careful to select roads but little traveled until your puppies have learned to keep away from passing wagons. You must drive slowly, being careful that you do not run over them. They soon learn to follow well, and in a short time you can give them good long and fast spins with the older dogs. Never run a puppy until you tire him. It makes him sluggish. Your next move is to take him afield with one of your broken dogs to find game, for of course you are anxious to fully determine whether his nose is as fine as you have thought from your early observations in watching him find his food when thrown in the tall grass, and the several little things you have seen him do, such as, when running on the road, to suddenly stop and turn and hunt out a bone, or scent a barnyard hen. All these little things are indicative of a good nose, and to fully satisfy yourself, before making any further move in his education, is the reason you wish to see him on game. I have put down many a puppy on game that at once began to range, and with tail action of the very best style, find and point. I love a lively tail action, and the best field dogs I ever saw all had it. After your old dog has found game, call your puppy to you with a whistle. If he is not then on point with the old dog, he may go in and flush, but let him alone. Remember, you are not out to break him, only to test his nose. When the birds are scattered and the old dog stands, you will probably see him swing into his first point, at a distance from his game that will convince you he is the dog you wish to break. If, however, you go out once or twice before your youngster gives you any indication of nose, do not be discouraged. You may see it later. If not, after dozens or more trials, under favorable circumstances, I should get rid of him. It is seldom in the Gordon family that you see a well-bred, well-raised puppy but what will stand his game on the first day's trial, and most of them show excellent noses at a very early age. I knew a Llewellyn setter, imported by a personal friend of mine in this city, direct from Mr. Llewellyn, that was placed in the hands of one of the most successful field trial handlers in Tennessee. He worked his hardest to develop the dog, which was then about 15 months old, but returned him as being no good. When this dog was over 2 years old, he turned out quite a fine worker. He was one of the late developing kind. I have never seen this in any Gordon setters. While you had your puppy out, of course, you shot over him to see that he was not gun-shy. While on this subject, I will state that of all the dogs I have raised to shoot over in my life, I have never yet had one prove gun-shy. My success has been owing to my never breeding to anything but well-broken dogs, and in not breeding to an unbroken bench show dog simply because he won prizes, was handsome, and had a fashionable pedigree. Nor have I ever permitted my bitch to whelp under a barn, and I not see her litter until they were running around. From the day your puppies are whelped, you should have access to them, and accustom them to your presence as soon as they can see, to all noises you can make in their hearing. Take them out with you as soon as large enough to follow, and fire several charges from your gun while they are romping about you. After each time you fire, call them to you, fondle and romp with them, and you will soon see, when you show the youngsters the gun, how delighted they will be to join you in your tramps, and also how pleased they are to smell powder. As regards breaking, my method is the same as most all sportsmen use, and I will not enter into it for fear of tiring my readers. I will simply say, if you wish to break your own dog, buy Modern Training, Handling, and Kennel Management by B. Waters. My advice to young sportsmen is to get a first-class trainer to break their dogs, if they can afford it, and when he is nearly finished, request the trainer to give them a week's instruction on how to work the dogs after they are broken. The Gordon setter I have always found to be one of the hardiest, and if well housed and fed, they seldom require medicine. I hardly know what distemper is with them, for I have not had a puppy or grown dog afflicted with it for over 12 years, and then it was contracted by coming in contact with a road dog while exercising. My bitch June lived until she was 13 1/2 years old. Malcolm died at 11 1/2, from inflammation in the bowels caused by swallowing a bone. A few months before he died, I hunted him for several days, and his nose was fine, and his speed and endurance were just as good as when he was 5 years old. The Gordon setter is game in all his work. He's willing to face the stoutest briars, or retrieve his game even if he has to go through a skim of ice. Many a bird have they brought me that fell on the opposite side of a stout stream in midwinter, and they did it with as much determination as they showed in retrieving woodcock in summer. When starting out for a 2-week trip, take with you about 75 pounds of cornmeal and 20 pounds of beef flour. This will be all you require to feed a brace or two on during your stay. Take of the cornmeal 5 pounds and a teacup of the beef flour. Mix well before you wet the meal. Then wet and mix and have baked nicely in bread pans. Feed it cold. In the morning, feed lightly, but on your return, before you let them go to rest, feed them strongly. If you do not feed before they are kennelled, they will not eat well, for the reason that, when once put away, they prefer rest to food. If you can, in the section where you are shooting, secure some raw, fresh beef or mutton, give them a good feed twice a week. Rest assured, if your dogs are well fed, they will do twice the work for you that could possibly be gotten out of them if half starved. At the same time, do not overfeed. Never feed them on salt meat while on your shooting trips, for if you do, you will have them filling themselves to overflowing with water, and this will spoil your day's shooting. When on your trip, if you ride to your shooting grounds, see that the wagon floor is well covered with dry hay or straw. Put your dogs in, both going and returning, thus saving them all you can, and see how they will tuck themselves away in the straw on your way home. When you arrive home and feed them, take them at once to your room. Spread your dog blanket, which I presume you have taken with you, before the fire. Let them dry well or thaw out, as the state of the weather may require. Take a comb and get off all the burrs, especially under the shoulders, and look the toes over to see that no burrs or dried or frozen mud are left there. I prefer to always keep my dogs in my room at night, and will not stop at any house where I cannot do so, unless it be at a friend's home. By following the above instructions, you will find your dog as fresh as you would wish them the next morning. They will be with you until a good old age, and no rheumatism will you see in them at any time. If you wish your dogs to always look well in coat, wash them well all over with Spratt's dog soap, rubbing it well in with a stiff root brush, such as is used for brushing a horse's mane. This makes a lather and will kill every flea on them. Commence this washing in May and have it done every 3 weeks until about October 15th. Then you are rid of fleas on them all winter. When you have finished soaping them in about 10 minutes, give them a swim or rinse to get the lather off. Their coats will then look as sleek as though you had oiled them. During the winter, once or twice a week, have them brushed well from head to heel with the same kind of root brush mentioned above. Give the exercise as directed, and you will see dogs in coat, muscle, and health that will please the most fastidious sportsman and fancier. If these instructions are carried out to the letter, you can dispense with your medicine case. If you cannot keep, feed, and give your dogs your personal attention, you had better not keep any. Never forget to permit your dogs to have free access to grass. They use it for any ills they may have. In regard to preparing your dog for a bench show, each exhibitor has his own way. I am aware that much is done in the way of doctoring coat, etc. But if many exhibitors would pay more attention to exercise and developing of the muscle, you would not see so many fat, flabby, undeveloped dogs, in bone or muscle, of all breeds of field dogs at shows. I like to see them enter a ring before me in perfect race horse order, as hard in muscle as it is possible to get them, not looking like they were too weak to stand, or so fat that one would suppose they were for the butcher. I will here describe a hunt I participated in one September, about 9 years ago, with several friends. I left Baltimore, Maryland, my home and birthplace, about the 28th of August. We started for the prairies of Iowa, 500 miles west of Chicago, on the Chicago and Northwestern Railway, for a 3 weeks' absence, which gave us about 12 days' shooting. We took our tent and a full camping outfit. In the way of dogs, we had Irish and English setters, one black pointer, and one lemon and white pointer. I had my brace of Gordons, Malcolm and June. We were on the road 3 days and nights and arrived at our destination at 3 a.m. My friends all retired for a few hours' rest, but I remained up and made arrangements with a liveryman to be at the hotel at peep of day. When he arrived, myself and 2 dogs boarded, and were soon tucked into the straw at the bottom of the wagon, my friends preferring to breakfast and follow later. In an hour we reached a nice-looking stubble field. I ordered a halt and alighted, the dogs following suit. They were ordered on. June had been on chickens before, but Malcolm had not. In about 10 minutes I saw them both make game, and in a moment draw on and make a fine point. I flushed and killed a brace, and in a little over an hour had 10 chickens, all killed over points to these 2 dogs, and they had not made an error. It is needless to say that after such a journey and such a performance, I was justly proud of my pets. This has been my experience with my Gordons every year. On woodcock, snipe, quail, or ruffed grouse, I have found them always reliable, staunch, and obedient. I have hunted them in several states, over hill and dale, through briar patches, and in dense forest, in fact, wherever the birds would seek refuge, and never yet have I seen them flurried in the least. They are in appearance and in nature the gentleman's dog, both to shoot over and as a companion at his home. They are of the most affectionate disposition to home folks, but are watchful when a stranger is about. On one occasion in Caroline County, Virginia, in 1878, I had arrived home and dressed for supper after a hard day's tramp in the month of December. My room had an open wood fire. My dogs were spread out in front of it. I closed my door and went down to supper. A gentleman from Richmond, who was stopping at the same house for a few days, knowing me, went into my room to warm up inside and out. The dogs let him in, but when he started to go out, he was halted by them, and not until he had called me from the supper table did he get out. And if I had been out of the house, he most certainly would have had to await my return. I have seen my bitch Gypsy on several occasions, while I have had my birds and traps on the station platform awaiting the train, jump into and clean up a passing dog for attempting to nose my game. I always place my game in the baggage car under the care of my dogs on the floor, and you can rest assured none will be appropriated by the baggage smasher. Gordons make the best yard dogs, and why people will keep a cur when they can have one of these beautiful and faithful animals is beyond my comprehension. In the Gordon setter one may have a dog to guard his family, a playmate for his children, and a dog that will help to keep the larder full. I hope all who may read these lines will find something in them that will be of service, and assist them in securing a perfect American Gordon setter. I hope that many a time ere this they have felt that thrill from head to heel when they beheld that brace of Gordon setters on that beautiful point on yonder hill, or have sat on that moss-covered log beside that gurgling brook and caressed them fondly for that masterpiece of work, in having retrieved so well that crippled bird, and without the rumple of a feather, that is the cream of existence to the true sportsman. I hope you are all lovers of the charms of woodland scenery, for no man can be a true sportsman unless he is in love with all nature in her rural paradise. I hope you have enjoyed the sportsman's sleep. If you have not seen and enjoyed these pleasures, I am sorry for you do not yet know what pleasure is. The man who is troubled with insomnia will, if he take to the field, find health and sleep. End of section 4. Recording by Jill Engle.
Section 5 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor, Section 5, The Pointer, Part 1, by Charles K. Westbrook, A.M. Historiography. The exact origin of this beautiful and useful branch of the canine family, as well as that of many other varieties, cannot be definitely stated. The great naturalist Buffon was of the opinion that all the different species of dogs derived their origin from the shepherd's dog, and while it is perhaps inappropriate to discuss this question here, it may be remarked en passant that such an assumption may possibly be the correct one. It would appear quite natural that in those early pastoral days that marked the dawning era of civilization and human development, as the shepherd reclined along the borders of the forests, which, like a mighty framework, enclosed the feeding grounds of his flock, some specimens of the wild dog should find their way to his side, and by kind treatment and gradual domestication become subordinated to his purposes. Gradually, under the influences operating upon the animal through domestication, climate, variety of food, and other effective causes, his form, habits, and inherited instincts may have become changed, and by an occasional cross with another branch of the family, similarly produced, it is possible to conceive that the theory of Buffon may be approximately correct. The well-known susceptibility of the dog to variations in breeding is also a confirmation of the theory, and it is easy to account for the changes in his instincts, as now manifested, on the theory that these have become fixed and confirmed in each variety by the uses to which they have been severally devoted. However this may be, the history of the world from the very earliest period informs us of the existence of the dog as a companion and associate of man. On ancient Egyptian monuments is often seen the figure of an animal very much resembling the pointer of today, and other ancient works of art, both of sculpture and painting, as well as family records, justify the belief that the dog in a domesticated state was contemporaneous with the very dawn of civilization itself. Regarding the origin of the pointer, much conjecture has been indulged in by various writers on the dog. No two of the early authors seem to agree entirely as to the precise period when the pointer came into existence as such, with all his wonderful instincts and capabilities fully developed. We must probably seek for that period in those misty ages of tradition and uncertainty that mark the origin of our common law, and which Blackstone designates as the time whereof the memory of man runneth not to the contrary. The earliest printed work in the English language describing the various breeds of dogs was a Book of Field Sports written by Dame Juliana Berners, prioress of Sopwell Nunnery in Hertfordshire about the end of the 14th century. In this work the lady says, quote, "They's been the names of hounds. First there is a greyhound, a bastard, a mongrel, a mastiff, a lemur, a spaniel, rashes, canites, terriers, butcher's hounds, dunghill dogs, trendle-tallies, and pike-yard curries, and small ladies' puppies that bear away de fleas." The next work in point of antiquity referring to the same subject was by Dr. John Caius, physician to Queen Elizabeth, published in Latin in 1576, and subsequently translated into English. The classification of dogs in this treatise was into 3 varieties, viz. 1. A gentle kind, serving the game. 2. A homely kind, apt for sundry necessary uses. 3. A currish kind, meet for many toys. The first of these classes is divided by Dr. Caius into 2 parts, viz. Venatici, used for hunting wild beasts, and occupatori, which were employed in the pursuit of fowl. The Venatici were further subdivided into 8 varieties, namely Leverarius or harriers, Terrarius or terriers, Sanguinarius or bloodhounds, Agassius or gashounds, Leporaceus or greyhounds, Laurarius or lemur, Vertigus or tumbler, and Canis furax or stealer. The dogs used for fowling or occupatori were divided into 2 classes, viz. Index or setter and Aquaticus or spaniel, probably drawing a distinction between the land and water spaniel. In these ancient treatises, we find no mention made of the pointer by name, and for that reason many writers have assumed that he has no distinct existence at that time. But this assumption is not necessarily a correct one, for the pointer may have existed in Spain or England under another name even before that period, as a species of hound, lemur, lurcher, or even a short-haired spaniel. In this case, the name pointer, which was used by the Swedish naturalist Linnaeus, 1707 through 1778, in his classification of animals, Canis Avicularis, does not necessarily carry with it a lack of early origin. The names of dogs were used interchangeably in early days. The nomenclature was far from uniform and fixed, and the writer is by no means certain that the word spaniel might not at that time have included the dog subsequently known as the pointer, as well as that afterward called the setter. This view finds further confirmation by reference to a work known as The Gentleman's Recreation, published by Nicholas Cox in 1697, in which that author writes of the setter as follows, quote, "The dog which you elect for setting must have a perfect and good scent, and be naturally addicted to the hunting of feathers. And this dog may be either land spaniel, water spaniel, or mongrel of them both, either the shallow flewed hound, tumbler, lurcher, or small bastard mastiff." End quote. By this it will be seen that the status of the setter itself was not clearly established as late as the year 1700. Several of the dogs named above being likewise short-haired like the pointer of today. A very ingenious argument has been adduced by certain writers, tending to prove that the modern pointer is a descendant of the dog known in English literature as the Brach, which is supposed to have been introduced into England during the Norman invasion in the 11th century, and such may possibly be the case, but the fact has never been sufficiently verified. The Brach is one of the varieties of pointing dogs used in France and was formerly known under the name with varied orthography in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Germany. Our American lexicographers define Brach as a bitch of the hound kind, and give Shakespeare 1564 through 1616 as their authority. Worcester also gives the definition of a pointer or setting dog, and also uses Shakespeare as authority for that. Richardson, in his dictionary, defines Brach to mean a kind of short-tailed setting dog, ordinarily spotted or parti-colored. It must also be borne in mind that the word hound, which is given as one of the earliest varieties of dogs, signifies simply a dog in Anglo-Saxon or Old English, and also in German, so that one of the varieties of hounds existing so early in England may have been the Brach, or pointing bird dog, and it is just possible that the Spanish pointer, or Braco, may have been crossed with the English varieties of the Brach family to produce certain strains of the modern pointer. Aldrovandus, a celebrated Italian naturalist of the 16th century, gives the colors of the Brach as black, white, and fulvous, or brownish-yellow, the color similar to that of the spotted lynx, ticks being most sought after, as appears in the Dalmatian pointer, or coach dog, and so often in popular strains of the modern pointer. A French encyclopedia also gives the following definition of the Brach. Quote, "The Brach, or pointing dog, is ordinarily of a white color, ticked with liver or black. His ears are long and pendant, and his muzzle somewhat large and long." End quote. Sir Walter Scott, 1771 through 1832, in several of his works, makes reference to the Brach in his description of hunting scenes, so that, in view of all the facts, it is not beyond the realm of reasonable conjecture that a short-haired pointing dog, closely resembling the modern pointer in form and color, existed in England prior to the advent of the Spanish pointer, and may have been utilized in the breeding development of our present excellent varieties of the pointer family. In this connection, it may prove interesting to the reader to consider the question of the comparative antiquity of the setter and the pointer. In touching upon this subject, it must be remarked that much discussion has taken place among sportsmen regarding the question of origin and antiquity of these two valuable breeds. Some writers have firmly maintained that the setter is clearly indebted to the pointer for his existence as such, while others have, with equal force of logic and skill of rhetoric, maintained the exact opposite to be the case. These discussions have usually been carried on by the respective friends of each breed, oftentimes with considerable virulence. The writer, being a firm friend of both of these noble varieties of dogs, will endeavor to present the question in as clear and impartial a manner as possible. All recognized authorities on the dog unite in ascribing an early existence to that one known as the Spaniel. They also agree in the opinion that the name was conferred upon this variety because it originated in Spain, from whence it was brought into Great Britain. The exact date of the importation of the Spaniel is not known, nor do we know what his appearance and character were at the time. He may have been a short-haired dog when first introduced into England, and the climate may have subsequently induced the growth of his protective coat, or he may have originally been a long-haired dog. Dr. Caius classified them into land and water spaniels, and says of them, whether used for the hawk, the net, the falcon, pheasant, or partridge, quote, "The common sort of people call them by one general word, namely spaniels, as though these kind of dogs came originally and first of all out of Spain." End quote. However that may be, there is little question that the spaniel is one of the immediate ancestors of the dog now known as the setter. This name was early given to him because he had been trained to crawl cautiously upon the birds, and when he had gotten near enough to locate them, to set or crouch, permitting his owner to draw a net over him and the birds as well. This was done as early as 1576, when Dr. John Keynes wrote, and is clearly described in his book, to which reference has previously been made. Gervase Markham, the author of Hunger's Prevention, or the Art of Fowling, which was published in 1655 under the heading What a Setting Dog Is, says, quote, "You shall then understand that a setting dog is a certain lusty land spaniel, taught by nature to hunt the partridges before and more than any other class whatsoever. When he is come even to the very place where his prey is, and hath as it were his nose over it, so that it seems he may take it up at his own pleasure, yet is his temperance and obedience so made and framed by art, that presently, even on a sudden, he either stands still or falls down flat upon his belly, without daring once to open his mouth, or make any noise or motion at all, till that his master come unto him, and then proceeds in all things according to his directions and commandments." In further confirmation of the fact that the original setter was a spaniel, Mr. Daniel, in his Rural Sports, has preserved a document dated in the year 1685, in which one John Harris agrees, for the consideration of 10 shillings, to, quote, "well and sufficiently maintain and keep a spaniel bitch named Quand, and fully and effectually train up and teach the said bitch to sit partridges, pheasants, and other game, as well and exactly as the best sitting dogs usually set the same." End quote. The first recorded importation of a Spanish pointer, who is fully described in a subsequent chapter, into Great Britain was about the year 1600. At that time, the setting dog, as we have seen, might have belonged to several different breeds. Shooting with firearms came into common practice among the gentry about the same period, and seemed to call the pointer into use as a dog who would indicate the place where the birds lay, while standing erect instead of crouching, as the setting dog did. For a long time, therefore, the pointing dog was the fashion among sportsmen, and the setting dog fell into disuse. After a while, however, sportsmen began to use the setting spaniel to shoot over, notwithstanding his sudden drop and point made it difficult to see him in cover, turnips, wheat, standing clover, furze, or ling. A little later still, we find the setter dog standing up to his work like the pointer. By what process this result was accomplished, whether by the gradual education and development of the setting spaniel or by a pointer cross, is a question that has never yet been finally settled. Doubtless there may have been early strains of setters that were kept comparatively free from alien blood in the gradual process of development from the setting spaniel. On the other hand, there is most excellent authority for believing that many strains were greatly aided and improved by the introduction of pointer blood. On this point it will be well, probably, to quote a few authorities, as many lovers of the setter strenuously adhere to the belief that the dog is purely an original one, with no pointer or other alien blood in his veins. The author of The Sportsman's Cabinet, published in 1803, makes the following broad assertion, quote, "The dog passing under this denomination, setter, is a species of pointer, originally produced by a commixture between Spanish pointer and the larger breed of English spaniel." End quote. Mr. William Lort, one of the prominent breeders of the setter in England and a man of recognized authority on the question under investigation, has written as follows, quote, "As to the origin of the setter, I am not so sure of the correctness of my old and valued friend, Mr. H. Hubert, when he says, there is no doubt whatever that a true setter is a pure strain of unmixed spaniel blood, the only improvement produced in the breed arising from its judicious cultivation," etc. I am quite sure that years ago, say from 40 to 50, it was no uncommon thing to get a dip of pointer blood into the best kennels of setters. Sometimes it answered well, and though for a generation or two it diminished the coat, not always, though, at the cost of appearance, it fined and strengthened the stern, giving life and motion to it, and what, whether rightly or wrongly, in early times was thought as a good deal of, it rounded the foot. I know how shocked some of our modern breeders will be at the idea of their favorites having in their veins a drop of pointer blood. It is well, perhaps, that it is not generally known how many fashionable strains have been vitiated with much more objectionable blood than that of the pointer. I have seen droppers, yes, and dogs bred from droppers, possessing exquisite powers of scent, lovely tempers, and great pace. I think there is reason to believe the spaniel to be the foundation of our present setter. As a case showing that it is possible for crossbred dogs to breed true, I know of a black setter bitch, 3 crosses from pointer, belonging to Robert Warner of Leicester Abbey. She was good herself, having all the qualities of a pure setter, and curiously enough, she bred well from either a setter or a pointer. Mr. Warner gave his keeper, who afterward came into my service, a brace of black puppies by a pointer of this bitch. They looked all over pointers, they worked like pointers, they were excellent pointers, and were sold, when broken, at 40 guineas, a good price in those days. I myself had setters from her, and they were good setters, and showed all setter characteristics." End quote. The above explicit statement was made in a letter to Mr. Vero Shaw, and the latter, in his valuable work, The Book of the Dog, adds, quote, "A strong confirmation of Mr. Lort's theory is to be found in the subjoined engravings from a painting by the famous French artist Alexandre François Desportes. This great animal painter, born in 1661 and died in 1743, was elected a member of the French Royal Academy of Painting in 1699 and of its council in 1704. For many years he occupied the court position of historiographer of the chase, created expressly for him by Louis XIV, and his pictures, which are very numerous, can hardly be surpassed for their fidelity to nature. The engraving we reproduce from his pencil is entitled Dogs and Partridges, and is valuable as distinctly showing that the pointer had been crossed with the spaniel before and during his time, and that the result was a dog very like our modern setter." End quote. Mr. Shaw, on another page of his work, also places the seal of his endorsement on the reasonableness of a theory advanced by the well-known writer Blaine in regard to the conversion of the ancient spaniel into the modern setter. Mr. Blaine's suggestion is that a cross with one of the celeries or swift-footed dogs was resorted to, and that the pointer is probably a cross between the spaniel and one or other of the pugnaces. Mr. Yonat, in his valuable work on the dog, also says it was long the fashion to cross and mix them, setters, with the pointer. As further evidence that alien blood may have been used in establishing some strains of setters, the following quotation from one of the works of Mr. Talfrey, author of The Sportsman in France, The Sportsman in Ireland and Scotland, and The Sportsman in Canada, is given, it being his recipe for making a strain of setters. Quote, "The preliminary step is to put a fine breed and unexceptional pointer bitch to a noted foxhound. You will then have laid the foundation of 3 essential qualities: speed, nose, and courage. Docility and sagacity are also requisites, and to obtain them, cross the offspring with the small and slender race of Newfoundland dog. The produce will be as near perfection as possible. They will take to the water, retrieve, and for general shooting will be found the very best and most useful animal the sportsman can desire." End quote. The writer does not believe that many breeders were induced to follow the absurd process recommended by Mr. Talfrey, but simply presents that gentleman's view as showing the tendency of the time to cross and recross in order to bring the setter up to a certain standard. In the light of all this authentic history, it is difficult to arrive at any other conclusion than that the modern setter and pointer are both results of judicious selection, breeding, and crossing. The pointer, as will be seen later, bearing the same relation to the old Spanish pointer, hereinafter described, as the setter does to the original setting spaniel. Without doubt, other dashes of alien blood have been infused into certain strains of each variety, and certain strains may be stronger in spaniel and spaniel blood than others, but the fact remains the same, that both of these valuable variations of dogs have been built up by scientific crossing. This being the case, it is neither necessary nor important to inquire into the antiquity of the respective ancestors of each. Neither can with certainty be accorded precedence in point of age. The present dog of either variety breeds true to type, reproduces himself in form, color, qualities, and intellectual traits, and is none the less valuable in the opinion of the writer because certain judicious drafts have been made on other families of dogs to improve his natural qualities, and the better to adapt him to the uses for which he is intended. Owing to the constant experimentation in the breeding of our canine friends for hundreds of years, and even at the present time, it would seem absurd to the thinking, intelligent reader to claim any breed of dogs as the only great and original creation. Education, climate, food, infusion of new blood, domestication, which corresponds to civilization in man, have done as much for the canine as they have for the human family. And it is perhaps well for the whole race of dogs that outside blood has at times been sought for and obtained, and the deteriorating effects of too close inbreeding thereby happily averted. Mr. Laverack has himself confessed that at one time he lost many of his dogs by too continuously breeding in his strain, and he not only admits that he once infused a valuable dash of liver and white blood from the north of England into his kennels, but that he made 2 separate visits to Ireland for the purpose of looking up a suitable Irish dog to use for a similar purpose. The Old Spanish Pointer. Notwithstanding the uncertainty that exists regarding the time when the Spanish pointer was first introduced into England, there seems to be a general consensus of opinion that the year 1600 is about the period that marks his advent under that name. The dog known as the Old Spanish Pointer was the representative of the type at that time, and has been described by Sydenham Edwards in Cynographia Britannica, 1805, as follows, quote, "The Spanish Pointer is a heavy, loose-made dog, about 22 inches high, bearing no small resemblance to the slow southern hound. Head large, indented between the eyes, lips large and pendulous, ears thin, loose, and hanging down, of a moderate length, coat short and smooth, color dark brown or liver color and white, red and white, black and white, sometimes tanned about the face and eyes, often thickly speckled with small spots on a white ground. The tail thin, smooth, and wiry, frequently dew claws upon the hind legs, the hind feet often turning a little outward. The Spanish Pointer was introduced into this country by a Portuguese merchant at a very modern period, and was first used by an old reduced baron of the name of Byshell, who lived in Norfolk, who could shoot flying. Indeed, he seems to have lived by his gun, as the game he killed was sold in the London market. This valuable acquisition from the continent was wholly unknown to our ancestors, together with the art of shooting flying, but so fond are we become of this most elegant of field sports that we now excel all others in the use of the gun and in the breeding and training of the dog. The Spanish Pointer possesses in a high degree the sense of scenting, so that he very rarely or never goes by his game when in pursuit of it, requires very little training to make him staunch, most of them standing the first time they meet with game. It is no uncommon occurrence for puppies of 3 months old to stand at poultry, rabbits, or even cats. But as they grow old, they are apt to get idle, and often go over their ground on a trot instead of galloping, and from their loose make and slowness of foot, when hunted a few seasons, soon tire, have recourse to cunning, and in company let the younger and fleeter dogs beat wide the fields, while they do little more than back them, or else make false points. They then become useless but for hunting, singly, with a sportsman who is not able or not inclined to follow the faster dogs. There are other varieties of the Pointer, as the Russian, in size and form like the Spanish, coat not unlike a drover's dog, rough and shaggy, rough about the eyes and bearded, color like the Spanish, but often grizzle and white. They differ in coat, some being more rough than others. This is probably a cross between the Spanish Pointer and the Barbet, or rough water dog. He has an excellent nose, is sagacious, tractable, and easily made staunch, endures fatigue tolerably well, takes water readily, and is not incommoded by the most cold and wet weather." End quote. To this description of the Spanish Pointer by an early authority may be added that of Mr. Taplin at the opening of the present century. Every fact upon record respecting their appearance in England is that they were, at very early ages, introduced from Spain, and that they were natives of that country from which their name was derived. The Pointer of this description is short in the head, broad in the forehead, wide in the nose, expansive in the nostrils, simply solicitous in aspect, heavy in the shoulders, short in the legs, almost circular in the form of the carcass, square upon the back, strong across the loins, and remarkably so in the hind quarters. Although this breed, like the English Pointer, by the many collateral aids so much improved, are produced of various colors, yet the bold brown, liver and white are the most predominant. The Pointer we are now treating of, though exceedingly slow, must be generally admitted to be sure, indefatigable, and minute in his researches. He is rarely seen to miss his game when game is to be found. When a covey of birds is separated by repeated shots and are afterward found singly, the Pointer under description has opportunity to display his best ability in most industriously recovering these scattered birds, the major part of which, if accompanied by a good shot, are generally picked up to a certainty. To the recovery of winged birds, the patient perseverance of this dog is peculiarly adapted, and for the sport of snipe shooting alone, they are entitled to the preference of every other." End quote. The Russian branch of this family of dogs is said to strongly resemble the later Russian setter, and many good authorities consider them almost identical. It is not appropriate here to enter into any extended description of the Russian setter, further than to say that he is considered a very superior dog on game, and that several dashes of his blood have been infused, with benefit, into some strains of our modern setters. The German Pointer is a heavy-set, large-boned dog with prominent flews and considerable throatiness, generally liver or liver and white in color, though not always. He is believed to be particularly strong in the blood of the Spanish Pointer, and his slow but sure methods of hunting confirm the belief. He is extensively used in Germany, and as an all-around game dog has few superiors. There are two varieties of this useful dog, the smooth-coated and the rough-coated, the latter probably being akin to the Russian Pointer above referred to. With reference to these dogs, we quote the following letter, recently published in the American Field and written by a prominent German sportsman. Quote, "Our dogs must have a different training from the dog used by sportsmen in England or America. We cannot successfully hunt here with the Pointer or Setter. We need dogs, Gebrauchshund, adapted to all purposes, a sort of an all-round dog. This rule especially applies to the government forester, who is compelled to be out in the forest every day in the year, and whose dog must not only be insensible in a high degree to all temperatures, but must also, in case of need, render assistance to his master against game sneakers, who frequently are a dangerous class of men, and often make a murderous attack on the officer when he interferes with their unlawful pursuits. English Pointers and Setters are the acknowledged champion bird dogs, but very few of them can be trained to retrieve a hare or a fox at a great distance, or to bring a duck out of the cold water and through thick weeds, or to follow the trail of a wounded stag or roebuck. Yet a hunting dog in this country must combine all these qualities. He is expected to have a good nose, to search the field all day in the hot month of August for partridges, and make a firm stand when he finds them. He must work in water for ducks in warm or cold weather. He must follow a wounded hare or fox when brought on the trail for miles, and retrieve the game the same distance. He must never hesitate to attack and kill a wounded fox, otter, marten, etc., must pull down a wounded roebuck, or if he finds the roebuck or stag dead, commence to bark, and continue to do so until his master is at his side. If he follows his master stalking, he must never advance a foot ahead of him, must drop when winked to do so, and remain down until commanded to come, even if his master remains away for hours, and meanwhile has repeatedly fired at game. We have several breeds of dogs. The German Pointer, German Setter, and the rough-coated German Pointer, which, if properly trained, will acquire the perfection in question. Of late, the rough-coated Pointer, one of which, Ratti's No. 3201, German Dog Register, is one of the most favorite sporting dogs in this country. I herewith furnish you an illustration. Ratti's is owned by Corthals, stands 26 inches at the shoulder, and is bluish-gray mixed with brown. The structure of his body resembles closely the German Pointer. His coat of hair resembles that of a Griffon. He is the connecting link between these two breeds of dogs, and may have originated from one or the other, or perhaps may be considered a crossbreed of the two. The rough-coated Pointer is not equaled by any dog in endurance and his insensibility to changes of temperature. His nose is almost as good as that of the finest English Pointer, and his retrieving qualities, his courage, are simply marvelous. Frequently, one of these dogs, when on the trail of a slightly wounded fox, will follow Reynard for miles, kill him, and return with him to his master. He will battle with a wounded otter in the water and either go down with the latter or bring it on land. He will bay a wounded stag and pull him down if he gets the favorable opportunity. He will quietly, with no sign of discomfort, lie down in front of or at the side of his master in snow and await developments. We have two celebrated kennels of rough-coated Pointers in this country, the Corthals and the Bontemps. The most popular color of the rough-coated Pointer is a bluish-gray or faint brown. Light colors are at a discount, since the white dog in this country is too good an object to notice for the larger game, and the weeds in the open field are never too high for the gunner to keep his dog constantly in sight. I also enclose a portrait of one of the finest and best short-haired German Pointers, and the favorite dog of the German Emperor. Walden is of the purest blood, with a good pedigree, is brown in color, and was whelped July 26, 1884. His nose is claimed to be equal to that of the best of English thoroughbreds. His figure is almost faultless, and his qualities first class. He, like most German pointers, is less nervous and restless than the English pointers. He is not a one-sided field trial dog, but a dog for all purposes, a Gebrauchshund. Walden received his training from one of the best German dog trainers and is exercised continuously in the field or forest, and thus is in a uniform good hunting condition. When the partridge season opens and the Emperor enters the field near Berlin to enjoy the sport of partridge shooting, Walden is always present, and the Emperor follows with delight the fine work of this dog. Walden has won twice the first and once the second prize at the German field trials. He has been painted in oil by Sperling, the celebrated German artist, eminent for animal painting, of whose skill the accompanying illustration is only a faint sample. The English Pointer. Following close upon the Spanish Pointer appeared the English Pointer, which is generally acknowledged to be the result of a cross, either of the Spanish Pointer and the Southern Hound, or Braque, or of the former and the Foxhound. The burden of authority seems to favor the latter hypothesis. As field sports gradually became popular, and the art of shooting on the wing more generally known, game became somewhat scarcer and more wary, and the old Spanish pointer, with his slow, methodical ways and pottering style, came into disfavor. More dash, speed, and range were required, even at the sacrifice of a certain degree of stability and staunchness, and sportsmen began to look around for an infusion of blood that would add the desirable qualities, with the least sacrifice of the old and valued traits of character. Sydenham Edwards, speaking of the improved pointer in 1800, thus writes, quote, "The sportsman has improved the breed by selecting the lightest and gayest individuals, and by judicious crosses with the foxhound, to procure courage and fleetness. From the great attention thus paid has resulted the present elegant dog, of value and extensive properties, differing much from the original parent, but with some diminution of his instinctive powers. He may thus be described: light, strong, well-formed, and very active, about 22 inches high, head small and straight, lips and ears small, short and thin, coat short and smooth, commonly spotted or flecked upon a white ground, sometimes wholly white, tail thin and wiry, except when crossed with the setter or foxhound, then a little brushed. This dog possesses great gaiety and courage, travels in a grand manner, quarters his group with rapidity, and scents with acuteness, gallops with his haunches rather under him, his head and tail up, of strength to endure any fatigue, and an invincible spirit. But with these qualifications he has concomitant disadvantages. His high spirit and eagerness for the sport render him intractable and extremely difficult of education. His impatience in company subjects him to a desire to be foremost in the points, and not give time for the sportsman to come up, to run in upon his game, particularly downwind. But if these faults can be overcome in training, if he can be made staunch in standing, drawing, and backing, and to stop at the voice or token of the hand, he is highly esteemed, and those who arrive at such perfection in this country bring amazing prices. The most judicious cross appears to have been with the foxhound, and by this has been acquired speed and courage, power and perseverance, and its disadvantage, difficulty of training them to be staunch. I believe the celebrated Colonel Thornton first made this cross, and from his producing excellent dogs it has been very generally followed. The foregoing description of the origin of the modern English pointer is confirmed by other early writers, and is generally believed to be accurate. Among the early products of this cross were many dogs possessed of double noses, a deep fissure in the center of the nose completely dividing the nostrils, but the superstition that such animals were possessed of keener scenting powers than others has long since passed away, and such a manifestation is now considered a great defect. That a cross between the Spanish pointer and the foxhound was made in France as early as the year 1700 is explicitly proven by another painting by Desportes, also published in Vero Shaw's book and made about that period, wherein are shown two dogs clearly illustrating the cross of the pointer with the hound. Besides the foxhound, other families of dogs are said to have been drawn upon by early breeders to introduce certain qualities that were esteemed desirable. For the purpose of obtaining more speed and lightness of movement, the Greyhound cross is said to have been resorted to by some breeders, although it is difficult to conceive how a dog that hunts by sight instead of scent could greatly improve the breed. The Bulldog cross is also said to have been employed to give stamina and courage to the product of the Greyhound cross, but neither of them are believed to have been followed up to any great extent. The cross with the Foxhound was probably the most effectual and beneficial in its results, and such may be considered to have been the foundation of our modern strains of pointers. The development of the English Pointer. When the improved pointer first began to be the fashion in England among sportsmen, the Duke of Kingston had the reputation of possessing one of the finest strains, and after his death his dogs were sold for what were considered enormous prices in those days. Subsequently, the breed deteriorated somewhat because of a too rash use of greyhound blood to secure speed, and ghastly-looking dogs bore the name of pointers, possessing but few of the natural qualities of that noble dog, and being defective in pluck, vigor, and constitution. In the early part of the present century, Mr. Mattingly in the north of England and Mr. Webb Edge as late as 1845 did a great deal for the proper development of the breed. Mr. Maynell and Mr. Osbaldiston, together with Lord Derby, Lord Lichfield, Lord Sefton, Lord Stamford, Sir E. Antrobus, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Cumberbosh, Mr. Derbyshire, Lord Kennedy, Sir R. Sutton, Sir R. Musgrave, Mr. Green, R. J. Lloyd Price, Lord Berwick, and Messrs. Pilkington, Garth, Brockton, and Brierley were also among those to whom the modern lovers of the pointer owe the deepest obligations for their intelligent and judicious efforts in his behalf. Upon this point, the Reverend Thomas Pierce, under the pseudonym of Idstone, has published one of the most lucid, comprehensive, and valuable of our smaller works on the dog, remarks as follows. Quote, As soon as dog shows became general, several eminent dogs came to the front, the first celebrity being Mr. Newton's Ranger, a grand liver-and-white dog of the Edge kennel, stamp, and color. When the first trial of dogs in the field took place, Ranger had lost his pace, and the chief distinctions were gained by Mr. Rockton's Bounce, liver and white for large dogs, and by Mr. Garth Gill and Mr. Whitehouse's orange and white Hamlet for dogs of less size. Amongst other dogs which acquitted themselves well were Mr. Swan's Peter, a white dog of exquisite form, with liver head and liver and white ears, and Mr. Peter Jones's Bragg. Hamlet subsequently gained great and deserved popularity by winning the Bala sweepstakes of 25 guineas each against any dog that could be brought against him, although from a mistake of the judge in counting his marks much unpleasantness ensued, the real winner being the Marquis of Hundley's young Kent, according to the rules laid down. This celebrated dog, Hamlet, has been one of the most successful dogs of the day, numbers of his offspring combining first-class form with excellent stamina and nose. Mr. Whitehouse's Rap, a dog of the same color, excels the old dog in general outline, though in style of working Hamlet never will be surpassed. These orange and whites are closely connected with Mr. Lang's breed, Bob, the father of Hamlet, having been the property of Mr. Gilbert, who had the mother from Mr. Lang. The following are the best specimens which have been exhibited of late years. Bounce, the property of Mr. W. R. Brockton, Farndon, near Newark. Peter, Mr. S. Swan of Lincoln. Don, the property of Mr. Derbyshire, Pandifferin, Conway. Silk, the property of R. Garth, Esquire, Q.C., Wimbledon. Hamlet, Rap, and Nina, the property of Mr. Whitehouse, Ipsley Court, Warwickshire. Sancho and Chang, Mr. Francis of Exeter. Mr. Richard Hemington's Flake. and Mr. Lloyd Price of Bala possesses Lady Alice, the General, and many more, while Mr. Antrobus, Mr. Cumberbach, Mr. H. Mere of Turnstall, Mr. Halford, and many others are celebrated for their breed of pointers." End quote. For many years, Devonshire has been the great home of the pointer in England, Mr. Francis of Exeter and Mr. Sam Price of Devon being especially successful in producing some fine representatives of the breed. One of the best dogs bred by the latter gentleman, afterwards owned by R.J. Lloyd Price, was Champion Wag by Champion Sancho out of Sappho, whelped in March 1871. He was liver and white in color, weighed 65 pounds, and made a great record both at the field trials and on the bench. Many of our best American dogs were also bred by Mr. Price and deservedly assumed a high place in this country. Another great dog in England was Sir R. Garth's Drake, who was purchased after the death of that gentleman for 150 guineas and died April 22, 1877. He was by Rapp out of Dal, Rapp by Mr. Cumberbatch's Don and Lord Lichfield's Jilt, and Dal by Mr. Newton's Champion Ranger, and Might representing Lord Derby's kennels. Drake was a fine, upstanding, liver and white dog, 2 feet and 1 inch at the shoulder, 3 feet from nose to root of tail, and weighing about 65 pounds. His winnings on the bench, and especially at the field trials, have seldom, if ever, been equaled, and his record as a producer of winners stands almost unrivaled. He was the sire of Dandy Drake, Beau Mallard, Romp, Lucky Sixpence, Gypsy, Yellow Drake, Luck of Edenhall, Tick, Lord Drown's Bang, Drake 2, Mars, Grace, Jill, Bounce, Lord Derby's Drake and Duchess, Lord Lichfield's Daisy, Barclay Field's Riot, Mr. Price's Rose, Garth's Might 2, and many other field trial and bench show winners. He was also the grandsire of Mr. Field's Drake and Pride, and of Mr. Pilkington's Garnet and Faust, the latter being imported to this country at a cost of $2,250 and becoming one of our most valuable dogs and a most excellent and prepotent sire. Another prominent pointer in England was R.J. Lloyd Price's Belle, a handsome liver and white bitch bred in 1870 by Lord Henry Bentinck out of Grouse by his Ranger. This bitch weighed 55 pounds, stood 24 inches at the shoulder, and measured 3 feet 2 3/4 inches from nose to root of tail. Her reputation is based chiefly on her field trial performances, which is very much to her credit, and having been very successful in competition with the setters, it may prove interesting to give a portion of her record, which is as follows. County Stakes for all age bitches at Veynal Field Trials, 1872, and with Judy. The Bangor Stakes for pointer braces at the same meeting. County Stakes for all aged pointer bitches at the National Pointer and Setter Field Trials held at Cumbermeal, Shrewsbury, April 29, 1873, and with her daughter Grecian Bend. The Acton Reynald Stakes for pointer braces at the same meeting. Also at the Grouse Field Trials, 1873, she won second with Roman Fall, her son, in the Penlyon Stakes for braces August 13th, and first in the Rowless Stakes for all-age pointers and setters August 16th, beating Mr. McDonough's Ranger, Mr. Llewellyn's Countess and Flax, Mr. Statter's Rob Roy, and other celebrated animals, after which performance she was withdrawn from public competition and used for breeding purposes only. At the Veynal trials in 1872, this wonderful bitch made a perfect score of 100 points on the following basis of work: nose, 30, pace and style of hunting, 20, breaking, 20, style and steadiness in pointing, 15, backing, 10, drawing on game or roading, 5, total 100. Belle was rather too light in muzzle and head to suit many of our modern critics, and lacked heaviness of bone and a certain coarseness which many later favorites have possessed. but she represented a very successful type and weight of dog, of which we have ourselves owned and shot over many grand specimens. It is a question whether a resort to her type might not do away with much of the pottering and heel work in which many of the present field trial dogs are so expert. What the pointer needs is more dash, vim, energy, love of his work, and less lumber to carry with him. He needs lengthening out and narrowing, and less stockiness and bulkiness of form. The fact has long ago been demonstrated that the long, narrow, deep-chested dog, well-ribbed behind and properly set on his legs, with a correspondingly rakish head, is the proper type of dog to breed, for speed and endurance combined. Field qualities. Much has been written concerning the field qualities of the pointer, especially when compared with the setter, but general public sentiment seems to have accorded to him a place by no means inferior to that of any breed of sporting dogs. There is no question that for all the purposes to which a dog hunting to a gun can be employed, the pointer has no superior. His excellent nose, his great staunchness, his power of endurance, his ability to go without water for a long time, strongly recommend his use for general shooting. While it may be true that his coat does not so well adapt him for constant use in briery thickets and rough mountainous countries, yet per contra this very shortness of coat constitutes his strongest recommendation in warm climates for summer shooting or in open sections of country where cockle burrs, sand fleas, nettles, and other pests which annoy the long-haired dog most abound. On this point, Forrester, in his Field Sports, says, quote, "The pointer's skin becomes infinitely tender, and his whole frame more delicate and fine-drawn by high breeding. But so much does he gain thereby in pluck and courage that I have seen pure-blood dogs of this strain tearing away through cat-briar brakes, literally bleeding at every pore and whimpering with pain, while great coarse-bred hairy brutes of 6 times their apparent power of frame and capacities of endurance slunk away like curs as they were unable to face the thorns." End quote. It is also true that the pointer's feet are not so well padded as the setter's, but nature seems to have provided for that by increasing the thickness and toughness of the flesh and skin of the foot, enabling it to stand a great amount of work before becoming tender. It must also be remembered that the round, compact foot of the well-bred pointer is inherently stronger and more enduring than the weak and loosely constructed hare foot of many strains of setters. Besides, the pointer has inherited the foot of the foxhound, which for 100 years or more has been cultivated and developed to withstand hard usage and constant wear. In the field trials of 1889, held in Ireland under the auspices of the Irish Setter Club, and on the roughest of moors and heathery mountainsides, the pointer bitches Perdita and Mopsa, and Devonshire Lady and Sal, carried off the first and second prizes in the brace stakes, and Mopsa and Champion Cup, valued at 20 guineas over some of the best Irish and English setters in Ireland. This also during stormy, raw, and most disagreeable weather. Devonshire Sal also won the final stake in the Derby for both pointers and setters. So far as the field trials are concerned, the pointer has not, as a general rule, been as successful as the English setter because 1. He has not been entered in equal numbers, and 2. So much time and money have not been expended in his development, and 3. Because, as a rule, he does not start off to his work with the snap and dash of the setter, is not at first so wide and extensive in his range, and is often beaten before he has really gotten to work by his more showy and dashing competitor. So long as field trials are conducted under artificial rules, thoroughly at variance with practical and continued work, and so long as the tendency to run fast from the word go is considered the point of highest excellence, the pointer may preferably be kept in the background for the use of those gentlemen who are not born with wings, who do not hunt on horseback, and who require a careful, moderately fast dog, possessed of excellent nose, thoroughly staunch, and capable of doing a whole day's work or more without tiring. It is generally admitted that the pointer is more naturally inclined to point and at an earlier age than the setter, that he is more easily broken, more obedient, retains his training longer, and endures punishment with greater fortitude than the setter. It is also our observation and experience that the pointer is fully as fond of the water as the setter and can be as easily trained to enter it for retrieving purposes. Many instances have been related illustrating the remarkable staunchness of the pointer. Pluto and Juno, pointers owned by Colonel Thornton, an early sportsman of England, are said to have held a point for 1 hour and a quarter while being sketched by Mr. Gilpin, by whom they were afterwards painted for their owner. Idstone tells us of other pointers that did not break their point for 5 and 12 hours respectively, and also relates the case of another pointer who in 1814 was frozen to death while on point, quoting as authority a relative of his own who claims to have witnessed the fact while journeying from Leicester to Oxford during the memorable frost of that year. With regard to the field qualities of the modern pointer, a great deal of nonsense has been written by men who ought to have known better. Frank Forrester has been the means of handing down a great many fallacies promulgated by early writers, and has himself given utterance to views regarding the pointer which are as absurd as they are fanciful and unreal. The fact is that a great deal that has been written nowadays concerning both the setter and the pointer is but the echo of ancient fallacies espoused by early writers who knew nothing of the modern dog and whose opinions are unsubstantiated by practical experience. For instance, Dr. E.J. Lewis, who edited an American edition of Yonat on the Dog, in 1863 says, quote, "The pointer displays but little fondness for those by whom he is surrounded, and hunts equally as well for a stranger as for his master," when the fact is that the exact contrary is true in both instances as to average specimens of the breed. The writer has never owned more affectionate and faithful canine friends than his pointers, and none that were more loyal to him, more averse to making new acquaintances, or to working for strangers. He is further constrained to say that some of the best dogs he ever owned or saw in the field were pointers, and he has never been called upon to admit the inferiority of the pointer in any kind of shooting in which it gives a gentleman pleasure to indulge, whether in winter or summer. The dog has been bred for many generations in the South, and in antebellum days was recognized as the genuine canine aristocrat of that section. Frank Forrester admits that more of the blood of the old Spanish pointer is to be found in the dog commonly used in this country than in the English breed, and it is largely to that fact that the special excellencies of many of our native strains are to be ascribed. The fine field qualities of the pointer cannot be better or more fittingly described than in the following eloquent language of Idstone. Quote, "He is the model of beauty, worthy of the capital material from which he has descended. He is to be found now in every kennel of mark, with all the attributes and properties of the highest class, and with intelligence and observation deserving the name of reason. His airy gallop, his lashing stern, his fine range, his magnificent dead stop on game, his rapid turn to catch the wind of the body scent, his perseverance under the trying sun to reach a faint and hardly perceptible stain of game borne to him on the breeze, his glorious attitude as he becomes, directly his widespread nostrils assure him he is right, stiff and motionless, with limbs wide spread, head aloft, stern held high, and his implicit obedience to the lessons he learnt, perhaps 2 or 3 seasons past, all these wonderful gifts put him on a level with that paragon of hounds with which he claims relationship. And such is the pointer of the present day, as he is to be found in the kennels of Mr. Whitehouse, of Ipsey Court, in Warwickshire, of Lord Lichfield, Mr. Garth, Mr. Vernon, Derbyshire, or Mr. Brockton of Ferndon, a better dog than those whose bounce I never saw on game." End of Section 5. The Pointer, Part 1. Section 6 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor, Section 6, The Pointer, Part 2, by Charles K. Westbrook, A.M. The Pointer has always occupied a high place in the esteem of American sportsmen. This is not only owing to his attractive form and fine field qualities, but also to the fact that in southern sections of the country, where field sports were most indulged in during the earlier years of our national existence, his short coat, his ability to go without water for a longer time than the setter, and his superior nose in a warm, dry climate entitled him to preference. Many dogs of fine quality were imported from abroad by our Southern friends long prior to the war, and by judicious interbreeding with our excellent native strains, families of pointers were established there which were not inferior in any respect to the best imported strains. By degrees, these became generally disseminated throughout the country, where other fine strains had also been established, so that the American Pointer became noted for his superiority and general excellence as a sporting dog. Among the earlier importations of Pointers, of which we have any record, was Sefton by Starr, out of Lord Sefton's Sam, Starr by Cotter, out of Macdonough's Miranda. This dog was white with liver-colored ears and was imported by Dr. N. Rowe, now editor of the American Field. In 1867, Sir Frederick Bruce, the English minister, imported the liver and white dog George from the Duke of Beaufort's kennels, which together with Captain Grafton's imported black and white dog Peg, subsequently became the property of Dr. A. R. Strachan of New York. In the same year, Mrs. S. G. Phelps of East Hartford, Connecticut, imported Bruno, a lemon and white dog, and Mr. Charles Porter of Roslyn, L.I., the liver and white bitch Fanny. In 1874, Mr. B. W. Jenkins of Baltimore imported a liver and white dog, Sancho, by Walker's Dan out of Fairhead's Juno, Hamlet Bell, who won the Tolly Gold Medal at Waterton in 1875. In the latter year, Messrs. Seeley and Stevens of New York imported the liver, gray, and white dog, Rap, by Lord Carlisle's Rap, out of Bess, by Honorable Norhill's Blunder, out of Shaw's Helen, Rap by Lord Downey's Shot, out of Wilson's Staffa. Besides these imported dogs, excellent strains were bred about the same time by Mr. Wisner Murray of Goshen, New York, A.C. Wardell of Newton, New Jersey, now of Kansas, James Cassidy and Charles H. Winfield of New Jersey, Mr. Colt of Hartford, Dwight L. Roberts and Captain J. P. White of Savannah, Edward H. Lathrop of Springfield, Massachusetts, and G. A. Strong and E. A. Kelsey of West Meriden, Connecticut. The first effort at a bench show in this country was made at the meeting of the Illinois State Sportsmen's Association in Chicago, June 2, 1874. The second was held at Oswego, New York, June 22, 1874, by the New York State Sportsmen's Association. The first real success in that direction was achieved at Mineola, Long Island, October 7, 1874. Other exhibitions soon followed at Memphis, Detroit, Springfield, Waterton, Paris, Kentucky, and at Manchester, New Hampshire. The first bench show in New York was held in 1877, at which R.J. Lloyd Price of England exhibited Snapshot in the champion class and won with him, the Columbus, Ohio Kennel Club winning in the same class for bitches with Bell. The exhibition of 1878 in the same city brought out the St. Louis Kennel Club's champion Sleaford, and in bitches E. Orgill's Romp and Rose. Many fine dogs appeared subsequently at this series of exhibitions, among them being Faust, Croxteth, Tramp, Lord Dufferin, Rush, Rap, W.R. Hobart's, Tom, John S. Wise, Donald, A.H. Moore's, King Bow, Water Lily, LaRouque, Meteor, Drake, Pilot, Munson's Bang, Bravo, Bow, Beaufort, Robert Le Diable, Fritz, Rue, Robin Adair, Jilt, Rhonda, Modesty, Rosa, Bracket, Mealy, Revel 3, Tammy, Duke of Bergen, Consolation, Nick of Nassau, Bang Grace, Steph G, Blumo, Young Beulah, Never Sink, Tuck, Patty M, Duke of Hessen, Vanderbilt, Puck, Hamlet Sleaford, Nassau of Devonshire, Penelope, Wanda, Stella, Sensation, Jimmy, Shirley, Amin, Clover, Springbok, Bangzo, Mathilde, Jersey Bang Bang, Roger Williams, Mayflower, Nassau of Kippen, Lad of Bow, Lass of Bow, Lucky Stone, Madstone, Glauca, Gladys, Kate the Eighth, Goldenrod, Duke of Vernon, Graphite, Lord Graphic, Break, Lebanon, Tory White, Transit, Belle Randolph, Sicily, Lapford Pearl, Woolton Game, Queen Fan, Pomeroy Sec, Ossining, Tribulation, Miss Freedom, Mary Legs, Stella B, Sally Brass 2, Millie's Baby, Glamorgan, Lady Tammany, and numbers of others whom space will not permit us to mention. Among the organizations that are entitled to great credit for the efforts that they put forth about 1877 for the improvement of the pointer in America are the St. Louis Kennel Club in the West and the Westminster Kennel Club in the East, each composed of wealthy, representative sportsmen having the true interests of the breed at heart. These gentlemen imported, at heavy expense, some of the choicest English blood, and by its injection into the veins of our already excellent strains of dogs, vastly raised the standard of the American pointer. The St. Louis Kennel Club's stud dogs, Champion Faust and Champion Bow, were two of the best pointers of their day, and have further established their claims to distinction by proving their propensity through a long line of worthy descendants. Champion Sleaford also added greatly to the reputation which the club had achieved as the importers and breeders of some of the best pointers that America has seen, adding to their bench qualifications that still more desirable characteristic, superior excellence in the field. The Westminster Kennel Club was among the first to establish bench shows in this country, and through that medium has done much to improve the form and appearance of the pointer, importing such excellent dogs as Bang Bang and Nassau of Kippen, and by their energy and influence inducing a wider distribution of the pointer and a higher recognition of his claims as a useful and valuable sporting dog. The annual bench show held by this club in the city of New York is recognized as the leading one in the United States, and the prizes there bestowed are most highly cherished by breeders. The long line of important shows now held in this country at Boston, Providence, Springfield, Rochester, Elmira, Buffalo, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Chicago, St. Louis, Denver, St. Paul, Cincinnati, and other large cities owe their origin and inspiration to the influence and example of the Westminster Kennel Club. The Graphic Kennels at Netherwood, New Jersey, the Neversink Lodge Kennels of Orange County, New York, and the Hempstead Farm Kennels of Long Island are also prominent Eastern breeders of pointers, while Messrs. John S. Wise, F.R. Hitchcock, A.E. Godfrey, Fred S. Underhill, A.D. Lewis, J.H. Phelan, J.H. Winslow, Charles J. Purcell, L. Gardner, Charles Heath, James L. Anthony, E.R. Bellman, John White, Luke W. White, J.R. Purcell, P.T. Madison, Robert C. Cornell, Thomas H. Terry, B.F. Seidner, A.C. Collins, C.M. Munhill, C.G. Stoddard, C.H. Odell, O.W. Donner, Edward Dexter, Armory R. Starr, John M. Tracy, C.W. Littlehorn, George F. Grant, Ed S. Schultz, C.E. Sterling, Bayard Thayer, Samuel T. Colt, W.E. Hughes, J.B. Turner, A.A. Whipple, A.C. Waddell, and C.C. Pippet are among those gentlemen to whom breeders are indebted for intelligent and successful efforts in the development of the pointer. A large number of champion pointers have been evolved and had won well-merited honors at the various exhibitions before the organization of the present American Kennel Club. Among these were Faust, Sleaford, Bow, Water Lily, Meteor, Bravo, and Patty M. As kennel interests began to assume a more prominent place in America, the necessity for the organization of a national association with a view of directing and fostering such interests and adopting uniform rules for the government of shows and the distribution of awards became apparent and resulted in the organization of the American Kennel Club at Philadelphia on September 17, 1884. This club has present control of American kennel affairs, publishing the only official stud book for the registration of pedigrees, as well as the Kennel Gazette, and promulgating uniform rules for the government of shows and distribution of awards. It also publishes in the Gazette, as champions of record, the names of all those dogs still living who have attained the title of champion, the qualifications being that a dog shall have won 4 first prizes in the open class to be eligible to the challenge class, and 3 first prizes in the latter class to be entitled champion. The exhibitions at which such awards are given to be such as are duly recognized by the club, and the contests to be under rules promulgated by themselves. The club is composed of a membership comprising the different bench show and field trial clubs of America, represented by delegates, and a large body of associated individual members, also represented by delegates. Those living pointers recognized as champions by the American Kennel Club down to 1890 are Brackett 7835, Clover 2867, Donald 2879, Graphic 4067, Juno S 8010, King Bow 4076, Lad of Bow 7880, Lass of Bow 8020, Mealy 4201, Nassau of Kippen 5552, Nick of Nassau 5553, Queen Bow 8057, Queen Fan 5607, Revel 3 8062, Robert Le Diable 5556, and Rosa 11206. Contemporaneously with the establishment of bench shows in the United States appeared the public field trials, which were designed to develop and demonstrate the useful and practical qualities of the pointer and setter. The first field trial in America was held October 8th, 1874, under the auspices of the Tennessee Sportsmen's Association, in which the judging was under English rules by points. On October 26, 1875, the same association also held extensive trials in the field, at which first prize for pointers was won by Major J. M. Taylor's Duke, by Captain Day's May, out of Ida, second prize by Captain Lightburn's Sandy by Bang, out of Queen. In the bitch class, first went to G. Muller's Fanny by Ben, out of Hoffman's imported bitch, second to Dr. Sanders' May by Sam, out of Gibson's Nellie. One of the earliest prominent field trial organizations, and one to which pointer breeders are chiefly indebted for early encouragement, was the Eastern Field Trials Club, organized in 1878 and still in active existence. During the first few years, the club furnished but one all-age stake annually to which both setters and pointers were eligible. While the latter won a fair share of the competitive honors, they were so heavily handicapped by the greater number of the setters, affording a larger field for selection, that pointer breeders were dissatisfied, and it was not until the club established separate all-age stakes for the two breeds that the excellent field qualities of the pointer were clearly demonstrated and his improvement became rapid. The two breeds still contend together in the Derby for dogs born on or after January 1st of the year of or year preceding the contest, and also contend together for the championship stake, to which winners of the first prize in an all-age stake are eligible. The Robbins Island Club, organized 1881, is still in existence, while later organizations that are engaged in the commendable work of developing the field qualities of the pointer and setter are the Central Field Trial Club, Southern Field Trial Club, Indiana Kennel Club, Texas Field Trial Club, Pacific Coast Field Trial Club, Philadelphia Kennel Club, Southern Sportsmen's Association, Canadian Kennel Club, and Manitoba Field Trial Club. Here, omitted from this recording, is a full page of dogs by name, with sires and dames recited, who won the prize. Too much cannot be said in praise of those enterprising gentlemen who have devoted time and money without stint to the support and encouragement of field contests, and while severe criticisms have been made on the methods often employed at the trials, the rules under which they are run, and the work of the dogs, yet it must be borne in mind that the conditions under which these races are run are of the most trying character. It is a contest for supremacy between owners, handlers, and dogs. The latter are thrown among strange competitors, oftentimes after being carried hundreds of miles by rail, must work on strange grounds, followed by a crowd, listen to unaccustomed sounds and commands, and work in confusion generally. It is only a wonder that the dogs perform as well as they do, and it is generally admitted that it takes a good dog to win at these trials in the face of all these difficulties. Many of the successful field trial winners are afterward used as stud dogs and produce some excellent descendants for all-round work, which proves their own inherent good qualities. If less prominence were given to pace and range, and more to nose, style, and quality of work, staunchness in pointing, backing, and retrieving, it would redound more to the credit of the field trials, and result in giving us better dogs for general private use throughout the country. The tendency now seems to be to adopt more rational and sensible rules in judging the work of the dogs, and a wild, half-trained animal, knowing but little else than how to run fast for a short time, does not now necessarily win the contest. Among the most potent sires that have ever been imported to this country were Sensation and Croxteth. The former, by Price's Jim, Whitehouse's Hamlet Judy, out of Nell, Old Rap, Nina, was bred by Mr. J. D. Humphreys in 1874, and during his lifetime won 7 prizes in England and 13 in the United States, including 3rd prize in the Eastern Field Trials and the Cup for the Best Pointer in 1880. He was a dog of most excellent quality, lemon and white in color, and has produced many noted descendants. He was one of the first dogs of note that was brought to America, and his importation marked the beginning of the interest in the development of the pointer that has culminated in our present high standard of excellence. He was imported in 1876, having been selected and purchased for the Westminster Kennel Club by Mr. George De Forest Grant. His field qualities were of a high order, many of his fine attitudes on point having been preserved by brush and pencil. He died of old age at Babylon, Long Island, in June 1887. Following close upon Sensation was Croxteth. He was bred by the well-known English sportsman, Rev. J. Cumming McDonough, in January 1878, from whom he was purchased by Mr. A. E. Godefroy of New York. When first imported, he was in very poor condition and did not show up well at the New York exhibition of 1880, where he was only awarded 2 letters. In the summer of 1880, he began to improve in condition and ran in an all-age stake of the Eastern Field Trials, where he won his first heat but failed to get placed. At the New York show of 1881, he won 3rd in the open class, and in the fall of the same year again ran at the trials of the Eastern Field Trial Club, where he defeated all the pointers present, winning the special Pointer Cup. He then ran for first prize overall against the orange and white setter Grossdale, but after a close race was declared defeated, a decision which caused considerable heated discussion in the sporting press, many believing that Croxteth had justly won the contest. His owner withdrew him after this race and would not permit him to contend for second money. In 1882, the New York exhibition awarded him first in the open class for heavyweight dogs and the silver medal for the best pointer with a field trial record. He was shown against the well-known dog Faust and scored 95 1/4 points out of a possible 100 against 90 by Faust. The same year, he ran again in the all-age stake at the Eastern Field Trials, beating all pointers and again winning the Special Pointer Cup. He won second in the general contest out of 37 entries, being defeated for the first place by London. His son, Lord Shefton, ran in the Derby at the same time and won the Silver Cup over 65 dogs for special excellence. He also won second in the puppy class at the New York Bench Show the same year. The summarized winnings of Croxteth are as follows: second prize in puppy class, International Show at Hanover, Germany, 1879. Fourth in English Field Trial Derby, out of 127 entries, 1879. Second in Bench Show, Rochester, New York, 1879. HC Bench Show, New York City, 1880. Third Bench Show, New York City, 1881. Special Cup for Best Pointer in Eastern Field Trials, 1881. First in Open Class, New York Bench Show, and Silver Medal for Best Field Trial Pointer in the show, 1882. Special Cup for Best Pointer in the Eastern Field Trials, 1882. Second in All-Age Stake in Eastern Field Trials, 1882. Silver Medal, Best Kennel of Pointers, New York, 1883. Silver Medal, Best Field Trial Pointer, New York, 1883. Best Stud Pointer in the show, appearing with 4 first and second winners, New York, 1884. Silver Medal, Best Kennel of Pointers, New York, 1885. He was never shown except in New York State, and after 1885 retired on his laurels, being in extensive demand as a stud dog and becoming the sire of many winners both on the bench and in the field. Among the well-known dogs of whom he was the sire were Eliot's Scout, Drake, Trinket's Bang, Robert de Diable, Keswick II, Dee, Dell, Modesty, Lady Zeal, Romp, Lady Croxteth, Neversink, Jilt, Lord Sefton, Doncaster, Rap, and Ossian. No dog that we have had in America has achieved a more favorable reputation as a dog of high character and a successful stock-getter than Croxteth, and when he died in March 1888, the result of a cold caught during the great blizzard of that month, general regret pervaded pointer circles at the loss of so shining a light among their favorites. Croxteth was by Lowe's young Bang out of Madonna's Jane, he by Price's Bang and Davy's Luna, and she by Lord Sefton's Sam out of his Flirt. Through his ancestors, Sam, Hamlet, and Drake, he inherited the best blood of Lord Sefton's, Mr. Whitehouse's, and Sir Richard Garth's strains. He was half-brother of Sir Thomas Leonard's Priam and Scamp, and grandson of Champion Bang, the winner of 10 field trials in England, and with an invincible bench record as well. In bench show form, Croxteth weighed 70 pounds, his measurements being round chest 2 feet 5 inches, nose to root of tail 3 feet 2 inches, height of shoulder 2 feet 1 1/4 inches, head, skull bone to nose, 10 1/2 inches, round face, under eyes, 11 inches, round thigh, 1 foot 4 inches, round loin, 1 foot 10 1/2 inches, round skull, 1 foot 5 1/2 inches, skull bone to shoulder, 8 inches. In color, he was dark liver and white-ticked, grandly sensational on point, and impressing anyone who saw him with the beautiful character and expression of his head, his grand frame, and muscular development. His legs and feet were excellent, his carriage lofty, never trailing but hunting for the body scent, going at a steady, long, striding gallop over the roughest of ground, and never seeming to be tired. He was also a superior all-round dog, being as good on ruffed grouse and snipe as he was on quails. A sketch representing him in one of his grand points at High Point, North Carolina, in 1882, was published in Forest and Stream, December 1882, and was copied by European sporting papers. He was also painted by the well-known artist Mr. J. M. Tracy when on point, handsomely backed by Sensation, the picture being now owned by the Westminster Kennel Club. Another excellent stud dog that has just passed away, leaving many noted descendants, was Bang Bang by Price's Bang out of Princess Kate. He was bred by Mr. F. C. Lowe in January 1881 and imported to this country in July 1882. Previous to leaving England, he won the puppy stakes at Shrewsbury, including the Champion Puppy Stake, the 50-pound prize at the Blankford Trials, the third puppy stake and all-age stake at the St. Hubert Trials, Belgium, and first at the Crystal Palace Show in 1882. In this country, his winnings were second, Cleveland, first lightweight pointer sweepstakes, New York, 1884. First, Philadelphia, 1885. First, Waverly, 1887. First, Syracuse, 1888. Field Trials Pointer Stake, Eastern Field Trials Club, 1885. Divided second in same stake, 1886. Bang Bang was an attractive lemon and white dog built on wonderful racing lines of grand style, fine nose, and excellent disposition. Pointer breeders are also indebted to Champion Graphic for the contribution of certain excellent qualities to our American kennels. He is by Ferdson's Juno, out of Leach's Bonus Sancho, was whelped April 15, 1881, and bred by Mr. Norrish of Devonshire, England. His sire, Bonus Sancho, is by Price's Champion Bang, out of Leach's Bell, a union which produced, in different litters, Bang 2, Beau Bells, Mary Bells, Bonabelle, and other winners. Leach's Bell is by Champion Sancho out of Leach's Fan. Sancho was the sire of Champion Wag and brother of Champion Chang. Graphic was imported in 1886. He is a typical liver and white dog and has scored many winnings in England and this country, including the Champion Prize at Crystal Palace in 1884 and 1885. His field performances in England and America have been good, and he is the sire of many first-class dogs, including Go Bang, Champion Bracket, Champion Lad of Bow, Lass of Bow, Romeo, Champion Rebel III, Wanda, Stella B, Graphite, Lord Graphic, Pomeroy II, Mary Legs, and Sally Brass II. Champion Robert Le Diable is one of the most prominent and popular dogs that have been bred in this country. He is a grand liver and white ticked dog of great symmetry, weighing about 60 pounds, and built on correct lines for practical work. He was bred by the St. Louis Kennel Club, whelped June 12, 1883, subsequently owned by the Highland Kennels, Red Bank, New Jersey, and now by the Hempstead Farm Kennels, Hempstead, Long Island. He is by Crossteth Spinaway, a small but symmetrical bitch, by Pilkington's Garnet out of Keswick. The latter was imported by the St. Louis Kennel Club and won first prize in the puppy stakes of the Sporting Dog and Field Trial Club's trials in 1879. Robert Le Diable is distinguished for his successful bench show and field trial record, and defeated a large and formidable aggregation of pointers at the Eastern Field Trials Club's meeting in 1886, winning the all-age stake. He also won first and special for best pointer or setter in the New York show in 1885, first at St. Louis and Cincinnati the same year, championship and special for best pointer in 1886 at St. Louis and Pittsburgh, besides other prizes, first and special for the best pointer with a field trial record, for the best pointer in the show, and for the best stud dog shown with two of his get at New York, 1890. Tammany by Pilkington's Tory out of Moonstone, Imported in utero and whelped August 24, 1883, is another of our noted pointers who has just passed into the great hunting grounds beyond the setting sun. His death occurred on February 16, 1889. His dam, Moonstone, was a full sister of the St. Louis Kennel Club's Beau and of young Bang, the sire of Crossteth and Priam. He was a strong, heavyweight, liver and white ticked dog, lacking somewhat in symmetry, but built for the manifestation of power in the field where he achieved his greatest successes. He won first in the Eastern Field Trials Club's Members' Stake and first in the All-Aged Pointer Stake in 1887, defeating several prominent competitors, and has left a number of descendants who aid in sustaining his good reputation. His bench winnings were 3rd, Philadelphia, 1885, 2nd, Newark, 1886, 2nd, Hartford, 1886, 1st, New York, 1886, 1st, New York and 1st, Hartford, 1887, 2nd, Boston in 1887, and in champion class in 1888. The immediate ancestors of Tammany were such excellent dogs as Garth's Drake, Doll, Coham's Bang, Price's Vesta, Lord Cole's Cole, Francis's Bell, Brockton's Bounce, Postand's Venus, Hamlet, Mite, Ranger, Jilt, and Don. He was one of the few pointers we have had in this country who displayed the same style and courage on game that is manifested by the best strains of setters. Champion Nick of Nassau by Nassau II, and Pedigo is a handsome liver and white dog imported from England at great expense and has achieved a worthy prominence in pointer circles, being a well-known winner on the bench and in the field trials, proving himself a formidable competitor, where he also won deserved honors. He has also proven a useful and valuable sire. Another excellent dog is the liver and white ticked dog, Duke of Vernon, owned by Mr. L. Gardiner of Mount Vernon, New York, and exhibited at the various shows in recent years. He manifests strong pointer character, is admirably set on his legs, symmetrical and strong, and with a perfectly carried stern. His winnings are 1st and 2 specials, Buffalo, 1888, 2nd, Richmond, 1888, when in field form only, 1st, New York, 1889, 1st, Troy, the same year, and 2nd, New York, 1890. He is by Glendale, out of Spotless, and includes in his pedigree such excellent dogs as Lort, Lass of Bow, Jaunty, Sleaford, Pride, Dawn, Price's Bang, Luna, Belle, Nina, General Prim, Coham's Bang, Vesta, Juno, Sancho, Hamlet, Sal, and Nellie. Champion Lad of Bow is now owned by the Westminster Kennel Club. He was bred by Mr. Sam Price of Bow, North Devon, England, March 9, 1884, and imported to this country in May 1886. He is by Champion Graphic, out of Climax, she by Champion Bang, out of Juno, by Mike, out of Baston's Bell, Bang by Coham's Bang, out of Vesta. Lad of Bow is a large liver, white, and ticked pointer, weighing about 65 pounds, and of fine form and appearance. He is longer in body than his sire, a racy-looking animal, with great depth of chest and fine disposition, measuring 4½ inches from end of nose to corner of eye, across skull 6 inches, and standing 24 inches high at the shoulders. His bench winnings in England include 2nd at Crystal Palace Show, 1886. In America, he won 1st and special for best large-size stud dog with 2 of his progeny, awarded with his sire Graphic and half-brother Champion Brackett. Also special as one of the best kennel of pointers, Boston, 1887. Also dividing 3rd at the American Field Trial Club's trials. All-aged stake, Florence, Alabama, 1887. 2nd and 2 specials as one of best kennel, and for the best pointer dog that has been placed in any American field trial, New York, 1888. Champion Brackett was bred by Mr. R.P. Leach, Devon, England, whelped February 8, 1884, and imported to this country in January 1886. He is by Champion Graphic out of Blumo. His record in England was 2nd, Crystal Palace, 1885, 3rd, Crystal Palace, same year, H.C. British Kennel Association's show, there being no small dog class, Sheffield, 1885. Also special for best team of pointers or setters, won by Brackett, Revel 3, and Beau Ideal, first and cup, small dog class, Birmingham, 1885. In this country, his record of winnings is large, including first, Pittsburgh, 1886, also in sweepstakes, first as best pointer under 55 pounds, and special as best lightweight pointer in open class, first and 5 specials, Newark, 1886, first and 3 specials, Boston, 1886, first and 2 specials, Hartford, 1886, champion and special, New York, 1886, champion, Newark, 1887, special as one of best kennel, special for best large stud dog, with 2 of his progeny awarded with his sire Graphic and his half-brother Lad of Bow, Boston, 1887, and champion and special, New York, 1888. Brackett is dark liver, white and ticked, weighing about 54 pounds, measuring 4 1/4 inches from end of nose to corner of eye, 5 1/2 inches between the ears, and standing 22 3/4 inches at shoulder. He is full of quality, somewhat heavy in head, with good shoulders, capital loin and body, and good disposition. He has been shown a great deal in this country, and also given a good deal of work in the field, where he is said to manifest a most excellent nose, combined with speed, staunchness, and tractability. Champion Donald was imported by Mr. A. H. Moore of Philadelphia in 1880. He was bred by Mr. R. Andrews of Devonshire, being whelped in 1877. His record on the bench is a good one, both in England and this country. He won first at Exeter, June 1879, first at Falmouth in July the same year, first in October at Bristol, and first at Birmingham in December. He finished his public career in England by capturing first and cup at Margate, February 1880. In this country, he won first at St. Louis, 1880, first champion and first with others as best kennel of dogs, New York, 1882, first champion at Boston, 1882, and first champion at Cleveland, 1882. He is the sire of Patty M., Dress, and Donald II, all well known. In color, he is liver, white, and ticked, of medium size, rather stocky in build, with capital neck, fair shoulders, and good body and legs. He has sired some most excellent dogs by Revel 3 and other bitches. In working condition, he weighs about 52 pounds, measuring 4 1/4 inches from end of nose to corner of eye, between ears 5 1/2 inches, and in height 22 1/4 inches at shoulder. A dog of excellent quality that has recently been developed in the West is Mr. P. T. Madison's Ossian by Croxteth Amin. He was bred by Mr. John S. Wise in May 1886 and trained by Captain D. E. Rose of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Here inserted is a portrait photo of Patty M., owned by C. M. Munhall, Cleveland, Ohio. His field winnings are divided third in Eastern Field Trials Club's Derby in 1887, third in same club's All-Age Stake in 1888, second in Southern Field Trial Club's All-Aged Pointer Stake in 1888, and first in Indiana Kennel Club's All-Aged Pointer Stake in 1889. He has been shown but twice on the bench, winning second in open class, Indianapolis, 1889, and first at Indianapolis, 1890. Ossian is a high-headed, stylish, liver, white, and ticked pointer, weighing about 60 pounds, with plenty of bone and muscle, strong and enduring, and obedient and tractable in the field. At the terrible canine holocaust at Columbus, Ohio, January 11, 1888, several excellent pointers were burned. Among them were Bow Faust, Rap Dove, Planet, Meteor Accident, Paps Miser, Meteor Diana, Business, Donald Nympher, Rumpty, Meteor Diana, Hamlet, Sleaford, Young Sleaford, Lily, Lily Bang, Bang Bang Lass, Dolly Fauster, Fauster Nympher, Lady Trinket, Young Meteor, Zolo Faust, Corsicana Tobe, Tory, Kelly's Belle, besides several fine puppies belonging to the Idestone Kennels of Dayton, Ohio, and last but not least, the two fine bitches, Lady Croxteth, combining most excellent field, bench, and brood qualities, and the peerless champion Patty M., a bitch of rare quality who was rapidly pushing her way to the front. Patty M. by champion Donald Bob Sappho out of Devonshire Lass, Imp Don, Imp Lady, was whelped August 9, 1882, and was a litter sister of Donald II. Her winnings were First and Special, Milwaukee, 1886, First and Two Specials, Latonia, Kentucky, 1886, First and Special, Waverly, New Jersey, 1886, Champion Prize and Two Specials, Dayton, Ohio, 1886, First, Boston, 1887, First and Two Specials, Pittsburgh, 1887, Champion Prize, New York, 1887, Champion Prize and Special, Detroit, 1887, Champion Prize and Three Specials, Columbus, Ohio, 1888. Patty M. was only bred twice, to Croxteth and Nick of Nassau, all of her progeny proving good. Other dogs that have proven decidedly prepotent in impressing their own fine qualities on their offspring in America, and whom space will not permit us to describe at length, are Nassau of Kippen, Mainspring, King Bow, King Don, Vandervort's Don, Duke of Hessen, Beanfort, Beppo III, Cornerstone, Consolation, Meteor, Pontiac, Moulton Baron, Osborne Ale, Freedom, Trinket's Bang, Tam O'Shanter, Dancer, Flockfinder, Sensation's Son, Rod, and Bang. These dogs, together with many other native and imported specimens of high character, have done much in elevating the standard of pointer breeding in America. Already the latest successful blood in England has been imported, and with the experience gained in the trials and the exercise of the principles of scientific breeding, there is every reason to believe that the pointer will always hold his place in the front rank of our sporting dogs. At the same time as now bred, he needs more enthusiasm in his work and should carry a higher head than he does, feeling more for the body scent and less for the foot scent of game, and working out his ground with more judgment. In these respects, the setter has been wonderfully developed and improved by the field trials. The pointer has among his promoters many of our leading sportsmen, and all that money can accomplish, united with earnest endeavor and intelligent experimentation, will doubtless be done to make him the equal of the setter in every respect. The organization of a club in 1888 devoted to his interests and development is also a move in the right direction, and if the councils of this body are wisely governed, it can accomplish much in unifying the interests of the breed in America, making the types of breeding more uniform, and securing proper recognition for the pointer. The Pointer Club of America is now officered as follows: Honorable John S. Wise, President, New York City; George W. LaRue, Secretary and Treasurer, New York City; James L. Anthony, First Vice President, New York City; F. R. Hitchcock, Second Vice President, New York City; B. F. Seidner, Third Vice President, Dayton, Ohio; A. C. Collins, Fourth Vice President, Hartford, Connecticut; Executive Committee, C. M. Munhall, Cleveland, Ohio; Dr. J. R. Daniels, Cleveland, Ohio; Charles Heath, Newark, New Jersey; James P. Swain, New York City; J. H. Winslow, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania; J. M. Arnault, New York City; Charles G. Stoddard, Dayton, Ohio; M. V. B. Saunders, Detroit, Michigan; John S. Wise, New York City; George W. LaRue, New York City; James L. Anthony, New York City; F. R. Hitchcock, New York City; B. F. Seitner, Dayton, Ohio; A. C. Collins, Hartford, Connecticut. Its membership includes most of the prominent pointer men in the country, but the limits of our space preclude the possibility of giving the full list. Pointer breeders should not lose sight of the lack of uniformity in type with which the friends of the dog have always had to contend. Large dogs and small dogs, long and short, have been interbred so that it is difficult to predict uniformity in type of any litter. Greater care should be exercised in this regard, and the two weights of dogs should be carefully bred within themselves. An occasional graft of the heavy breed onto the light weight might, however, be allowed, with a view to counteracting excessive fineness of bone and muscle in the latter, and heavier in the former. Description, value of points, color, size. The style of dog that is now being bred in the United States conforms entirely to the description given by Stonehenge and his valuable work on the dogs of the British Isles, a standard that has also been adopted for judging by the Westminster Kennel Club of New York for use at their annual bench shows, and which is generally used throughout the country. For the benefit of the readers of this work, the epitomized description compiled by the late William M. Tilliston is herewith given as follows. The skull, value 10, should be of good size, but not as heavy as in the old Spanish pointer, and in a lesser degree his half-bred descendants. It should be wider across the ear than that of the setter, with a forehead rising well at the brows, showing a decided stop. A full development of the occipital protuberance is indispensable, and the upper surface should be in two slightly rounded flats, with a furrow between. The nose, value 10, should be long, 4 inches to 4 3/4 inches, and broad, with widely open nostrils. The end must be moist, and in health is cold to the touch. It should be black or very dark brown in all but the lemon and whites, but in them it may be a deep flesh color. It should be cut off square and not pointed, known as the snipe nose or pig jaw, teeth meeting evenly. The ears, eyes, and lips, value 4, are as follows. Ears soft in coat, moderately long and thin in leather, not folding like the hound's, but lying flat and close to the cheeks, and set on low without any tendency to prick. Eyes soft and of medium size, color brown, varying in shade with that of the coat. Lips well developed and frothing when in work, but not pendant or flue-like. The neck, value 6, should be arched toward the head, long and round, without any approach to dewlap or throatiness. It should come out with a graceful sweep from between the shoulder blades. The shoulders and chest, value 15, are dependent on each other for their formation. Thus, a wide and hooped chest cannot have the blades lying flat against its sides, and consequently, instead of this and their sloping backwards, as they ought to do in order to give free action, they are upright, short, and fixed. Of course, a certain width is required to give room for the lungs, but the volume required should be obtained by depth rather than width. Behind the blades, the ribs should, however, be well arched, but still deep. This last depth of back rib is especially important. The back quarters and stifles, value 15, constitute the main propellers of the machine, and on their proper development the speed and power of the dog depend. The loin should be very slightly arched and full of muscle, which should run well over the back ribs. The hips should be wide, with a tendency even to raggedness, and the quarters should droop very slightly from them. These last must be full of firm muscle, and the stifles should be well bent and carried widely apart, so as to allow the hind legs to be brought well forward in the gallop, instituting a form of action which does not tire. Legs, elbows, and hocks, valued 12. These chiefly bony parts, though merely the levers by which the muscles act, must be strong enough to bear the strain given them, and this must act in the straight line of progression. Substance of bone is therefore demanded, not only in the shanks, but in the joints, the knees and hocks being especially required to be bony. The elbows should be well let down, giving a long upper arm, and should not be turned in or out, the latter being, however, the lesser fault of the two, as the confined elbow limits the action considerably. The reverse is the case with the hocks, which may be turned in rather than out, the former being generally accompanied by that wideness of stifles which I have already insisted on. Both hind and fore pasterns should be short, nearly upright, and full of bone. The feet, value 8, are all important, for however fast and strong the action may be, if the feet are not well shaped and their horny covering hard, the dog will soon become footsore when at work, and will then refuse to leave his master's heels, however high his courage may be. Breeders have long disputed the comparative good qualities of the round cat-like foot and the long one resembling that of the hare. In the pointer, my own opinion is in favor of the cat foot, with the toes well arched and close together. This is the desideratum of the MFH, and I think stands work better than the hare foot, in which the toes are not arched, but still lie close together. In the setter, the greater amount of hair, to a certain extent, condones the inherent weakness of the hare foot, but in the pointer no such superiority can be claimed. The main point, however, is the closeness of the pads compared with the thickness of the horny covering. The stern, value 5, must be strong in bone at the root, but should at once be reduced in size as it leaves the body, and then gradually taper to a point like a bee's sting. It should be very slightly curved, carried a little above the line of the back, and without the slightest approach to curl at the tip. Of symmetry and quality, value 7, the pointer should display a goodly proportion, no dog showing more difference between the gentleman and his opposite. It is impossible to analyze the essentials, but every judge carries the knowledge with him. The texture, value 3, of a coat in the pointer should be soft and mellow, but not absolutely silky. In color, value 5, there is now little choice in point of fashion between the liver and the lemon and whites. After them come the black and whites, with or without tan, then the pure black, and lastly the pure liver. Dark liver ticked is perhaps the most beautiful color of all to the eye. While on this question of color, it may be appropriate to remark that fashion and caprice have always been consulted in awarding the palm of preference to one color over another. However, the liver and white dogs have been the most generally sought after, taking it all through, and are the most popular dogs of the present day. After them come the lemon and whites and orange and whites. The latter color was at one time popularized by Mr. Whitehouse, whose strain, headed by Hamlet, proved most excellent animals. The Duke of Kingston's strain of black pointers was also at one time quite the thing among sportsmen in England, and some most excellent dogs of that color are now owned in this country, being largely descended from the kennels of Mr. Pope. With regard to the weight of pointers, it is customary in the shows in this country to separate them into two divisions, dogs weighing over and under 55 pounds, and bitches weighing over and under 50 pounds. On this point, Mr. Vero Shaw remarks as follows. For old sportsmen, the heavy dogs, partaking as they do largely of the character of the old Spanish pointer, are chiefly to be recommended, as from their greater weight they are not so fast or so active in the field. On the other hand, there is a far greater development of pace to be found in the light weights, and their staunchness in many instances is very slightly, if at all, inferior to the heavier animals. It may, therefore, we are of opinion, be taken that the medium-sized pointers are, as a rule, by far more valuable as sporting dogs than either of the extremes in weight, as they may be reasonably expected to combine pace and staunchness to an extent which is likely to commend itself to every sort of sportsman. It is, we believe, a pretty generally admitted fact among sportsmen that modern pointers are deficient in nose when compared with what they used to be. In other words, nose has been sacrificed by the almost insane importance which has been attached to pace. Breeders appear to have in many instances only had in view the production of an animal that can gallop, and thereby cover more ground than other dogs which might be brought against them, and nose has thereby suffered to a great extent." End quote. With regard to breeding, management, and training, nothing further need be added to those departments of canine lore than can be found elsewhere in this volume, for the observations and instructions given on those points, with especial reference to other breeds, will apply with equal force to the pointer. This dog is easily bred true to type, is not difficult to rear and keep in a state of health, and is more easily trained than any other sporting dog, also remembering his lessons the best. This ends Section 6, Part 2 of The Pointer.
Section 7 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, editor. Section 7. The Greyhound, by Colonel Roger D. Williams. It is not my intention to trace the history of the Greyhound from his origin, through his gradual improvement and development, up to the present state of perfection. Nor shall I repeat all the arguments that have been advanced by other writers as to the origin and the derivation of the name of this breed. Yet a few lines may not be amiss as to his early history. The exact date of the origin of the Greyhound is unknown, but representations upon Egyptian monuments, tombs, and obelisks prove beyond peradventure his existence over 3,000 years ago. According to Holinshed, the breed was first introduced into Britain during the 3rd century. Other authorities, probably not as reliable, claim as early as BC 25. Arrian, writing in his Synageticus about AD 150, describes coursing in many of its details. Thus it will be seen that this sport is of great antiquity, at least 1,700 years old. The early Egyptians had several breeds of dogs, but the greyhounds were evidently always their favorites. They looked upon them with great veneration, and the death of one of them was lamented as a misfortune. With them they were considered a valuable animal, and occupied a conspicuous place in their households and traditions. Herodotus has recorded that when a greyhound died, all the members of the family to whom he belonged shaved their heads, and the body of the dog was buried in consecrated ground. In olden times, none but the nobility were allowed to own greyhounds, and the killing of one, under the then existing game laws, was punishable with death. The Gauls coursed with greyhounds, both the smooth and rough-coated varieties, for the pleasure and excitement of the chase. The oldest coursing club we have any record of was that founded by Lord Orford at Norfolk in 1776. At the present day there are a large number in England alone. The natives of Sahara, northern Africa, have great love and admiration for the greyhound. No matter how useful other breeds may be in watching, hunting, and so forth, they are looked upon as comparatively worthless, troublesome, and deserving of the great amount of abuse usually heaped upon them. While the rich regard the greyhounds as fit companions for their pastimes, and to the poor they prove bread, or rather meat winners, therefore neither class begrudge them the best of care and attention. Herds of goats are often kept to feed the hounds, and instances are recorded of women themselves having nursed the whelps of a particularly promising litter. Sir Walter Scott was a great admirer of dogs, and was especially fond of the greyhound. His famous dog Maida was presented to him by the chief of Glengarry. It is said that this dog could eat from his master's table standing flat-footed. He was said to be the finest specimen of the breed in Scotland, not only on account of his symmetry of form, but also on account of his extraordinary size and strength. He had a cross of staghound in him. Scott's poem to Bonnie Heck, a celebrated greyhound, will live as long as the memory of Scott himself. Kings and noblemen of all ranks in all ages have loved and fostered the greyhound, and have honored him with a place in their homes and by their firesides. By his respect for decency, his cleanliness, and his dignified aspect, the greyhound sustains the exalted position he occupies, and the daintiness with which he handles coarse or unclean food proclaims him the aristocrat of all canines. He is full of self-love and vanity, rivaling the peacock in these qualities. He is much more affectionate than he generally gets credit for being, and there are few passions felt by man that he does not share. nor is he devoid of imagination, as many suppose. I have often seen an old courser, in his dreams, work himself into almost a frenzy while pursuing an imaginary jackrabbit, jump to his feet, and then appear to feel very silly when he has found that he was merely dreaming. There can be no doubt that the English, Scotch, Persian, Russian, Grecian, and Italian greyhound, the Irish and Siberian wolfhound, the Scotch deerhound, and the whippet are but varieties of the same breed. Stonehenge classifies and divides the English greyhounds into the Newmarket, Lancashire, Yorkshire, and Wiltshire. These, however, seem to amount to distinctions without differences. None of the native American dogs, so far as known, in any way resemble the greyhound. The native wild dog of Australia is built on the same lines as the greyhound, but is nearly extinct, being now rarely, if ever, met with. In Africa, India, Ceylon, and other tropical countries, the ordinary breeds of hunting dogs, especially the pointer, the foxhound, and the bloodhound, deteriorate rapidly, both physically and mentally, losing strength and energy. But such climates seem to have but little, if any, effect on the greyhound. These dogs seem equally at home in high altitudes, being capable of great and continued exertions, even as high as the timberline. In shape and form, the modern greyhound is far superior to that of olden times, if we may judge by the portraits and engravings handed down to us. In elegance of form, the improvement has been very marked, especially in the beauty of the head and neck. The qualities desired in this, the most elegant, the handsomest of his race, are speed, courage, without which he is not worth kennel room, strength, staunchness, and endurance. He must have an affectionate disposition, but must also have plenty of vital force, dash, and spirit. It is a general supposition that the greyhound is entirely devoid of the power of scent. This is a great mistake, as can be attested by anyone who has ever hunted them, generally in the West upon large game. Of course, scent is not as well developed in the greyhound as in other breeds, because the uses to which he is put do not require scent, and, under the law of evolution, it has deteriorated as a natural consequence. Unrivaled in speed and endurance, these qualities have been developed and bred for, while the olfactory organs have been neglected necessarily by restricting the work of the dog to sight hunting. Size and external form are of the greatest importance. Yet the fact that they can and do run in various sizes and forms is nevertheless generally apparent. These cases, of course, are the exception, and in making selection of stud dogs or brood bitches, it should be remembered that those formed in the mold most like the greatest number of winners will be the speediest. For open coursing on rabbits, I prefer a dog of medium size, say 55 pounds, because, being nimble in turning, he is enabled to work close to the game, and to rapidly run up a large score of points, when once placed, that a larger, more unwieldy and longer coupled dog that necessarily runs wide at the turns cannot wipe out unless placed repeatedly. For general use on the western plains, the larger and stronger the dog the better, for by his immense powers of endurance, hardihood, and strength he brings the larger game to bay, and either holds, kills, or harasses it until the arrival of his master. My old Snowflight, standing 30 inches at shoulder, weighing 100 pounds, measuring 65 inches from tip to tip, the hero of many a hard-fought battle on the plains and in the Rockies, also winner of numerous coursing matches and first prizes on the bench, was the typical dog for this purpose. The smaller dogs would stand but little show against the sharp hoofs and pointed antlers of the mule deer and buck antelope, to say nothing of the glistening ivories of the gray timber wolf, who is a most formidable antagonist when run down to a death finish. For an enclosed coursing meeting, similar to those held by the National and Eastern coursing clubs, the smaller dogs have an undoubted advantage over either of the former. Misterton, winner of the Waterloo Cup in 1879, the greatest sire of modern times, having taken in over $20,000 in stud fees, trained and ran at 63 pounds. Princess Dagmar, who sold at public auction for $8,000, weighed 58 pounds. Kumasi, twice winner of the Waterloo Cup, weighed but 42 pounds when in working condition, while Honeywood raced in great form at 64 pounds. Mullingar, winner of more money than any other courser, is even larger than his sire, Misterton. Among the winners and runners-up at the meetings of the American Coursing Club, Sandy Jim, Master Rich, Lord Neversettle, and Trails are large. Belle P, Midnight, and White Sox are medium, and Bessie Lee, Maida, and White Lips are small. Description: the head should be long and narrow, slightly widening at the back, low between the eyes, however not cut away or dished along the nose, jaw lean and full-muscled. The eye should be bright, quick, and full, denoting animation. The ears should be small and carried close. The teeth should be white, strong, and of sufficient length to take and retain a firm hold. Neck length and pliability are of the greatest importance and should never be overlooked. A short neck will not only impede action, but pace as well. It should be well muscled, but not enough so to affect its flexibility and suppleness. Chest and loins. The chest should be deep and hatchet-shaped, and yet not too wide for the shoulders to play smoothly upon. Some authorities, Stonehenge among them, claim great depth of chest a fault. This I have never found true. A chest must have capacity to hold the heart and lungs, and, as width undoubtedly interferes with the movement and actions of the forequarters, in depth only can the heart and lungs get free action. The back should be broad and square, well arched, with a roll of muscles standing clear above each side of the spine. Many prefer the flat, straight back so popular in England at one time, but for an all-around good dog, at both long and short distances, the arched back is far preferable. The length of back should be between shoulder and last rib, rather than between last rib and hip bone. If too much length to the latter, the power to make a quick turn or wrench will be seriously interfered with. The loin should not only be wide and strong, but deep, with a good measurement around. Herein lies the power to gather quickly and extend. The tail should be long and tapered, and nicely curved, though not ringed. Not too coarse, though it may be heavy at the butt. Forequarters. Elbow straight, neither turned in nor out. The distance from the elbow to the knee should not be less than double same from knee to ground. Oblique shoulder blades to allow the legs to be well thrust forward. Shoulder muscular without being overdeveloped or loaded. Strong pastern joints, well stood upon. Feet compact, rather round than long. Perfectly straight knuckles, well up. Toes close, with long claws. Sole thick and tough and indurated by use. Hindquarters. The hindquarters are the chief agent in propulsion, and should be strong and wide across. The stifle should be well bent. Legs set straight, with no tendency to cow-hock. Mediumly well apart, and short from hock to ground, with plenty of strength below the hock. Muscles hard and firm, and unless they are large and powerful in haunches and thighs, both speed and endurance will be lacking. The hind feet should not be too round, nor toes too upright. Yet this is preferable to the long, flat foot that lacks elasticity and springiness. A moderately flat hindfoot will be found to stand the strain better. Color and coat. Color I have never known to cut any figure. However, I have never seen a rich red brindle that did not prove a good stayer in a killing race of 3 to 5 miles. I believe it but a coincidence, however, that Belle P, Master Rich, Bessie Lee, Rich and Rare, and Trails, winners at American Coursing Club meetings, were all brindle. The mouse or blue color seems to be most in demand, though the red or fawn color is oftener met with. The texture of the coat is proof of good breeding, It should be neither coarse nor fine. Should be short rather than long. Above all, avoid the woolly or fur coat, as it is a sure sign of a cross, and generally denotes a delicate constitution, besides being hard to keep clean and healthy. The following are the relative values of points in judgment for the bench. Head 10, chest 15, legs 15, neck 10, loin 15, tail 5, back ribs 10, feet 15, color and coat 5, total 100. The improvement of the Greyhound in this country within the past 2 or 3 years has been very marked, and nowhere is it better demonstrated than at the meetings of the American Coursing Club. I predict that within 10 years the fabulous prizes realized in England will be duplicated here. R.F. Walsh of London, in a recent letter to the Philadelphia Times, however, gives some startling figures in connection with greyhounds. He states that over £1 million is paid at long odds on the long odds chances of the Waterloo Cup. Thomas Walsh of Kinsale, Ireland, refused £1,000 for Wilful King when but a puppy. Mr. Gladstone was offered £6,500 for a promising puppy, and Mr. Cross, owner of Cui Bono, often paid as high as £2,000 for a good greyhound. Training. The successful breeding and training of a kennel of greyhounds is a precarious matter, requiring, in unlimited quantities, capital and patience, coupled with firmness and judgment and a large fund of love for the dog. Unfortunately, many men, though possessing many good qualities, do not number among them a due consideration for their canine friends. They are apt to think that anything is good enough for a dog, either in the way of food, shelter, or bedding. This is a serious error. Anything that is unfit for a human being is unfit for a good dog. Exercise is as necessary to a greyhound's health and spirits as sufficient food itself is to other breeds. Almost invariably, proper exercise is denied them. They should be constantly in the open air, or should have access to same, and should not be injured by the restraints of a kennel, or enervated by the heat of a close room or fire. In preparing a dog for a certain meeting or a special event, he should be specially taken in hand not less than 4 weeks in advance, and if he has not had sufficient active and regular work previously to keep his muscles hard and his flesh down, 5 weeks will be necessary. The first point to be ascertained is the general health of the dog, and he should be watched carefully and closely for a few days. To ensure his being free from worms, after a 24-hour fast, he should be given a pill of 30 grains of areca nut or 4 grains of santonine, followed 2 hours later with a dose of castor oil. See that he is entirely free of vermin, eczema, and sores of all kinds. Never trust an attendant to feed for you. See personally every mouthful the dog eats. It is the constant watchfulness of a dog's every movement, action, and mood that denotes the thorough trainer. The result to be obtained should come from proper feeding, quality and not quantity of food being the end to be considered. No rules as to the quantity of food can be given, as dogs vary too much in their demands. The too rapid increase or decrease of flesh should regulate this. I do not believe in the sloppy food and stirabouts containing oat and cornmeal so highly recommended by many, but prefer slightly cooked beef, with table scraps containing, where possible, vegetables and bread. The bowels can be kept in proper condition by an occasional feed of Spratt's Greyhound biscuits, and where these cannot be had, corn-bread with cracklings, baked hard and brown, will be found a cheap and excellent substitute. If very constipated, boiled liver should be given, in preference to harsh medicines. If the dog will eat it raw, its laxative powers will be found more beneficial in this state. The digestive canal of a dog is especially sensitive to the action of medicines, and they should only be used as a last resort. A couple of raw eggs once or twice a week can be given, especially should the coat feel rough and be lacking in gloss. During the first few days of training, the dog should be taught obedience, and this I have always found promptly and willingly rendered. He should be taught to come to heel and remain, and to range forward when ordered. It is absolutely necessary that he be taught to fence fearlessly, and to jump in and out of vehicles at command. Strict attention to this will save much trouble and worry later on. Never punish a greyhound unnecessarily, and never at all unless he understands thoroughly what it is for. When once thoroughly under command, he will remain so, rarely requiring punishment. In this respect being unlike other dogs that are credited with more sense. The first day, the trainer, mounted on horseback or in a vehicle, should, after feeding a biscuit, have the dog, if two they should be coupled with swivel couples, follow him a distance of 5 miles, taking a moderate gait, avoiding turnpikes and macadamized roads where possible. Upon return to the kennels, the feet and legs should be thoroughly washed and dried and minutely inspected. Then well bathed in Listerine. Some use tannic acid and glycerin. The objection to this is that it hardens the pad of the foot, which thereby loses its toughness and causes it to crack. The entire body should then be well rubbed and frictioned by the hand, never against the grain. The muscles of the thighs, shoulders, forelegs, and loins should be well kneaded and manipulated for not less than 30 minutes each day. On the second day, the run may be increased to 10 miles, followed promptly by the same treatment upon return to the kennel. From this on, the distance can be increased a mile daily until, at the commencement of the 3rd week, he can do 20 miles a day, with no signs of being sore-footed or stiff. This work should get his muscles and wind in proper condition, and remove all superfluous flesh, inside and outside. At this stage, speed, to a certain extent, must be sacrificed to lasting qualities and stamina, and training should be conducted so as to develop the general muscular powers, especially in the heart and lungs. Care should be taken, however, not to force beyond his capacity or to overwork a young dog, as the aim will be attained at a sacrifice of durability, with diminished strength of constitution. During the last week, the distance can be cut down gradually to a couple of miles daily, until the day before the event a simple gallop across the turf should find him in a high state of efficiency as to wind and power to sustain fatigue. During this training, if the dog has never before been slipped upon jackrabbits, he should have from 2 to 3 courses a week on these, being slipped with a single good worker, willing and capable of doing his share. If you want a true and honest worker, do not work him on too many jacks, and never in a crowd of dogs, as he will soon learn to run cunning, thereby ruining his chance as a stake winner. For the habit once acquired is seldom overcome. Never blanket your dog during training, if it can be avoided, but have blankets at hand in case of cold or wet weather during the meeting. Working a dog under blankets to reduce flesh is more injurious than beneficial. The better plan is to increase his work and change the quality, not the quantity, of his food. The day of the running, the dog should be kept muzzled. 2 or 3 hours before going to the slips, feed 1/4 pound of raw meat, chopped fine, with an egg broken over it. Feed nothing more till night. See that the dog has an opportunity to relieve his bowels. While in the slips, stay close to him and watch carefully for any signs of his having picked up a sandburr, prickly pear, or cactus, and in case he does so, it should be promptly removed. If he shows any indication of a desire to relieve himself, see that the slipper indulges him. This is important. Encourage him with your presence, and do all you legitimately can to see that he is sighted promptly. Spare no pains or expense in getting a good mount, and keep as close as possible to him during the course. After the kill, take him up at once, sponge out his mouth, give him a few swallows of water from a bottle, and rub gently yet firmly until natural breathing returns. If very much exhausted, a little cold coffee may be given him from a bottle. Blanket close and keep moving briskly, out of draught. After a course, wash and examine the stoppers, dew claws, nails, and feet thoroughly. When a nail or claw is partly detached, trim it neatly with sharp scissors, bathe thoroughly in Listerine, and before going to the slips for another course, rub with caustic, which will deaden the pain. Should the stoppers be injured, make a light cap or patch with soft kid, and apply with warm shoemaker's wax. This is far preferable to the boot, as not interfering with the movement and action of the legs. Should the dog go lame in the forearms, through a wrench, twist, or overexertion, do not let anyone persuade you to fire him. While it undoubtedly stiffens and strengthens the muscles temporarily, the custom is a barbarous one, seldom effective, and the after results disastrous. Try the effect of complete rest, rubbing and bathing freely in Pond's extract. Never, under any circumstances, dispute the decision of a judge. It is time wasted. If you are satisfied you are not getting justice, draw your dog. If the dog is to be trained for track or flat racing, the same treatment should be given, with the following exceptions. Limit the maximum distances to 15 miles a day, and at the commencement of the second week, take a pair of well-mated dogs to a level stretch of country, or better still, a race or trotting track. Place them at the head of the quarter or home stretch in independent slips, handled by an attendant with whom they are not familiar. Engage and retain their attention as you walk off, say a furlong. Flourish a red flag, call them sharply, and as soon as both are well sighted, have the attendant slip them. When they reach you, show your appreciation of their smartness. Encourage them, pet and fondle them, give each a small bit of biscuit. This should be repeated several times, night and morning, taking care to stop as soon as they show the first signs of flagging interest. The distance can be gradually increased daily as desired. Should one of the pair show a disposition to bite, play with, or jostle his mate, slip the faster dog a second or two sooner. Should the faster dog be the offender, a spiked collar on the other will soon teach him better manners. You will be astonished to find how rapidly they learn, and what genuine interest they take in this sport. In preparing for the bench, the foregoing instructions for training should be followed as nearly as possible. But as there are many who probably have not such facilities, to them I say, give all the exercise you possibly can. Teach your dog to retrieve a swiftly thrown ball. Have him follow you as much as possible, and train him to jump a cane, stick, or umbrella. And indulge him in it to the fullest extent, for he will soon become fond of it. Rub, knead, and roll all his muscles a half-hour at a time, and not less than 3 times a day. Brush briskly with a stiff hairbrush, and finish off with a soft chamois skin. Clean his teeth thoroughly, removing all discolorations. Give several good dressings to his coat with oil of tar and sulphur, followed by bath in tepid water, using the yolks of eggs instead of soap. Keep blanketed when not exercising. Feed as many eggs as his stomach will stand without becoming bilious, and let him lap a pint of milk daily. Teach him to lead kindly with the chain, and to stand perfectly still, with head and neck extended, feet and legs straight and well under him. Do not feed for 24 hours previous to judging. A few minutes before taking into the judge's ring, however, give a small piece of raw beef, say the size of 2 fingers. While in the ring, do not crowd your dog up close to the judge, but get as far away as the ring will permit. If he is a good one, the judge will never overlook him. If the sawdust in the ring is deep, clear a space that his feet and toes may be seen. If you do not succeed in getting his muscles hard and firm, stomach off, and body devoid of surplus flesh, forfeit your entrance money and keep him at home. When showing on the bench, ascertain the location of the nearest vacant lot or park to the exhibition building, and give him a good long romp of not less than an hour daily. If unaccustomed to the patent biscuits usually fed at bench shows, feed on lean beef or mutton. If these instructions are carried out faithfully, the condition of your dog will remain good for several weeks. otherwise the close of the first show on the circuit will find him a physical wreck. When at home, between dates of shows, keep up his work, even if it be only for a few days. Care and washing. Greyhounds are naturally cleanly, and require but little washing. When necessary, never before, make a solution of 1 part carbolic sheep dip to 15 parts lukewarm water. Never use hot water on a dog under any circumstances. Soak thoroughly, rubbing well in with the hand, being careful of the eyes. Follow this immediately with a mild soap. Bathe and finish up by lathering freely with the yolks of several eggs. Drench with cold water and rub thoroughly dry. No dog subjected to this treatment regularly will ever be troubled with vermin, eczema, or mange in any of its forms. If persisted in, it will cure the worst case of chronic mange that can be found. As before stated, the digestive canal of the dog is particularly irritable and very sensitive to the action of medicines. Therefore, give as little medicine as possible. When medicine must be given, it should be administered with caution in homeopathic doses. Rather give him access to a woodland or garden once or twice a day, and he will find nature's remedies for his ailments. Food. The greyhound is seldom a glutton and naturally requires but little food, except when in training. Once in 24 hours is as often as he should be fed, and a fast of 48 hours causes no inconvenience. Avoid grease and fatty substances. While boiled cornmeal is a most excellent food for the average dog, especially the foxhound, it should be rarely, if ever, given to a greyhound. It is very heating in its nature. Greyhounds are especially susceptible to skin diseases, and if they do not get an abundance of exercise while fed upon mush, will break out in troublesome sores and eczema. For a steady diet, table scraps containing bone, with an occasional meal of vegetables, will keep them in excellent condition. Never give them any food until it is perfectly cold, and where possible, have a regular hour for feeding, late in the afternoon being the best time. The kennel should be dry and well ventilated, with an elevated sleeping bench, with circulation of air under it. No bedding at all in summer, and hemp herds in winter. These remain free of vermin and moisture, and preserve the gloss of a dog's coat. I have here advocated the simpler, cheaper, and more practical methods of training, showing, and rearing greyhounds. I am fully aware that many of the swell owners who dress their imported greyhound pets in costly blankets, feed them high-priced patent foods, wash them with scented soaps, and have a valet walk them through the parks, will turn up their noses at these instructions. But whenever their pets meet dogs that have been treated as I have directed, either on the bench or in the field, the difference will be as glaringly apparent to their owners as to others. Breeding and rearing. In the breeding of bitches and rearing of whelps, the same rules apply to greyhounds as to other breeds. I have often had greyhound bitches, especially the younger ones, refuse to allow the dog to serve them, although fully in heat. It is common to use force upon such occasions. This should never be allowed. But repeated trials should be made. Nature will regulate the matter finally. While in whelp, the bitch should have plenty of exercise, and, until too heavy, an occasional hunt. She should not be allowed to get too heavy in flesh, nor yet kept too thin. A medium between the two should be maintained. Remove the dew claws on puppies when 1 week old, pulling them off with pincers. It will be unattended with pain. Allow the puppies to remain with the bitch as long as her condition warrants it. Should you desire to train or show the bitch after whelping, provide a foster mother for the puppies, and gradually relieve her until all are transferred. After weaning, the puppy should be fed 3 or 4 times a day, not less, and should be given bones to gnaw. If there not be plenty of limestone in the water used, a little phosphate of lime sprinkled on their food once a day will strengthen and enlarge their bones, thereby preventing standing over or springing of the knees, so common in young greyhounds. The enclosed coursing meetings, recently introduced into this country and rapidly becoming popular, will do much to increase the popularity of the Greyhound and awaken interest in coursing in the Middle and Eastern states. At the same time, they will have a tendency to destroy some of the best and strongest qualities of this breed, such as stamina and staying qualities. I predict that it will be but a short time, comparatively, until a weak, light specimen of the Whippet order, capable of a fast, short spurt, will be much sought after, while the great game animal, with the heart and courage of a lion, capable of keeping up his speed to the end of a bruising 4 or 5 mile course, will be confined to the open meetings of the far West. Great credit is due the following gentlemen, among others, for their untiring efforts in advancing the Greyhound interests in America: Mr. H. W. Huntington, New York; Dr. Q. Van Hummel, Kansas City; Montgomery Pfister, Cincinnati; Dr. N. Rowe, Chicago; Dr. G. Irwin Royce, D. N. Heiser, M. E. Allison, H. C. Lowe, Kansas; A. C. Lighthall, Denver; and C. G. Page, Nebraska. Among other prominent breeders or owners of Greyhounds may be mentioned in the Devon Kennels, 82 Front Street, New York City; Alpine Kennels, 38th Street and 1st Avenue, New York City; J. Herbert Watson, 79 Downing Street, Brooklyn, New York; John E. Thayer, Lancaster, Massachusetts; J. Van Schaik, 32 Broad Street, New York City; Woodhaven Kennels, Woodhaven, Long Island, New York; Mrs. Sarah Leggett Emery, 253 Fifth Avenue, New York City; F. G. Stewart, Box 83, Hoosick Falls, New York; W. E. Stevens, Riverside, Illinois; Frank Welch, Box 172, Lamont, Illinois; A. M. Young, 93 Park Street, Albany, Indiana; Ed. G. Howell, Denver, Colorado; D. H. Stein, Newport, Kentucky; and Middleton Kennels, Cassopolis, Michigan. Among the many good dogs which Mr. Huntington has imported or bred may be mentioned Champion Balkus, a large, upstanding, well-built dog, and a famous bench show winner both in this country and in England. His winnings in America are: First and Special, Hartford, 1887; First and Special, Boston, 1887; First and Special, Troy, 1888; Champion and Special, New York, 1888; Champion New Haven, 1888; Champion Boston, 1888; Champion and Special, Buffalo, 1888; Champion and Special, Syracuse, 1888; Champion, New Bedford, 1889; Champion and Special, New York, 1889; Challenge, Troy, 1889; Challenge Albany, 1889; Challenge Utica, 1889; Challenge Worcester, 1889; Special Challenge, Boston, 1889; Challenge Toronto, 1889; First Danbury, 1889; One Special, Danbury, and 2 Specials, Toronto, 1889; Challenge New York, 1890; Challenge Boston, 1890; Challenge Buffalo, 1890. Mr. Huntington's Highland Chief is a handsome white and black dog, and though only 3 years old, has the following winnings to his credit: First Special and Second Special, Syracuse, 1888; First Richmond, 1888; First and Special, New Bedford, 1889; Special, New York, 1889; First Troy, 1889; First Albany, 1889; First and Special, Utica, 1889; First Special, Chicago, 1890; Special Challenge, New York, 1890; Third and Special, Buffalo, 1888; Third, New York, 1889. Among Mr. Allison's best dogs are Champion Sandy Jim, 5337, who won first at Great Bend in 1886, and first in all-age stakes at same meeting; Reno Bell, 5342, runner-up in championship stake at same meeting, is the mother of Sandy Jim; Terry, little brother of Sandy Jim, was runner-up in the all-age stake at the same meeting. Mr. H.C. Lowe's White Lips is a remarkably clever bitch. She has seldom been exhibited at bench shows in this country, but has done some good work at coursing meets, and has an excellent record for field work on antelopes, wolves, and jackrabbits. I consider her one of the quickest and closest workers on jackrabbits I have ever seen, and nothing but force of circumstances held her down to the position of runner-up in the American Cup race in both 1888 and 1889. A general impression prevails that the Greyhound is a timid animal, lacking heart and courage. This may be true of some strains of the breed. But could the reader have ridden several courses with me at meetings of the American Coursing Club which I have judged, and have seen greyhounds, as I have seen them, run until their hind legs refuse to propel them farther, and then crawl on their breasts after a thoroughly used-up jackrabbit but a few feet in advance, the singing and whistling in their throats audible at 50 yards, literally in the last gasp of death trying to reach their prey, he or she would agree with me in crediting them with both the qualities mentioned. In hunting the antelope, it is not an uncommon thing to see a greyhound, especially in hot weather, continue the chase until he drops and dies before his master reaches him. An uninjured antelope is capable of giving any greyhound all the work he can stand, and unless the latter is in prime condition, his chances are poor indeed to throttle. A peculiar feature of the greyhound is that he always attacks large game in the throat, head, or forepart of the body. I have even seen them leave the line of the jackrabbit to get at his throat. Old California Joe, at one time chief of scouts with General Custer, in 1875 owned a grand specimen of the greyhound called Kentuck, presented to him by General Custer. I saw this dog seize and throw a yearling bull buffalo, and the former was then dragged on his back over rough stones, trampled and pawed until his ears were split, 2 ribs broken, and neck and foreshoulders frightfully cut and lacerated. Yet he never released his hold until a Sharp's rifle bullet through the heart of the buffalo ended the unequal struggle. Talk about a lack of courage! What mastiff, bulldog, or Great Dane could excel in courage old Kentuck? I have seen many a greyhound, single-handed and alone, overhaul and tackle a coyote, and in a pack have seen them close in and take hold of a timber wolf or mountain lion, and stay through the fight, coming out bleeding and quivering, with hardly a whole skin among them. Sir Samuel Baker, in his explorations in Africa and his jungle hunting in Ceylon, was always accompanied by a pack of greyhounds, and the deeds of valor performed by them on wild game, as recounted by him, proved their courage beyond doubt. In point of speed, courage, fortitude, endurance, sagacity, and fine, almost human judgment, no grander animal lives than the greyhound. He knows no fear. He turns from no game animal on which he is sighted, no matter how large or how ferocious. He pursues with the speed of the wind, seizes the instant he comes up with the game, and stays in the fight until either he or the quarry is dead. The following revised rules have been adopted as the standard for American coursing, and anyone training greyhound should be perfectly familiar with them in all their details. 1. The judge shall be appointed the night the drawing takes place. The slipper and other field officials shall also be appointed on the night of the draw. 2. 2 weeks' notice shall be given of the day of the drawing through the public press. 3. The drawing shall take place at least 3 days previous to the running, when the time and place of putting the first brace of dogs into the slip shall be declared. A card or counter, bearing a corresponding number, shall be assigned to each entry. These numbered cards or counters shall then be placed together and drawn indiscriminately. This classification, once made, shall not be disturbed throughout the meeting, except for the purpose of guarding or on account of buys. Dogs whose position on the cards has been altered in consequence of guarding or of buys must return to their original position in the next round, if guarding does not prevent it. 4. Guarding. When more than one nomination in a stake is taken in one name, The greyhounds, if bona fide the property of the same owner, shall be guarded throughout. This is always to be arranged, as far as possible, by bringing up the dogs from below to meet those which are to be guarded. This guarding is not, however, to deprive any dog of a natural bye to which he may be entitled, either in the draw or in running through the stake. 5. Byes. A natural bye shall be given to the lowest available dog in each round. No dog shall run a second such bye in any stake, unless it is unavoidable. When a dog is entitled to a bye, either natural or accidental, his owner or nominator may run any greyhound he pleases, to assist in the course, provided, always, that in sapling stakes only a sapling may be used, and in puppy stakes none older than a puppy. But if it be proven to the satisfaction of the stewards that no puppy can be found to run an accidental bye, the owner shall have the power of substituting an old dog. No dog shall run any bye earlier than his position on the card entitles him to do so. The judge shall decide whether enough has been done to constitute a course, or whether it must be run again. If at the commencement of any round in a stake one dog in each course has a bye, those byes shall not be run, but the dogs shall take their places for the next round as if the byes had been run. 6. Postponement of a meeting. A meeting appointed to take place on a certain day may, if a majority of the committee, and the stewards, if appointed, consider the weather unfavorable for coursing, be postponed from day to day. But if the running does not commence within the current week, all nominations shall be void, and the expenses shall be paid by the subscribers in proportion to the number of nominations taken by each. In the case of produce stakes, however, the original entry shall continue binding, if the meeting is held at a later period of the season. 7. Taking dogs to the slips. Every dog must be brought to the slips in proper turn, without delay, under a penalty of $5. If absent for more than 10 minutes, according to the report of any one of the stewards, its opponent shall be entitled to claim the course, and shall in that case run a bye. If both dogs be absent at the expiration of 10 minutes, the steward shall have power to disqualify both dogs, or to fine their owners any sum not exceeding $25 each. No dog shall be put into the slips for a deciding course until 30 minutes after the decision of the course in the previous round, without the consent of its owners. 8. Control of dogs in slips. The control of all matters connected with slipping the greyhounds shall rest with the stewards of a meeting. Owners or servants, after delivering their dogs into the hands of the slipper, may follow close after them, but not so close as to inconvenience the slipper or in any way interfere with the dogs. Nor must they halloo them on while running, under a penalty of $5. Any greyhound found to be beyond control may be loosed out of the slips, and the course decided by the rules of the club. 9. Greyhounds of same color to wear collars. When two greyhounds, drawn together, are of the same color, they shall each wear a collar, and the owner shall be subject to a penalty of $1 for non-observance of this rule. The collar to be red for the left-hand side and white for the right-hand side of the slips. After the first round, the upper dog on the card for the day will be placed on the left hand and the lower dog on the right of the slips. 10. The order to slip may be given by the judge or by a slip steward, or the stewards of a meeting may leave the slip to the sole discretion of the slipper. The length of slip must necessarily vary with the nature of the ground, but should never be less than 80 yards, and must be maintained of one uniform length as far as possible through each stake. 11. The slipper. If one greyhound gets out of the slips, the slipper shall not let the other go. In the case of slips breaking, and either or both dogs getting away in consequence, the slipper may call both dogs back and put them again in the slips at the discretion of the stewards. 12. The judge shall be subject to the general rules which may be established by the American Coursing Club for his guidance. He shall, on the termination of each course, immediately deliver his decision aloud, and shall not recall or reverse his decision on any pretext whatever after it has been declared, but no decision shall be delivered until the judge is perfectly satisfied that the course is absolutely terminated. 13. The judge shall decide all courses upon the one uniform principle that the greyhound which does the most toward killing the hare during the continuance of the course is to be declared the winner. The principle is to be carried out by estimating the value of the work done by each greyhound, as seen by him, upon a balance of points, according to the scale hereafter laid down, from which also are to be deducted certain specified allowances and penalties, all races to be run by courses. 14. The points of the courses are: A. Speed, which shall be estimated as 1, 2, or 3 points according to the degree of superiority shown. See definition A below. B. The go-by, 2 points, or if gained on the outer circle, 3 points. C. The turn, 1 point. D. The wrench, half a point. E. The kill, 2 points, or in a descending scale in proportion to the degree of merit displayed in that kill, which may be of no value. F. The trip, 1 point. Definition of points. A. In estimating the value of speed to the hare, the judge must take into account the several forms in which it may be displayed. Namely, 1. Where in the run-up a clear lead is gained by one of the dogs, in which case 1, 2, or 3 points may be given, according to the length of the lead, apart from the score for a turn or wrench. In awarding these points, the judge shall take into consideration the merit of a lead obtained by a dog which has lost ground at the start, either from being unsighted or from a bad slip, or which has had to run the outer circle. 2. When one greyhound leads the other so long as the hare runs straight, but loses the lead from her bending round decidedly in favor of the slower dog of her own accord, in which case the one greyhound shall score 1 point for speed shown, and the other dog shall score 1 for first turn. 3. Under no circumstances is speed without subsequent work to be allowed to decide a course, except where great superiority is shown by one greyhound over another in a long lead to covert. If a dog, after gaining the first 6 points, still keeps possession of the hare by superior speed, he shall have double the prescribed allowance for the subsequent points made before his opponent begins to score. B. The go-by is where one greyhound starts a clear length behind his opponent and yet passes him in a straight run, and gets a clear length before him. C. The turn is where the hare is brought round at not less than a right angle from her previous line. D. The wrench is where the hare is bent from her line at less than a right angle, but where she only leaves her line to suit herself, and not from the greyhound pressing her. Nothing is to be allowed. E. The merit of a kill must be estimated according to whether a greyhound, by his own superior dash and skill, bears the hare, whether he picks her up through any little accidental circumstances favoring him, or whether she is turned into his mouth, as it were, by the other greyhound. F. The trip, or an unsuccessful effort to kill, is where the hare is thrown off her legs, or where a greyhound catches her but cannot hold her. 15. The following allowances shall be made for accidents to a greyhound during a course, but in every case they shall only be deducted from the other dog's score. A. For losing ground at the start, either from being unsighted or from a bad slip, the judge is to decide what amount of allowance is to be made, on the principle that the score of the foremost dog is not to begin until the second has had an opportunity of joining in the course. B. Where a hare bears very decidedly in disfavor of one of the dogs after the first or subsequent turns, the next point shall not be scored by the dog which may be unduly favored, or only half his point allowed according to circumstances. No greyhound shall receive any allowances for a fall, or any accident of any description whatever, with the exception of being ridden over by the owner of the competing greyhound or his servant, provided for by Rule 25, or when pressing the hare, in which case his opponent shall not count the next point made. 16. Penalties are as follows. A. Where a greyhound, from his own defect, refuses to follow the hare at which he has slipped, he shall lose the course. B. Where a greyhound willfully stands still in a course, or departs from directly pursuing the hare, no points subsequently made by him shall be scored. And if the points made by him up to that time be just equal to those made by his antagonist in the whole course, he shall thereby lose the course. But where one or both dogs stop with the hare in view, through inability to continue the course, it shall be decided according to the number of points gained by each dog during the whole course. C. If a dog refuses to fence where the other fences, any points subsequently made by him are not scored. But if he does his best to fence, and is foiled by sticking in a hedge, the course shall end there. When the points are equal, the superior fencer shall win the course. 17. If a second hare be started during the course, and one of the dogs follows her, the course shall end there. 18. A no course is when by accident or by the shortness of the course the dogs are not tried together, and if one be then drawn, the other must run a bye, unless the judge, on being appealed to, shall decide that he has done work enough to be exempted from it. An undecided course is where the judge considers the merits of the dogs equal, and if either is then drawn, the other cannot be required to run a bye, but the owners must at the time declare which dog remains in. See Rule 21. The judge shall signify the distinction between a no course and an undecided by taking off his hat in the latter case only. After an undecided or no course, if the dogs, before being taken up, get on another or the same hare, the judge must follow and shall decide in favor of one, if he considers that there has been a sufficient trial to justify his doing so. A no course or undecided may be run again immediately, or if claimed on behalf of both dogs, before the next brace are put into the slips, or in the case of no course, if so ordered by the judge. Otherwise it shall be run again after the two next courses, unless it stand over to the next morning, when it shall be the first course run. If it is the last course of the day, 15 minutes shall be allowed after both dogs are taken up. 19. Impugning judge. If any person openly impugns the decision of the judge on the ground, he shall forfeit not more than $25 nor less than $10. 20. Objections. An objection to a greyhound may be made to any one of the stewards of a meeting at any time before the stakes are paid over, upon the objector lodging in the hand of such steward or the secretary the sum of $25, which shall be forfeited if the objection proves frivolous, or if he shall not bring the case before the next meeting of the club, or give notice to the stewards previous hitherto of his intention to withdraw his objection. The owner of the greyhound objected to must also deposit $25 and prove the correctness of his entry. All expenses in consequence of the objection shall be borne by the party against whom the decision may be given. Should an objection be made which cannot at the time be substantiated or disproved, the greyhound may be allowed to run under protest, the stewards retaining his winnings until the objection has been withdrawn or heard and decided. If the greyhound objected to be disqualified, the amount to which he would otherwise have been entitled shall be divided equally among the dogs beaten by him. And if a piece of plate or prize has been added and won by him, only the dogs which he beat in the several rounds shall have a right to contend for it. 21. Withdrawal of a dog. If a dog be withdrawn from any stake on the field, its owner, or someone having his authority, must at once give notice to the secretary or flag steward. If the dog belongs to either of these officials, the notice must be given to the other. 22. Stakes not run out. When two greyhounds remain in for the deciding course, the stakes shall be considered divided if they belong to the same owner, or to confederates, and also if the owner of one of the two dogs induces the owner of the other to draw him for any payment or consideration. But if one of the two be drawn without payment or consideration, from lameness, or from any cause clearly affecting his chance of winning, the other may be declared the winner, the facts of the case being clearly proved to the satisfaction of the stewards. The same rule shall apply when more than 2 dogs remain in at the end of a stake which is not run out. And in the case of a division between 3 or more dogs, of which 2 or more belong to the same owner, these latter shall be held to take equal shares of the total amount received by their owners in the division. The terms of any arrangements to divide the winnings, and the amounts of any money given to induce the owner of a dog to draw him, must be declared by the Secretary. 23. Winners of stakes running together. If 2 greyhounds shall each win a stake, and have to run together for a final prize or challenge cup, should they not have run an equal number of ties in their respective stakes, the greyhound which has run the smaller number of courses must run a bye or byes to put itself upon an equality in this respect with its opponent. 24. Greyhound getting loose. Any person allowing a greyhound to get loose and to join in a course which is being run shall be fined $5. If the loose greyhound belong to either of the owners of the dogs engaged in the particular course, such owner shall forfeit his chance of the stake with the dog then running, unless he can prove to the satisfaction of the stewards that he had not been able to get the loose greyhound taken up after running its own course. The course is not to be considered as necessarily ended when a third dog joins in. 25. Riding over a greyhound. If any subscriber, or his servant, shall ride over his opponent's greyhound while running in a course, the owners of the dog so ridden over shall, although the course be given against him, be deemed the winner of it, or shall have the option of allowing the other dog to remain and to run out the stake, and in such case shall be entitled to half the winnings, if any. 26. Description of entry. Every subscriber to a stake must name his dog at or before the entry, giving the names, the running names if they had any, of the sire and dam of the dog entered, if possible, with the color of the dog entered. For puppy stakes, the names, pedigrees, ages, and colors shall be detailed in writing to the secretary of a meeting at the time of entry. No greyhound is to be considered a puppy which has whelped before the 1st of January of the same year preceding the commencement of the season of running. A sapling is a greyhound whelped on or after the 1st of January of the same year in which the season of running commenced, and any greyhound whose marks and pedigree shall be proved not to correspond with the entry given shall be disqualified, and the whole of its stakes or winnings forfeited. 27. Breeding puppies. Every member of the club breeding puppies shall notify the secretary in writing within 10 days after the birth of any puppies, of the number of dogs and bitches, colors and other distinguishing marks, date of birth and the name of sire and dam. Any member violating this rule will not be allowed to enter or run any of such puppies in a puppy or sapling stake. 28. Alteration of name. If any subscriber should enter a greyhound by a different name from that in which it shall have last run in public, he shall give notice of the alteration to the secretary at the time of entry, and the secretary shall place on the card both the late and present name of the dog. If notice of the alteration be not given, the dog shall be disqualified. 29. Prefix of Ns. Any subscriber taking an entry in a stake and not prefixing the word names, Ns, to a greyhound which is not his own property, shall forfeit that greyhound's chance of the stake. He shall likewise, if requested, deliver in writing to the secretary of the meeting the name of the bona fide owner of the greyhound named by him, and this communication is to be produced should any dispute arise in the matter. 30. Payment of stakes. All moneys due for nominations taken must be paid at or before the entry, whether the stakes fill or not, and although from insufficient description or any other cause the dogs named may be disqualified. No entry shall be valid unless the amount due for it has been paid in full. For all produce and other stakes where a forfeit is payable, no declaration is necessary. The non-payment of the remainder of the entry money at the time fixed for that purpose is to be considered a declaration of forfeit. The Secretary is to be responsible for the entrance money of all dogs whose names appear upon the card. 31. Defaulters. No one shall be allowed to enter or run a greyhound in his own or any other person's name who is a defaulter for either stakes, bets, dues, or fines. 32. Judge or slipper interested. If a judge or slipper be in any way interested in a greyhound running, the steward shall appoint others to judge or slip any course which that greyhound may run. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, editor. Section 8. The Deerhound, by Q. Van Hummel, M.D. In this animal we have the aristocrat of all the canine race. He is the best guard, the best companion, and is capable of giving us more royal sport than any other breed of sporting dogs. I say this without fear of successful contradiction. A high-bred and properly trained deerhound has more courage and can stand more punishment than any other dog. He has stronger attachment for his master or mistress, will fight for him or her quicker and more desperately, will never forget them, and when taken to the field he can run fast enough to catch an antelope, a jackrabbit, coyote, wolf, deer, or elk, and can kill either of them alone and unaided. He will tree a mountain lion or a black bear, and will even fight a grizzly bear long enough for you to climb a tree or get off a good distance, so that you may kill him without danger to yourself. These dogs combine more rare good qualities as a gentleman's companion than any other breed in the known world. Idstone says of them, "Pet dogs, of course, are a matter of taste and locality, and space must have much to do with the selection of a companionable dog. If, however, size is no objection, it would be impossible to name any dog superior to the true deerhound, whether employed in his proper vocation or not. He is gentle in manners unless roused by the sight of his game, and excited to pursue it. He is no sheep biter. He is a good guard. He follows well. He can keep up with hack or carriage. He is not a self-hunter. That is, he does not skulk off poaching. He is faithful to his master. He is gentle with children, like the far-famed Gellert, his prototype, and he is majestic in appearance. Witness the pictures of him by Sir Edwin Landseer in every variety of attitude, and sharing in all the pleasures, aye, even the sorrows, of his master. With the hawk or falcon he made up the equipment of the old baron, and slumbered in front of his Yule log, shared in his wassail and revelry, and formed a feature in his pageant and procession. He has been the companion of kings and emperors, and pulled down his game in the open by dexterity, force, and speed, without the aid of toils or crossbow. Immaterial to him in old days whether it were boar, wolf, or hart, no day too long, no game too strong or dangerous, until his eye became dull, his limbs stiff, and his teeth worn down, not so much with years as the hard work, exposure, and wounds inseparable from his occupation. And he was retained at the hall or grange as a pensioner, or a companion, for the rest of his life. He has the grand form, the elegant outline, the graceful attitudes, and amiable disposition of the greyhound, but far surpasses him in harmonious color, and in texture and quality of coat. The writer has had as many as 40 deerhounds in his kennel at one time, and all have harmonized in color so perfectly as to please the eye of the art connoisseur. A number of them may not be all of exactly the same color, but they will breed true to a color. They may be steel gray, lemon, or tawny. One family that came from imported forum was canary colored, and everyone proved true to that color. Not so with any other known breed. There is always a strong family resemblance in a strain of Deerhounds. A dog of good proportions should stand 31 inches at the shoulder, should measure 35 inches around the chest. His forearm should measure from 8 1/2 to 9 1/2 inches. His weight should be from 90 to 105 pounds. He should be compactly built, but not too long in the loin. This is one of the faults in many Deerhounds of the present day. When we remember that this dog must have great speed, must often make immense leaps after his game, and when he catches it must have sufficient power to kill it, which is often a difficult task, we see the necessity of a powerful muscular conformation. He must be quick at a turn, to avoid the sharp hoof of the stag. This requires a short, powerful loin and strong quarters. The coat should be harsh, not wiry, about 3 inches long, and there should be a good thick undercoat, bristly at the muzzle. On shoulders, neck, and back, the outer coat should be coarser than elsewhere. The head should be of the Greyhound type, only stronger, somewhat thicker, and more powerful. The eye should be full, intelligent, and of dark color. The ear should be small, coated with fine, short, silky hair of close texture. It should be carried close to the head until the dog is excited, when it should stand semi-erect. The neck should be strong and not too long. The Greyhound neck cannot be too long because he must reach to the ground to pick up his game, but the Deerhound, if a good killer, jumps on his game's neck, and hence needs no extra length in his neck, but does need extra strength there, as elsewhere, in order to hold on. His shoulders should be oblique and well muscled, his back strong and well arched, his hindquarters strong and powerfully muscled. His stifles should be well bent and his hocks well let down. The stem should be large at the wat. This denotes a strong spinal column. It should taper down gradually to the tip, where the bone should be fine. It should be well covered with coat and curved upward and sidewise. It should be of good length. In fact, his general build must be on speed lines. His feet must be close and high-knuckled, of the cat-like order. Here is where the Deerhound will first weaken if not properly knit and closely muscled. His work in following his game over the rocky cliffs and over fallen timber at full speed is of the most trying kind. The writer has often seen the flat or hare-footed Deerhound get footsore in a few hours' work, while the strong-footed dog will work day after day for an entire week and never show distress. Standard and points of judging. In skull, value 10, the Deerhound resembles the large, coarse Greyhound, it being long and moderately wide, especially between the ears. There is a very slight rise at the eyebrows, so as to take off what would otherwise be a straight line from tip of nose to occiput. The upper surface is level in both directions. Nose and jaws, value 5. The jaws should be long and the teeth level and strong, nostrils open but not very wide, and the end pointed and black. Cheeks well clothed with muscle, but the bone under the eye neither prominent nor hollow. Ears and eyes, value 5. The ears should be small and thin, and carried a trifle higher than those of the smooth Greyhound, but should turn over at the tips. Pricked ears are sometimes met with as in the rough Greyhound, but they are not correct. They should be thinly fringed with hair at the edges only, that on their surface should be soft and smooth. Eyes full and dark hazel, sometimes by preference blue. The neck, value 10, should be long enough to allow the dog to stoop to the scent at a fast pace, but not so long and tapering as the Greyhound's. It is usually a little thinner than the corresponding part in that dog. Chest and shoulders, value 10. The chest is deep rather than wide, and in its general formation it resembles that of the Greyhound, being shaped with great elegance, and at the same time so that the shoulders can play freely on its sides. The girth of a full-sized dog Deerhound should be at least 2 inches greater than his height, often an inch or 2 more, but a round, unwieldy chest is not to be desired, even if girthing well. Shoulders long, oblique, and muscular. Back and back ribs, value 10. Without a powerful loin, a large dog like this cannot sustain the sweeping stride which he possesses, and therefore a deep and wide development of muscle, filling up the space between wide back ribs and somewhat rugged hips, is a desideratum. A good loin should measure 25 or 26 inches in show condition. The back ribs are often rather shallow, but they must be wide, or what is called well sprung, and the loin should be arched, drooping to the root of the tail. Elbows and stifles, value 10. If well placed, give great liberty of action, and the contrary if they are confined by being too close together. These points, therefore, should be carefully examined. The elbows must be well let down, to give length of the true arm, and should be quite straight, that is, neither turned in nor out. The stifles should be wide apart and set well forward, to give length to the upper thigh. Many otherwise well-made Deerhounds are very straight in their stifles. The high symmetry, value 10, of this dog is essential to his position as a companionable dog, and it is therefore estimated accordingly. Quality is also to be regarded as of great importance. Legs and quarters, value 7.5. Great bone and muscle must go to the formation of these parts, and the bones must be well put together at the knees and hocks, which should be long and well developed. The quarters are deep, but seldom wide, and there is often a considerable slope to the tail. Some of the most successful dogs lately exhibited have been nearly straight-backed, but this shape is not approved of by deer stalkers. The feet, value 7.5, should be well arched in the toes and cat-like. A wide-spreading foot is often met with, but they should be specially condemned. Color and coat, value 10. The colors most in request are dark blue, fawn, grizzle, and brindle, the latter with more or less tint of blue. The fawn should have the tips of the ears dark, but some otherwise good fawns are pale throughout. The grizzle generally has a decided tint of blue in it. White is to be avoided either on breast or toes, but it should not disqualify a dog. The coat, value 5, is coarser on the back than elsewhere, and by many good judges it is thought that even on the back it should be intermediate between silk and wool, and not the coarse hair often met with. And there is no doubt that both kinds of coat are found in some of the best strains. The whole body is clothed with a rough coat, sometimes amounting to shagginess. That of the muzzle is longer in proportion than elsewhere, but the mustache should not be wiry and should stand out in regular tufts. There should be no approach to feather on the legs as in the setter, but their inside should be hairy. The tail, value 5, should be long and gently curved, without any twist. It should be thinly clothed with hair only.
Summary of judging points. Skull, value 10, nose and jaws, 5, ears and eyes, 5, neck, 10, chest and shoulders, 10, back and back ribs, 10, elbows and stifles, 10, symmetry and quality, 10, legs and quarters, 7.5, feet, 7.5, color and coat, 10, tail, 5, total, 100.
The origin of the Deerhound seems to be shrouded in mystery. The writer has owned and bred Deerhounds for over 30 years, and has during that time read everything relating to them that he could obtain. He has closely questioned every Scotchman whom he has met concerning this breed of dogs. The history given in books has always proved contradictory and of no avail, while every well-informed Scotchman has argued that the Deerhound was the native dog of the Scottish Highlands, and that all other Scotch dogs were merely the result of crosses of the Deerhound on some alien. They always point to the rough coats of the Collie, the Terrier, and the Scotch Greyhound, and say, don't it show for itself that the remote cross is there? Yet the question as to the real origin of the breed is still a mystery, and probably will always remain so. Up to 1860, Deerhounds were not plentiful in England, and but few were exhibited at English shows for some years after that date. America at that time had but few. Scotchmen informed me, however, that in the Highlands of Scotland they were always plentiful, but owners of kennels cherished them, sold none, and gave away but few. It was some years after the above date that inquiries for them began to be frequent, and since then they have become immensely popular with lovers of the chase, and are rapidly advancing to a high place as companions for both gentlemen and ladies. Of late years, certain sportsmen in the Great West have secured many fine specimens. Breeding. It is presumed that the breeder owns his stud dog and brood bitches, and hence my directions will be applied to both. All dogs of the high nervous organization of the Hound require a large amount of exercise to keep them in proper muscular development. Therefore, I would advise only persons who live in the open country to try the breeding of the Scotch Deerhound. This breed cannot bear confinement in close quarters. It is safe to say that the two prominent breeders in America do not raise 1 out of 10 puppies whelped in their kennels. This is largely owing to lack of proper conditioning of sire and dam. In selecting a brood bitch, take one with strong loin and roomy chest, not under 2 years old. For 2 months before she is due in season, give her from 10 to 15 miles of regular slow exercise behind a horse. To properly muscle a Deerhound, it is not necessary to give her much fast work. Let her follow a carriage through the country, or if you live on a farm, let her follow the farm team around every day. Feed well at night so that she will have all the night in which to digest her food. If your work is slow, she will take it every day, and gradually develop muscle and vigorous health. The eye will become clear and large, the muscle hard and firm, the constitution vigorous, the step elastic, and the courage great. If you can now give her a race or two to fully open her bronchial tubes, and thus develop full chest power, it will be well. If she is now coming in season, exercise her until she is ready for service, and then let her have complete rest for 2 or 3 days before the dog is allowed to serve her. The stud dog, of course, should have had the same treatment, and hence be in perfect condition. If so, one service will be better than more, and if either are out of condition, you had better not breed them. After service, the dog can take his rest, but the brood bitch should be left alone for a week, and then be put back at the same work and worked slowly, but daily, until the 7th week. Then stop her work and let her rest, feeding well. This brings us up to her whelping time. If on a farm, let her hunt her own place to whelp in. She will generally find a good location, and bring forth a large litter of strong, healthful puppies. Allow no stranger to disturb her during the first week. Some brood bitches are exceedingly nervous, and if disturbed will become restless, get up and turn over frequently, trying to cover up their whelps. Thus they are liable to lie on them and kill them. If you have such a bitch, it is best to prepare a kennel for her to whelp in. This should be made roomy, and along the sides a strip should be nailed, 4 inches wide and 4 inches from the floor. For bedding, tack carpet on the floor, so she cannot cover up her puppies, and then lie on them. This board along the side of the kennel will give the puppies a chance to crawl under, also behind the dam, while she cannot get on them. If the weather be warm, it will be well to have nothing but the board floor for them to lie on. If it be cold, it will be well to remove the carpet in 4 or 5 days, and give a bed of clean straw, which should be changed twice a week. The writer prefers to have a bitch whelp on nice, clean, dry earth. It acts as a disinfectant, and puppies always have done better and have been less liable to disease when whelped and raised on an earthen bed. I have, during my experience of over 30 years in breeding and rearing deerhounds, made it a rule never to feed the dam until she comes out of her kennel after food, and then to give her some nice soup and scraps of cooked meat, beef or mutton being preferable. She is now required to supply milk freely, and her diet must be strong and of good quality and quantity. Give her different kinds of food, oatmeal, cooked meats, bread, vegetables of different kinds, Spratt's cod liver oil biscuit, raw meat, and plenty of bones to gnaw at. Many writers and breeders say never to let a dam raise more than 6 or 7 whelps. My experience is that if you help a good mother, she will raise 8 or 10 just as well as 5 or 6, and much better than if she has no help with the smaller number. Puppies at 3 weeks old will begin to eat soup, and should have it 4 or 5 times daily. At 4 weeks old they will eat cod liver oil cake, softened in strong beef or mutton soup, and should have it 3 times daily, all they will eat. Always keep your feeding pans sweet and clean. When you feed the puppies, remain with them until they are done eating. Then take away what they leave, give it to the dam, and wash your feeding pan so it will be clean when next wanted. Under such treatment, you will notice that the dam has very little trouble with her litter, and she will not begin to grow fat. At 6 or 7 weeks of age, her puppies will be weaned. She will have raised 10 just as easily as she would have raised 5, and if they are bred for sale, it makes a vast difference in the income. Many people say that Deerhound puppies are exceedingly hard to raise. I have never found it so. Give them plenty of exercise and good food, and they will raise themselves anywhere and in any climate. It is well to give puppies once a month a dose of santonine to clear out any worms they may have. I have never lost a puppy with distemper, and have always made it a rule to have them in good condition at all times. Then, when distemper has taken hold of them, they have usually had but a slight attack, and have gone through it in good shape. I have never yet seen a deerhound that was afflicted with chorea. Training. I do not believe in early training, and hence have never worked or prepared a deerhound under 12 to 15 months old. My experience is that the breed develops slowly, and for this reason a puppy at 9 months old is not strong enough to follow a deer in any of our American forests. A carefully reared puppy can, at 9 or 10 months old, be given slow work behind the saddle horse or carriage. This should continue for at least 2 months. And if 3 months can be given to this conditioning work, it will prove all the better. While a puppy is growing rapidly and filling out, he takes on muscle slowly, and for this reason his exercise should be continued for a longer period than is necessary for old dogs. The Deerhound is used for hunting the deer in the Western country in 2 entirely different ways, and for each the training must be distinct and precise, according to the way he is to hunt his game. One is still hunting, the other is coursing the deer. For still hunting, the Deerhound is the dog par excellence. In training a puppy to still hunt, take him on a leash and with a snap so arranged that he can be loosened instantly. It is well to show him the game before firing, and at the first move of the puppy, let him go. If the deer be only wounded, he will follow it, and if from the right kind of sire and dam, he will catch and kill the deer. If his family connections have been of the timid kind, he will bay the wounded deer, and you can follow and kill it. But if his ancestors have been used on game, and your puppy is strong and of good age, he will kill the first deer he sees, just as a well-bred setter will point the first quail he scents. After a few lessons, your puppy will stay to heel until you shoot without a leash, and as he grows older, he will frequently lead you to the game by his keen scent, merely sniffing the air as he cautiously proceeds by your side or just in front of you. Of course, it is necessary to teach him obedience, and not to allow him to break away. Should this occur, he will soon be coursing the deer, and leave you many miles behind. Then his lessons must begin again at the leash. If carefully done, his teaching will be easy, and he will soon stand with the game in full view and not move a muscle, but will quiver with excitement, every muscle and nerve on extreme tension, waiting for his master to fire, when he is away with the speed of a falcon. For coursing the deer, antelope, wolf, and coyote, the Deerhound is much used throughout the far West. For this purpose they are generally used in packs of from 3 to 10. A good courser will begin the preparation of his dogs by the 1st of August, so that when the weather gets cool enough for them to bear hard and fast running, say in October, they will be in prime condition, hard in muscle, in strong good health, and eager for the sport. It is not necessary to train a Deerhound for coursing. All that is needed here is to show him the game and turn him loose. It is always best to take a puppy out with one or more older dogs, who will take hold of any kind of game, and thus educate the puppy to seize and kill the game he is running. The only proper way to course deer, antelope, wolves, or coyotes is to have a cage on a light vehicle, for the purpose of confining the dogs, and keeping them at rest until you sight your game. Then drive as close to it as possible, so that your dogs will be fresh when the game starts. If this is not done, you will soon find that a jaded, tired dog cannot catch a fresh deer, antelope, wolf, or coyote. I have frequently coursed deer and antelopes on the western plains by taking out 6 good dogs in a cage, on a light wagon, and several friends following on good running horses. The cage was so arranged that the driver could pull a spring, open the door, and let out the 3 loose dogs for a run, while the 3 to be retained in the cage were chained to the floor or sides. By driving in such a direction that it would appear to the game as though the wagon would pass by about 200 yards away, and then angling toward the game, I could often approach within 150 yards before they would start, and the moment the game would throw up their heads, the driver would pull the spring door, and out would come the loose dogs, and away would go game, dogs, and horsemen, the wagon coming along to pick up the game and tired dogs. The latter would then be given water, put back in the cage and chained, and the 3 fresh dogs would next be slipped. One day of such work, where the game is plentiful, will educate any well-bred young Deerhound. Preparing for the bench requires an entirely different course of treatment after your dog is in good condition. Up to that point, the work may be of a similar nature. He should be brushed and combed daily, and well hand-rubbed, so that his muscular development will be prominent to the touch. Teach him to romp and play with you while you have a collar and leash on him. This will ensure gay carriage in the judge's ring, and when you have a Deerhound with his eye bright, head up, and tail properly carried, if otherwise equal, he will always win over a sulky, drooping, cheerless dog. I have always had better success in the ring and in the field with dogs of my own rearing than with those reared by others. They are always more tractable and more ready to obey my wishes, and much more cheerful than those purchased after they are grown. The latter always act for me as though they were looking for a lost friend. My advice is to rear your own dogs, that they may know no other master than yourself. The memory of the Deerhound seems to surpass that of any other breed except the Greyhound. I have sold old dogs and have not seen them for 2 years, and without seeing me they would at once recognize my whistle when they heard it, and would come bounding to me in perfect ecstasy of delight. How much longer they would have remembered me I cannot say, but doubtless for many years. Coursing the Deerhound. 34 years ago, in the Blue Mountain Range of Pennsylvania, I began this sport. In the spring of 1856, a Scotchman, a watchmaker by trade, located in the little village of Lehigh Gap. He brought with him 2 Deerhounds, a dog, and a bitch. After a short residence at the Gap, he had to go back to Scotland, and left his horse and 2 dogs with me until he should return the next spring. He never returned, and I became the owner of a fine horse and 2 excellent Deerhounds. I hunted those dogs after foxes, lynx, wildcats, and deer until worn out by old age and hard work. They would run with a pack of foxhounds that were kept in the vicinity as though trained with them from birth. They would trail with them, and whenever the fox appeared in a field, they would at once leave the pack, run by sight, and catch the fox. There was no sport that they enjoyed more. The ease with which a deerhound may be educated to do a certain part of any sport is remarkable. In a portion of the Pocoivo Mountains, north of the Blue Range, deer were at that time plentiful. Much of the country is very rough, and it was impossible for the deerhounds to catch a deer that was not wounded. So we used to take a pair of slow trail hounds to drive the deer into and across the valleys, and would then take the deerhounds into the valleys to sight the deer as they came out. The second time we went there with our dogs was in November 1856. We arrived about daylight, and our trail dogs struck a track and gave tongue before we had our team unhitched from the wagon. While we were putting out the team, the deerhounds got away from us, and we supposed they had followed the yelping trail hounds. We ran to the valley below, some half-mile away, as fast as we could, knowing that the game would cross there. When we got within sight of the runway, to our great astonishment, we found Beavis and Lita at their posts, eager for a sight of the game. When I say that on our previous hunt, 1 month earlier, we had always kept collar and leash on these dogs, and that they caught on that hunt but 2 deer at this point, the remarkable sagacity of the deerhound may be realized. Had the foxhound started on a trail in the Blue Mountains, the deerhounds would have gone with them to catch the fox, but not so here. They had been here once on entirely different business, and so well did they remember it, that they immediately sped to their posts of duty. And well did they perform their work. The deer came out close to them, and they caught and killed it before it ran 200 yards. The dog Beavis was the only deerhound I ever saw that was trained to do tricks of various kinds. He would fetch, carry, go to the post office or butcher shop, carry notes to neighbors, and take back anything that was given him in return for the letter. I remember distinctly that he once did a trick never before required of him. I was driving a fractious horse in a sulky, and dropped my whip. I was afraid to get out to regain it, and called to Beavis to pick it up, which he did immediately. Then I called him to bring it, which he also did, and placed it in my hand. I was then a schoolboy, and took great pains to teach this dog, something I never had the time nor patience in after life to repeat with any of my other dogs. I now remember many fine specimens that have often displayed intelligence of a superior order, which needed nothing but training and teaching to make them trick dogs. I fully believe that a properly shaped deerhound could be educated for high leaping, so as to surpass all dogs in that work. A strong, short-backed, powerfully muscled deerhound leaps easier and higher than any other dog that I have ever seen in the field. No doubt it is only the high price that keeps them from getting into the hands of training showmen, who would otherwise bring them forward in this amusing novelty. To illustrate their jumping power, I will relate an amusing incident which happened several years ago in a western village. My dog, imported champion Mac, delighted in killing all the cats he could find. While on a wolf hunt, we were just starting out in the early morning, and the dogs feeling extra fresh. Mac came up a cross street after a cat. The cat went under our horses, and Mac, in a tremendous leap, went over both horses. This dog never had any special training in leaping, but when after game, he was never known to stop at any obstruction that could be scaled. The courage and game qualities of the high-bred deerhound cannot be better illustrated than by describing a wolf hunt that took place in Montana. Some years since, I sold a trained pack of 6 deerhounds to the Sun River Hound Club of Montana. This club was composed of wealthy cattlemen who were losing thousands of dollars worth of cattle annually through the ravages of the large gray timber wolf. They hired Mr. I.N. Porter, an experienced wolf hunter, to handle this pack of deerhounds on their cattle range for 1 year. I had guaranteed the dogs to kill any wolf in the territory. Mr. Porter took the dogs with him to deliver them to the club, He and the writer had killed many prairie wolves in the Colorado with these dogs, but had never tackled the large gray timber wolves of the Rocky Mountains. It seems that one of the members of this club had a large flock of sheep, and one certain wolf had been preying on them for 4 years past. It was to this ranch that Mr. Porter and the dogs were first taken, and this tremendous wolf was to be the first one that the pack was to tackle. If they could catch and kill him, my guarantee was to be considered fulfilled. I had carefully instructed Mr. Porter how to work the dogs, and above all to have them in prime condition when they saw the first wolf. This ranch was located some 75 miles from railroad communication, and the dogs had to travel this distance on foot, so that when they arrived at their future home, their feet were worn to the quick, and they had to be rested. The second night after their arrival, this wolf, with 2 smaller ones, came and killed 4 sheep, and naturally Mr. Porter's curiosity was aroused to see what kind of animal these dogs were to kill. So after daylight he mounted his horse and followed the wolves, merely to get sight of them and learn their habits. The following is quoted from a letter which was written on his return to the house after seeing this large wolf. Dear Doctor, the dogs and I arrived safe, only very sore from long travel. These men are very anxious to see what kind of work these high-priced dogs will do. Last night that big wolf they wrote you about killed 4 sheep near the house, and I followed him 5 or 6 miles, merely to see what he looked like. I saw him, and I want to tell you now that I think my job and your dog money will be gone whenever I allow the dogs to go near that wolf. But I can't hold these men much longer, so I promise to go after him day after tomorrow. 2 days later I received the following letter. Dear Doctor, last night, or rather just before daylight, we heard the wolf in the sheep corral and went out to scare him away. He had already killed 1 sheep and eaten of it freely. At daylight, myself and 3 club members took 4 of the dogs, Oscar and Meta still too sore to work, and started after the big fellow. We followed him for at least 10 miles before we could show him to the dogs. They went to him very quickly, he depending more on his fighting than running qualities. Colonel and Dan reached him first, and struck him with such force that he went down, never to get up again. They killed him in a short time, and neither of the dogs got a scratch. The colonel took his old hold at the throat, and never let go until I choked him off. Colonel, you know, is just 30 inches high at the shoulder. We stood this wolf up beside Colonel, and he was 1 inch taller than the dog. We brought the wolf home to see what he would weigh, and he tipped the beam at 107 pounds. To say that the club members were delighted with the dogs is putting it too mild. They were simply crazed. Dan was still sore in his feet, and they carried him home on horseback. I will now rest the dogs up and get them in perfect form before I work them again. This country is alive with wolves and other game. During the season of 1886, Mr. Porter killed with these dogs 148 gray wolves and over 300 coyotes. Among many letters from him extolling the wonderful courage of these grand dogs, the following shows what 6 dogs, well trained to their work, can do. Dear Doctor, today I suddenly came upon a pack of 15 full-grown wolves. I had all 6 dogs with me, and they were in good form. I was satisfied that unless we did good work, and that quickly, the wolves would kill the dogs, so I jumped among them, and as fast as the dogs got one down, I stuck my knife into his heart. In this way we killed 12 out of the 15, but I am sorry to say that poor old faithful, courageous Dick was killed. If there is a breed of dogs on earth that combines so many sterling qualities as the Scotch Deerhound, I am not acquainted with that breed.
End of Section 8.
Section 9 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. The American Book of the Dog, G. O. Shields, editor. Section 9, The Foxhound by Dr. M. G. Lazy. The article here proposed to be written on the Foxhound will have special reference to the American Hound, with which the writer has had a lifelong familiarity. Never having been in England, he has no personal familiarity with English packs, nor with English methods of training and hunting. He has seen many hounds imported from English packs run in this country, and has had the pleasure of hunting with gentlemen who have owned and hunted packs in England. His judgment of English hounds of modern packs is based on specimens he has seen run here. As to the ancient hounds of England, he knows the current statements of authors, which need scarcely be copiously extracted in this space. It may as well now be stated that the writer is not an Anglomaniac on the one hand, nor inspired by extravagant or irrational prejudice against that which is English on the other. There is much in the history of the English people so great and grand as to be beyond the reach of envy. There is much also which no one should be so great a fool as to besmatter with silly panegyric. There are many things admirable in England which are totally absurd and ridiculous in America. Out of England undoubtedly originally came all that is greatest and best in America, both men and things less than men. The old English hound seems to have been a large-boned, coarse, heavy animal, and the packs of those days must have caught very few foxes on fair terms. The earlier importations into America, far back in colonial days, were probably similar to the early English hounds, but in this country their character was soon changed, as it was also in England. In that country, changes were attempted in the way of better adaptation to the modern chase by crossing with the Greyhound and, to a small extent, with the Pointer. In this country, the change adaptive to the environment came about rather by unconscious selection and breeding from the best red fox hounds only. It soon came to be realized that in running down and killing an American red fox, main strength and awkwardness had no place. It was a matter of speed and bottom. The English mode of selecting the hound was based upon his suitability to a particular pack in size, color, tongue, and speed. A hound too fast for them was much out of place in the pack, and was a spoiler of their somewhat cut and dried notions of sport. The American method was based on the ability of the hound, as an individual, to kill a red fox on such ground as must be run over in this country, and the American pack was made up from such as could keep company with the leader. To breed a red fox pack, it was necessary to mate the best dog with the best bitch, and this method led to the creation of a type peculiar to America, not modeled on size and tongue and color and questions of packing well, but a type modeled on speed, courage, and endurance. And the architect of the model was the American red fox, for in the language of a famous turfman, he it was who cut out the running and set the pace, and to beat him, the race had to be run from end to end. For a pack bred and put together on any other plan, the red fox chase resulted always in one and the same finale. That is to say, Reynard first, the rest nowhere. Precisely the principle of selection, breeding, and training, which produced our great 4-milers on the turf, produced our red foxhounds. The formula is simple. That is to say, breed to the winners. Upon this principle, the American foxhound shaped itself to the model most fit to do the work of killing the red fox, becoming lighter and more rangy in form, and shriller in tongue than its English ancestor. The bones, like those of the racehorse, became notably smaller and lighter, and at the same time more solid and stronger. The lungs also became more capacious and less encumbered with coarse, inelastic tissue and fat. The muscular fiber finer and more effectively endowed with contractile power. The heart, the great central motor power of circulation, and the contractile muscular coats of the vessels themselves participating in the organic evolution along the same lines of development. Thus, in process of time, there came to be American packs capable of dealing with American red foxes on fair terms. The main architect and master builder of those packs was the American red fox, like that ill-fated eagle which furnished the feather that winged the arrow which pierced its own heart. The American red fox trained those packs which were eventually able to kill American red foxes. Without the fox, the packs would not have been produced. In England, doubtless their hard and fast notions of the right makeup of a pack, and the stiff and rigid technicalities of the meet and hunt, have prevented in some degree that complete adaptation of means to ends which has been perfected with us, who have never been in love with pomp and vanities and stilted tomfooleries. Nevertheless, in England it began after a time to be seen that faster hounds must be had if any foxes were to be caught, and hence crosses were made to the Greyhound, he having already been crossed to the Bulldog, and the result has been more rangy, speedier, smaller, and fiercer hounds. To keep within the sound of such packs, moreover, the hunting horse of our great-grandfathers had to be replaced by one of more blood, more speed, more courage, more endurance at the highest rate of speed, all of which points were covered at a stroke by more blood. Following this development, a new style of horsemanship was demanded, and the English country gentleman is no dude on horseback. The style of the pert Newmarket jockey, imported, aped, and loved by American fashionable dudism rampant, is by no means the style of the English gentleman on horseback. The man capable of making a creditable exhibition on an English hunting field today must be a great horseman riding a great horse. Now, the central force which gave to this evolution its initial impulse and has carried it forward to its acme of development is the speed and bottom of the English fox. It is not to be disputed that the thing hunted determines all the details of the hunt. If a man attacks a grizzly, away back in some lonely canyon, he will soon perceive that a Winchester Express is one of the modern details of the combat, nicely adjusted to the fighting weight of Ursus terribilis. In this view of the case, the red fox can claim a dignity which has not been accorded to him hitherto, the dignity of statesmanship as a producer of important national and international results. British horsemanship has played an important part on more than one great modern battlefield. Mainly contributory to the highest type of British horsemanship has been the school of the hunting field. The best cavalry horses have been bred for and fallen somewhat short of the requirements of the hunting field. In America, we have never had horses especially bred for hunting, and mainly for the reason that in those parts of the country where hunting was practicable, the saddle horses in common use by the country gentlemen were sufficiently well bred for hunters, and were in fact commonly used in the chase. There was, indeed, that degree of attachment for his riding horse on the part of our country gentleman which disqualified every other horse in his eye. No person other than himself was ever permitted to mount his favorite, and he would not himself mount any other horse except under the stress of necessity. Thus it came to be that a more splendid horsemanship never characterized any people than that of the southern country gentry of the United States. The place of the foxhound in that civilization was not a low nor unimportant one. In the school which developed the manly prowess and the saving common sense of such men as George Washington and his great lieutenant, the dashing light horse Harry, the red fox and red foxhound were not insignificant educational factors. The hero sage of Mount Vernon maintained, to the last of his life an unexcelled pack, and he loved no diversion as he did fox hunting, in which he never lost a chance to participate with his friends and neighbors, the Fairfaxes, the Lees, the Chichesters, the McCarthys, the Masons, and others. No sport so well merits the position of a recognized national sport, and none can ever be so greatly tributary to manly prowess and hardihood. Superior horsemanship is the most elegant and useful accomplishment ever possessed by a lady or gentleman. One of the considerations favorable to fox hunting as a national sport is that it can be kept out of the hands of professionals and within reach of people of moderate means. If the view be correct that the English and American red foxes, respectively, have developed the modes of the hunt and the characters of the packs in the two countries, we must look for any material differences between the English and American hunt to the differences between the foxes of the two countries. That in speed, endurance, and stratagem, in front of the dangerous pack, the American fox is greatest, there is little doubt. It follows that in speed, bottom, and trailing the American hound is superior to the English. Of this I have, personally, not the smallest doubt. I have seen many imported hounds run in this country, and they have been of undoubted excellence, but never equal over our country to our best American strains. This is in accordance with plain and simple common sense. No doubt the English packs would excel ours on their own ground, on all except speed. I do not believe, and I cannot be made to believe, until it is done, that the best pack in England can do anything at all whatever with an old Virginia red fox. It is not believed by many of the fox hunters of the northern states that any pack of hounds can catch their foxes. I am too strongly impressed by what I know of the difference in the habits of the same species of wild animals in different localities, to be willing to adopt an opinion adverse to the prevailing opinions of competent observers in localities with which I am not familiar. Nevertheless, I suggest to our northern friends that they are not familiar with the speed of the packs in our best hunting country, and that their mode of hunting, by standing, after the manner of deer driving, and shooting the fox in front of the dog, would soon utterly ruin our best packs. I do not take part in the harsh criticisms of the northern method of hunting. I have no doubt northern sportsmen enjoy their sport, and enjoyment is the object of all sport. I have no doubt that it is the only way to kill their foxes, as they protest. I do not think I could enjoy it myself. I take it to be inferior to deer driving, and I think that inferior to any field sport I have ever participated in. De gustibus non, every man to his liking, until the matter is tested and the contrary established. I shall believe that such a pack as a wild goose pack is reputed to be can kill red foxes anywhere, on any ground fit to be run over by hounds. The speed of the foxhound appears to be rather greater than the speed of the best racehorse. There is, however, very little authentic information on this point. I can state, as a matter of experience in riding to hounds, that I have never seen a horse that could keep pace with a good pack of hounds for a single mile across country. I have seen only a few hounds which seemed nearly equal to a red fox in speed if the fox was at his best. I have never seen a pack kill a red fox unless they could keep him hard-pressed from start to finish. And in general, when I have seen kills, I have thought the hounds had the advantage in bottom rather than in speed. The fox is a gluttonous feeder, and if full-fed, he is taken at great disadvantage. I doubt if any pack can kill a good specimen of the red fox if in the pink of condition, running on favorable ground. As a general principle, I think the fox has greater speed, the hound rather greater endurance, and they are so nearly matched in both respects that the issue of the chase is in a great degree a question of condition. Rough, uneven ground is favorable to the fox, and seldom indeed is one in good condition killed by a pack when the chase is over rough, uneven country for a greater part of the distance. If the premises here stated are accurate, the conclusion follows that only a skilled huntsman, who knows how to make the conditions favorable to the pack and to put the hounds in the very best condition for the race, has any chance to make kills, unless the fox has the misfortune to be gorged with carrion when the start is made, or is in some other way sick or out of condition. It appears to me, therefore, that some northern fox hunters have fallen into error as to the superiority of northern to southern foxes. They have purchased dogs of well-known southern strains, and upon their failure to kill the foxes of the north as handled by those who hunt on foot, and very probably shoot the fox before the hounds, conclude that these hounds are not able to catch their foxes. The conclusion does not necessarily follow. If a fox from Maine were taken to Virginia and put down before a red fox pack handled by skillful huntsmen, would that be considered fair to the fox? No more than it is fair to the southern hound to take him to Maine and to be run by huntsmen who never saw a kill, who deny that any hound can kill their foxes, and that therefore the legitimate and only way to kill Maine foxes is by standing on the runways and shooting them before slow hounds. A great deal of acrimonious dispute has risen over this question between the fox hunters of the two sections, which it has seemed to me that a little good temper and a little good sense might have prevented. That some packs can and do make frequent kills in Virginia and Maryland of what seem perfect specimens of the red fox in seemingly good condition is a matter that is known to be true by all fox hunters of those states. I am of opinion that south of Virginia more kills are made because the ground is likely to be more favorable to the pack and less favorable to the fox, and for no other reason. It seems likely that in Maine the ground may be so favorable to the fox and unfavorable to the hound that even if the chase were made to kill with hounds instead of shooting, kills would be rare. In the matter of breeding for a pack of red fox hounds, the principles which govern the science of successfully breeding for any other purpose apply. The inheritance must be through ancestors of known ability to kill red foxes, and they must have gone through the training and practice which enable them to show by actual kills that they can kill. No turfman would expect to breed a winner from a stallion and mare, neither of which had ever been trained or raced. No sportsman would expect to breed a setter or a pointer from untrained parents which would win a place at field trial. No cocker would expect to win a main with cocks bred from birds which never fought. Why then should a huntsman expect to breed a killing pack of red foxhounds from stock that had never run or had never killed a fox? The thing cannot be done. Therefore, it goes without saying that a hound should not be bred from until fully matured, trained, and experienced in killing foxes. Something else is wanted besides a pedigree. True enough, a knowledge of not merely the names, but the performances of the ancestors is essentially necessary, and this is doubly and trebly true of the immediate progenitors. If a bitch which has killed red foxes be bred to a hound that has killed red foxes, the progeny will be born, most likely, capable of being developed into hounds capable of killing red foxes. But it must be remembered that though orators and poets may be born, not made, a red fox killing pack has to be made. They are not born able to do it. They must be made able by judicious and skilled practice and training after being bred right. Nor can they be trained by a man who never rode to a killing pack. If a man does not know how the thing is done, how shall he teach the hounds? By sheer force of hereditary instinct, it would be more likely the hounds would kill in spite of the huntsman and show him the way to do it. In this place, we may profitably review the question of the best form and size of hound to be selected from, which to breed a pack capable of dealing with a red fox. The question, to kill or not to kill a red fox, is not, as already hinted, a question of main strength and awkwardness, but of speed and endurance. Remember that the fox leads the chase and in a great number of cases outruns and outlasts hounds, horses, and men, and simply runs away and leaves them. This animal is but little more than a foot high and weighs not above 12 pounds in good running order. The largest bone in his skeleton does not exceed the diameter of a goose quill. The whole osseous frame weighs scarcely a pound. It is quality, not substance, which lands Reynard a winner. It is the firm opinion of the writer that the best red fox dogs are not above medium size in height and weight. The dog should not exceed 23 inches in height, nor 55 pounds in weight. The bitch less by about 10%. Hounds of this size will be fleeter and more enduring, as a rule, than larger and heavier animals, and their shoulders and feet will suffer less from the tremendous concussion which they must bear in a protracted chase at such a pitch of speed as will be necessary. For to kill a fox, he must be put to his best from start to finish. The head of the hound is rather small in proportion to his weight, and the muzzle rather finer in the modern hound than in the older type. The nose is large and the nostrils thin, the eyes large, bright, and expressive, placed rather close together and directed forward. The stop is not as sharply defined as in some breeds. A very important point, and one much overlooked, is that the jaws should be well spread at the angle so as to give ample room for the thrapple, and to secure that easy amplitude of motion between the head and the neck, so essential to carrying the scent at the tremendous speed of the chase. The ears are longish, but shorter and narrower than in old-time packs. They are placed on the skull low down and are decidedly pendulous. The leather is neither fine and papery to the feel, nor by any means coarse, harsh, and inelastic. The neck must be long and wholly free from any coarse, loose flaps of thick skin or useless cellular tissue and fat. The shoulders ought to be not only sloping, but possessed of very free motion, and yet powerfully muscled and strong. The elbows ought to be well developed and well away from the body, but placed perfectly true, neither out nor in. A hound with weak or badly formed shoulders is a deformed and crippled beast, and can never be expected to amount to anything. The forearm should be not too long, but powerfully muscled, and having sufficient clean, fine bone to bear the weight thrown upon it by 55 pounds, bounding at terrific speed. The foot must be of firm texture and well padded. The shape is a matter of less moment, bench showmen to the contrary notwithstanding. I have seen hounds that were great performers, hounds that I have seen lead a great pack and pull down and kill numerous red foxes that would have been pronounced by these authorities defective in the feet, perhaps ridiculed as splay-footed. I have seen hounds with feet the form of which would have been pronounced perfect, but which nevertheless were tender-footed and could by no means stand a desperate chase over rough ground. I am not sure that the despised harefoot is not the best form for the hound, giving him a better hold and purchase upon the ground, and being in no way correlated with lack of hardness of the foot. The hound should be deep in the heart place, and the breastbone keel-shaped, but the breast must not be weak and contracted. The back ribs should spring off well from the backbone, and barrel out well so as to give ample room for the heart, lungs, and great vascular trunks. For here is the ultimate source of power, speed, and endurance. The loin should be high, well arched, broad, and powerfully muscled, for here is the origin of a group of muscles of tremendous power, which are, with those of the hip and thigh, the main propellers which carry the body forward at so great a rate of speed. The tail should be placed nearly on a level with the sway of the back, though the arching of the loin and slope of the quarters somewhat deceives the eye, so as to make it appear to be set lower than is actually the case. The tail of the hound curves well upward. Recent importations, I think, too much so. It is stout, of moderate length, well-haired, and even with something like a brush in many superior specimens. I think it might be bred finer with advantage. The stifle is well bent, and the hock placed near the ground, but the leg, as compared with some breeds, rather straight, I think, in some cases a little too straight. It is upon the outlines suggested by these remarks that I would advise selections for the breeding stud. In the matter of color, we are fancy-free. The best hounds I ever knew were black and tan, and that is a beautiful color. The best hound I know of at present is a lemon and white. The so-called blue mottled hounds were beautiful. On a clear blue, not a black and white mixture, ground color were fancifully arranged spots of black, yellow, and white. If the spot around either eye was blue or white, that eye was blue. The other eye, being in a dark spot, was dark, or in a yellow spot, yellow. I have seen good hounds of solid yellow, or yellow with white feet and a white streak in the face. Color may be to suit taste. The standard by which foxhounds are judged at our bench shows as follows: head 15, elbows 5, neck 5, legs and feet 20, shoulders 10, color and coat 5, chest and back ribs 10, stern 5, back and loin 10, symmetry 5, hind quarters 10, totaling 100. The head, value 15, should be of full size, but by no means heavy. Brow pronounced, but not high or sharp. There must be good length and breadth sufficient to give in the dog hound a girth in front of the ears of fully 16 inches. The nose should be long, 4 1/2 inches, and wide, with open nostrils, ears set low and lying close to the cheeks. The neck, value 5, must be long and clean, without the slightest throatiness. It should taper nicely from the shoulders to the head, and the upper outline should be slightly convex. The shoulders, value 10, should be long and well clothed with muscle, without being heavy, especially at the points. They must be well sloped, and the true arm between the front and the elbow must be long and muscular, but free from fat or lumber. Chest and back ribs, value 10. The chest should girth over 30 inches in a 24-inch hound, and the back ribs must be very deep. The back and loin, value 10, must both be very muscular, running into each other without any contraction or nipping between them. The couples must be wide, even to raggedness, and there should be the very slightest arch in the loin, so as to be scarcely perceptible. The hind quarters, value 10, or propellers, are required to be very strong, and as endurance is even more consequence than speed, straight stifles are preferred to those much bent, as in the Greyhound. Elbows, value 5, set quite straight and neither turned in nor out, are sine qua non. They must be well let down by means of the long true arm above mentioned. Legs and feet, value 20. Every master of foxhounds insists on legs as straight as a post, and as strong size of bone at the ankle being specially regarded as all-important. The desire for straightness is, I think, carried to excess as the very straight leg soon knuckles over, and this defect may almost always be seen more or less in old stallion hounds. The bone cannot, in my opinion, be too large, but I prefer a slight ankle at the knee to a perfectly straight line. The feet in all cases should be round and cat-like, with well-developed knuckles and strong horn, which last is of the utmost importance. The color and coat, value 5, are not regarded as very important, so long as the former is a hound color, and the latter is short, dense, hard, and glossy. Hound colors are black, tan, and white, black and white, and the various pies compounded of white, and the color of the hare and the badger, or yellow or tan. The stern, value 5, is gently arched, carried gaily over the back, and slightly fringed with hair below. The end should taper to a point. The symmetry, value 5 of the Foxhound, is considerable, and what is called quality is highly regarded by all good judges. The music of the pack is one of the greatest charms of the chase. Even the fox himself undoubtedly enjoys this glorious melody when running in front of a pack which is not dangerous, and which, with marvelous intuition, he almost immediately realizes. It always appeared to me that my father, the keenest and most ardent fox hunter of his time in Virginia, enjoyed the music more than anything else about it. He would put a good hound out of his kennel and give it away because, as he said, it did not chime with his pack. He had a splendid ear, a magnificent voice, and a natural talent for music. A discord was an agony to him, and his pack was, I believe, the most melodious in tongue ever heard in Virginia. The qualities of the voice in the hound are strongly hereditary and may easily be bred for with success. It is of the greatest importance that the dog should not be bred from until fully matured. No animal is so easily injured by excessive or premature taxation of the procreative powers. A dog of great value should be strictly limited to the best and most promising females, for nothing is more certain than that the character of his progeny will begin to be disappointing as soon as he begins to be overtaxed. The foxhound bitch is a very prolific animal. On several occasions I have known them litter as many as 20 whelps. 13 whelps to a litter are nothing unusual. I do not believe any bitch can properly care for more than 6 whelps. If a foster mother cannot be had, all above that number should be drowned not later than the day after they are born, saving, of course, the most vigorous and prettily marked. In all cases, any appearing decidedly defective should be immediately drowned. As has been already suggested, the best dog should be mated with the best bitch, without much regard to the question of kinship. For hounds bear close inbreeding well if they are rationally managed in other respects, as they are naturally preeminently hardy and free from constitutional diseases of a hereditary nature. A strong prejudice against what is called incestuous matings is deeply implanted in the human mind, but it is due rather to social considerations than to physiological data, notwithstanding that persons most ignorant of physiology clinch their arguments by the pet phrase, "Physiology teaches so and so." It is safe to say that physiology teaches nothing of the kind, nor do such writers know anything whatever about what physiology teaches. The natural laws of heredity transmission act upon the offspring in one and the same way, whether the parents be near of kin or strangers in blood. The kinship or non-kinship of parents, near or remote, does not in any respect or in any degree modify the laws of heredity affecting their progeny. It is curious how hard people find it to get over preconceived notions. My father repeatedly bred daughter to sire, and produced in that way some of the finest hounds he ever had in his kennel. I remember very well when, on one occasion, a friend of his, who had repeatedly bred from full brother and sister, said to him that he could not help thinking that to breed from daughter and sire was a little too close. My father said, Why, man, you breed closer than that." "Oh, no," said he, "I never bred closer than brother and sister, and that don't hurt a bit." "Well," said my father, "the blood of brother and sister is, as I understand the matter, identical, whereas the daughter has only half the blood of the sire and half the dam. I think that you breed twice as close as I do." This little analysis seemed to strike the man dumb. "It certainly does seem that way," said he, "when you come to look at it. But it always seemed to me that it was a heap closer to breed daughter to her own father." "Than a brother to his own sister," said my father with a laugh. "Breed the best to the best is the best rule I know by which to breed red fox hounds. A hound not capable of catching the red fox is of no value to the fox hunter. 99 out of 100 of the hounds of the country cannot do it. If the American hound is to be made what he should be, it is time to begin at once to find out where any such hounds are as have been demonstrated by actual kills their fitness to be bred from. It is of no use to bring English hounds here expecting them to be able to do anything with our foxes, nor to expect to produce a killing pack by breeding from imported hounds. I know at present one hound only, bred even on one side, the dams, from an imported hound, that is able to kill a red fox. I have never seen an imported hound able to do it. If killing packs are located by those ambitious to become owners of such hounds, they must not expect to get them for a low price. $100 would be only a moderate figure for a good hound. I know many deer at $1 per 100. No animal that lives is more worthless than a worthless hound. A few thoughts and suggestions as to kennel management are now in order. Let everything in this line be simple, natural as possible, and inexpensive. Expensiveness means artificiality, and that means a worthless pack. A pack of hounds should associate together as much as is allowable with a minimum of restraint. One good-sized building in the center of a yard, enclosed by a picket fence, is the best arrangement. There should be no floor except the ground, and there should be an ordinary door to admit a man of full height without stooping. Also a good and well-hung and latched gate to the yard, and a lock on door and gate. Ordinarily, the door should stand open and should be hooked to the side of the building to keep it open. The floor must be kept littered with clean straw or shavings, or in summer with green pine tags, no trees nearby. When the hounds are kenneled at night, or for any other purpose in the daytime, take the couples off, put the hounds in the yard, lock the gate, and allow them to go in and out of the house at pleasure. After feeding in the morning, put the couples on and let the hounds go out as they please. Do not couple puppies at all, nor kennel them, except at night. At all seasons of the year, let the pack out to follow the owner about as often as possible, always uncoupled. Give puppies and young hounds the utmost liberty possible, but never let them be out of the kennel at night. Whenever the hounds are wanted, blow them up with a horn. Never punish them except it be necessary, and then whale them soundly with a good whip. Thus a dog becomes more attached to his owner, nor is more easily controlled by one who understands it. Some men do, some men don't. Some men can, some men can't. The last 3 hounds I owned, of the old blue mottled breed, 2 dogs and a spade bitch, were so attached to me that it was actually dangerous for anyone to suddenly approach me if they were nearby. They were never coupled and only kenneled at night to prevent them from being suspected of mischief. When the young hounds are about a year old, they should be taken 1 or 2 at a time with 1 or 2 old hounds and taught to run. If you take young ducks to the water, they will swim, and if you take young hounds, well bred, to the field, they will run. Experience is all they want, and this a man who knows how to hunt knows how to give them. At first the old hounds will show the way, and the inexperienced will follow at their heels. But in no long time a youngster, grown ambitious, will push for the lead. It is worthwhile to suggest that a very necessary adjunct to a breeding kennel is a dog-proof apartment with room enough for two for bitches in season. This apartment must be such that no dog can, by any possibility, get in or out except through the door. It must have a light floor, or some dog is sure to dig under and get in. In the matter of feeding, variety is necessary. No animal thrives well confined to one sort of food. The hound is a large and most energetic animal and must be liberally fed. It is the potential energy of the food which develops into the dynamic energy of speed and endurance. It is the protoplasmic substance of food which is converted into muscle and nerve, and the minerals of the ash of the food which are converted into bone by the marvelous workings of the animal economy. The hound itself, in its perfection, the music of its tongue, and the arrowy swiftness of its pace, are neither less nor more than the varied products of the vital metamorphoses of its food. Give it plenty. It is greedy not without a cause. Give it variety, for it has the same disgust for eternal sameness that you and I have. Give scraps from the table, bread, meat, bones, vegetables. From the kitchen, hot liquor and the varied offal which accumulates there. Meal ground of equal parts of rye, oats, and corn, and baked in thick pones, is a good working diet. The dairy will furnish skim milk, curds, whey, buttermilk, bonny clabber. When you butcher a beef or kill hogs, unkennel the pack and let them gorge. It delights and does them good. Bear in mind that we are trying to follow nature rather than a cut and dried artificial system. This article is written from the standpoint of the country gentleman, helping to make helpful suggestions to those who desire to adopt the fox hunt as the manliest and most invigorating, the most delightful of sports of the field, and to help to make it the national sport of America. Therefore, those to whom the hunt is a mere fashionable fad will probably not find much to amuse and less to instruct them, seeing that they know everything which is really so English, don't you know. It is hoped that the gentlemen of moderate means, lovers of horse and hound, will be encouraged to take up the sport and to maintain a pack, which can be done at a very moderate expense. If a gentleman be so situated that he can breed and train his own hunting horse, I am sure he will take more pleasure in him than he could otherwise do. All that is here recommended is the result of the writer's personal experience, which has been a delight. Shooting and fishing have been so overdone that it is evident that what remains of them, worth attention, will be rapidly taken up and preserved by the exclusive and the wealthy. The noble sport of fox hunting remains, and will ever remain, within reach of the people. It can never be preserved. It can neither be monopolized by professionalism nor ruined by records. It is a sport in which ladies may and should freely participate, and hence it can scarcely be vulgarized. From an experience of 30 years in the medical profession, the writer is of the opinion that there are 50 delicate women who would be physically regenerated by horseback exercise to one who would be in the least degree injured by it. Unless we become a nation of fox hunters, we shall very surely become a nation of dog carters. A multitude of arguments in favor of hunting suggest themselves. It is difficult to find one valid argument of a contrary effect. It remains to glance at the subject of the diseases of foxhounds. If the rational system of kennel management be adopted, and the hygiene of the kennel be attended to, there will seldom be a sick hound. They are of a race of animals naturally preeminently hardy. The hygiene of the kennel consists in a few simple things. Let the kennel be clean, dry, light, and warm. Let the hounds be out as much as possible, but always kennel them at night. If a neighbor has sheep killed by curs, he cannot lay it to the hounds if they were locked up in the kennel. When the hounds are let out, they may be coupled, and they should always be broken to the couple, but should not be kept coupled merely from habit. If they are not likely to get into mischief, let them run loose. The couple should be a stiff iron rod, not over 6 inches long, with an inch ring for the collar at each end. If longer, they are always liable to get hung up by all sorts of obstructions and are bent and twisted out of shape. In the makeup of the pack, I have found spayed bitches to be desirable. They are in no respect inferior to dogs, and they are in every way more pleasant to handle, being far less disposed to wander out of bounds or get into any kind of mischief. The greatest couple of foxhounds I ever have known were litter sisters, spayed when about 2 months old, which is the best time to spay. The operation is simple and safe, and if performed prior to sexual development, is not productive of the least tendency to obesity, even in old age. I have always believed that the instincts of spayed bitches, if the operation precedes sexual development, were, like those of worker bees, superior to the sexually developed individuals. The most remarkable exhibition of nose I have ever seen, both in the hound and in the setter or pointer, as well as the field spaniel, were by spayed bitches. And the thing much in their favor is that they are much more patient than dogs or open bitches of kennel discipline, and, in my opinion at least, less subject to disease. This article must now be brought to a close. If it shall aid in inducing lovers of the hound to act in concert to push this sport to the front as the recognized natural sport of the American country gentleman, the object of the writer will have been accomplished. If wealthy clubs of city gentlemen are disposed to join in the movement to Americanize and nationalize this great sport, they will find the country gentlemen ready to cooperate in every way. That it is a matter of national importance in connection with the development of the American saddle horse and the American horsemanship of the future, the writer does not doubt. He pleads guilty to a rank enthusiasm for horse and hound and horn, but he believes that he is not mistaken in supposing that unless fox hunting becomes our national sport, our national horsemanship will dwindle until it amounts to nothing, and all our people will take to dog carts. Whether this will be a national calamity, there ought not to be two opinions. End of section 9. Recording by William Jones.